Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 2 of Namikaze's return. Following the devastating failure of the Sasuke Retrieval Mission, a fire is lit inside Naruto. When Jiraiya takes him away from the village for a 3-year training trip, Naruto drops the dead last act and gets serious. No more shortcuts, no more goofing off. Driven to protect his precious people and uncover the secrets Konoha actively denied him, Naruto dives deep into the true shinobi arts. Under Jiraiya's intense guidance, he doesn't just master his chakra, he masters the legendary Hiraishin, flying thunder god. When an overpowered, highly skilled Naruto finally returns to the Leaf Village, the Akatsuki and the rest of the shinobi world won't know what hit them. Lemon's warning. This story contains lemon scenes for mature audiences. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters and the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by the Engulfing silence, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 5. An Angel's Dilemma. Konan walked along the cold and dark halls of the tower she and Nagato had taken as their base of operations. Like all places in a megacure village hidden in the rain, the building was the epitome of industrial-style architecture. Pipes ran along the walls and ceiling. The entire building was made of metal rather than wood or brick and gave the entire infrastructure a cold, unfeeling air. It was the same everywhere in AIM too. Yet Konan noticed none of this as she walked through the hall, having long since grown used to the cold and unfeeling structures. She came to a stop at a door at the end of the hall. Opening it, she walked in and moved to the back where there was an opening leading to the outside. Like always, Nagato's god realm path or pain as he had taken to calling himself was there. He was sitting on the ledge as he looked out over AIM. The man did not even seem to notice the rain that was hitting him, though it probably had to do with the fact that the rain was nothing more than a byproduct of his sensory jutsu he used. A small twinge of pain caused a slight falter in Konan's steps as she walked up to what had once been the body of their friend. It was one of the few things that made her weary of the man she called a brother. "You have need of my services, Pain-sama?" she asked as she walked up behind Pain. For a while Pain didn't speak as he continued staring out over the city, his city. Finally, an intruder was able to get into a megacure undetected. Konan felt a small slip in her emotional mask as her eyes widened ever so slightly. Pain was able to sense everything that happened in AIM with his jutsu, so for someone to be able to slip past his guard meant whoever it was an expert in stealth and not only knew that the jutsu was there but also its weakness. "I was only able to sense him as he was leaving my range. I want you to find this person and deal with them. We can't have someone finding out where Akatsuki is located yet. If they have left AIM, I will need you to get in touch with Zetsu and track them down." "Of course, Pain-sama," Konan said in an emotionless voice as she put her mask back in place. A small green toad with orange spots hopped into a rather spacious cave. It was highly unusual for an amphibian to seek shelter in a cave during the rain. Most would assume that a toad would find it enjoyable to be in the rain, probably by some kind of lake or pond to allow the cool water to hit their skin as they swam or lazed about. However, while the toad looked completely normal to most people, the two people who were familiar with toads knew better. The fact that this toad was anything but normal became apparent when it opened its mouth and a young man crawled out, his form looking as if it was stretching while in the mouth. The person soon revealed himself to a man with spiky blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a long black hooded cloak that reached to the ground and covered his entire frame. He was wearing a black face mask that covered the bottom half of his face and had a Konoha Hidia 8 on his forehead. Grabbing a scroll from his pouch, the blonde unrolled it and channeled some chakra into the scroll, causing a puff of smoke to signal the contents being unsealed as a small pile of firewood appeared. The blonde set up a small fire pit and pulled out another scroll. Unsealing it revealed the contents to be fresh meat. Starting a fire, the blonde stuck the meat on a spit and began to cook it over the open fire, adding spices as he rotated the spit. When it was done, he brought a hand to his mask and pulled it off, revealing 6 whisker marks on his face. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze leaned back against the wall of the cave as he ate his food, his mind thinking about all that had happened in recent years. It had been about 2 years and 9 months since he had left on his trip with Ero-sensei. Naruto had learned many things in that time. He now had a powerful reputation and skills that Jiraiya said may be on par or better than, or possibly even, his father, though Naruto felt he still had a long ways to go before he compared himself to his old man. Naruto had also started learning the ins and outs of Jiraiya's spy network. A year ago, the blonde had been officially introduced as the second in command and the one to take over in case something happened to Jiraiya. After learning about the spy and information gathering business, the young Uzumaki Namikaze heir had set himself to building one of his own in secret. While it still was not as vast as his sensei's, the blonde had been able to get information faster than Jiraiya could with his network. This was due to the fact that Naruto had not used other people for his network but rather an extensive array of seals partially based off of the crystal spy orb that the Sandaime Hokage used to keep an eye on the village. The seal was called an information sealing array. What it did was pick up the vibrations and wavelengths that people spoke in. Those wavelengths and vibrations were sent through several seals that translated them into words. The words would travel through another set of seals and into one of several specially designed Kage Bushin's variants that Naruto had sealed into a containment seal. Every month several clones would disperse and send information to Naruto, who would have to take a day to sort through it all. This was easily Naruto's greatest and most extensive accomplishment with seals. Of course, like with all great ideas and abilities, this one had several drawbacks that made it problematic. The first was that when the clones dispelled themselves and sent information to Naruto, it would take a full day of meditation to sort through them. This required him to find a safe place to be as he sorted through the information. If he was in battle, it could easily leave him vulnerable to attack. The problem itself was mostly solved as Naruto had set up 2 safe houses where he could Hiraishin to should he require it. One was in Kiri and the other was in Kumo. His second problem was that eventually his seals would run out of clones to send him information. Each one had a total of 500, so it would be a while before it ran out, but it would eventually become a problem. The third problem was the information itself. When Naruto started putting the seal arrays around the cities he visited, he did not limit himself to one place per city. Naruto had placed several seals in each city. Places like bars, taverns, whorehouses, theaters. Naruto even had several in the council rooms and cage towers of both Kiri and Kumo. A lot of information came in from those places and most of it was useless to Naruto. This meant he had to separate the trash from any useful information he got. And while it was nice to hear how Mei, Yugito and Koyuki were doing, he could see them whenever he wanted, so it did not matter. No, Naruto was after specific information. Namely, he wanted to know everything he could about Akatsuki. Unfortunately, his network had drawn up mostly blanks. The only information that was available on the group was already known to him. They had started off as a mercenary unit, taking jobs for a small fee, and because they gained a reputation of never failing a mission, they began to get more and more jobs. After a while, they began to express an interest in Jinchuriki and Biju in general, though so far they seemed to have only gone after Naruto himself. Other than that, nothing had come up. The only thing he had been able to learn about the group was that there was not much to learn. Naruto only had one piece of information that he had decided to follow up, and it was more a matter of having a gap in his info rather than actual information itself. A megacure. The hidden village had been in a lockdown for several years now. No one really knew the true reason, but rumor had it that the village had been experiencing a civil war. Seeing as how he had no other leads to follow, Naruto had decided to go to a megacure, not bothering to tell even his sensei of his journey to the hidden village. When he got there, he had still not been able to find out much in the way of knowledge on Akatsuki themselves. He had been there for about 2 weeks, but all he had found out was info about the 2 figures that were said to rule the village. A man known as Pain, who was said to have killed Hanzo the Salamander in single combat, an incredible feat considering the man had been rumored to be even stronger than Hiraishin Sarutobi the professor in his prime. This Pain also seemed to have a deep grudge against Hanzo, having killed not only anyone associated with the man but his family as well. The other figure was known simply as the Angel of Aim. Apparently it was a woman who was seen as Pain's messenger to the people. He had not been able to find out much more other than that Pain was hailed as a god and had a powerful sensor jutsu where he infused his chakra into the rain. Naruto snapped out of his musings when he felt a presence just outside the cave. Trip a few sensor seals he had placed here before he went into aim. He created a quick cage bushin to clean up the mess he made while he went outside to investigate. Creeping outside the cave, Naruto looked around the forested area. Finding nothing, he frowned. He was just about to go back inside when instincts had him rolling to the left, just in time as several shuriken came and impaled the spot he had been previously standing. He took a moment to observe the spot where he was standing and saw that the shuriken were white. Is that paper? Naruto questioned before he dodged another set of shuriken. Naruto quickly created a cage bushin before replacing himself with it, and then hiding himself in the forest as he gained a quick breath and came up with a strategy. Creating several clones, Naruto had each of them put the invisibility jutsu over themselves and move out to find the person who had attacked him. Hiding as well, Naruto crouched down on a tree as he waited for the information to come to him. When it did, Naruto found himself getting the image of a woman with blue hair and an origami flower in it and an Akatsuki cloak. She matches the description of the so-called Angel of Aim, but there is also something familiar about her. Deciding not to waste another minute, Naruto shot towards where the woman was found. Shooting out of the trees, he headed straight for the blue-haired woman. Naruto reached into his pouch and pulled out several kunai. Throwing them, he raised an opened palm towards the sailing weapons. Futon. Repusho. Wind release. Wind gale palm. A gale of wind shot from Naruto's palm and increased the speed of the kunai. The woman with blue hair was not expecting the attack and therefore found herself unable to dodge them all and ended up getting a few small cuts. In retaliation, she made several paper shuriken out of her cloak, which seemed to be able to turn to paper at will. She launched them at Naruto, who made a slashing motion and sent a Kage no Yaiba, Windblade, towards them. The paper shuriken were shredded as the Kage no Yaiba continued on. The Angel of Aim created paper wings out of her cloak, which merged with her back and used them to soar into the air and evade Naruto's attack. With a great flap of her wings, several thousand paper senbon were shot towards Naruto in a literal hailstorm. Unsealing Susanna, Naruto began a deadly dance as he dodged and weaved between the senbon. Unleashing blasts of wind with his blade, hundreds of the chakra-coated paper senbon were either blown away or cut to ribbons. Naruto took a deep breath as the small cuts from the senbon he could not dodge healed. Looking up, he saw that the blue-haired woman was still in the air. Deciding to bring her down, Naruto launched several powerful blasts of lightning from his sword. As the woman began to focus on dodging, he created a cage bushin who disappeared in a burst of speed. Konan continued to dodge the blasts of lightning, and while she kept a calm outward appearance, she was mentally cursing. Whoever this cloaked figure was good. So far, none of her attacks had any real effect, and while she knew her power was not the strongest in Akatsuki, she was still around the middle ranking in terms of strength, and most people were unable to counter them so effectively. Usually they were too busy being surprised by the fact that paper could actually be used as a weapon to do anything. Deciding that she had too caught this shinobi by surprise, she began to disperse into paper. However, her concentration was broken when both of her wings were sliced to pieces. Turning around, she felt her eyes widen as she saw the blonde ninja that had been attacking her right behind her. She was not given the chance to do anything as the blonde sent a kick into her sternum. She soon fell through the tree branches, breaking a few on the way down, and it was only thanks her perfect chakra control that allowed her to form her wings to stop her descent while creating a small chakra shield to block out the wind resistance. Landing on the ground, she was soon forced to duck under a punch from her blonde attacker. She jumped back to gain some distance, but it was no use as the shinobi before her kept on the pressure. Realizing that she would need to fight back, Konan channeled chakra through her hands, turning them into paper blades and using her chakra to make them hard. She began to attack the blonde using swift strikes with the intent to kill, aiming for vital points like the trachea and lungs. Naruto soon found himself on the defensive as he was forced to dodge and weave through her paper blades. The woman had an excellent style that was able to fully utilize her agile body. Unsealing Susanna again, Naruto began to meet her strike for strike. Several tears appeared on their clothes as the two continued to battle, but neither was able to get a good hit on the other. Naruto, while physically far more powerful and faster than Konan, he was hard-matched to fight someone with two blades, having not done it before and was having a hard time keeping track of both blades. Ducking a horizontal slash, he was soon forced to dodge a thrust sent to impale his eye. Turning around in a 360 degrees counter-clockwise motion, Naruto blocked another strike from her left hand. He tilted his head back to dodge a slice meant to open his neck, then brought his sword up in front of him to block her other hand. Deciding he needed to be on the defensive if he was going to beat this woman, Naruto began channeling wind chakra through Susanna. Making a slashing motion with his blade, Naruto cut clean through the woman's paper blades. Said woman leapt back as Naruto's sword passed through where she had been previously. The woman was just about to charge in again when she felt a prick on the back of her neck, then everything went black. The Naruto in front of her dispelled in a puff of smoke as the real Naruto wrapped his arms around Conan's waist. Picking her up in a bridal carry, he made his way back to the cave. Conan groaned as she woke up and for a moment wondered where she was. Her eyes opened to try and discern her location, but all she could see at the moment were blurs. As she shook her head to clear her vision, she tried to remember what happened. Nagato. Pain, she reminded herself, had sent her on a mission to deal with someone who had managed to evade his censor jutsu until he was nearly out of the village. That was when she remembered she found him and they had fought. However, after that everything went blank and she couldn't remember anything else afterwards but assumed she had been defeated. Though that begged the question of why was she still alive. I'm glad to see you're finally awake. Her head snapped to the source of the voice and saw that it was that blonde shinobi sitting near a fire as he cooked some kind of stew over it. Her eyes widened and she tried to get up only to realize that she was tied and bound. She looked down at herself to see .8 grade ninja wire binding her arms and legs together. She immediately began to try and channel chakra to cut the ropes but soon found out that she could not even feel her chakra. That won't work, the blonde said from where he was, making it obvious he knew what she was trying to do. Conan snarled at the man as real emotion showed up on her face for the first time in years. What did you do to me? I sealed off your chakra, the blonde said with a shrug as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Conan's eyes widened. What? Would you stop shouting? Naruto said in an annoyed tone. Since you attacked me, I decided to seal off your chakra. He looked at Conan and she could almost see the smirk through the blonde's mask. If you're a good girl, I may give it back to you eventually. Conan glared at Naruto as she began to struggle even harder. Knowing it was futile, Naruto turned his attention back to his stew. Conan's struggle continued for half an hour before she realized that she would not be able to escape. Without her chakra, she was as helpless as a civilian and the wire was bound too tightly for her to wiggle free. With nothing left to do, Conan merely stared up at the ceiling of the cave. About an hour later, a delicious smell filled her nose. Turning her eyes, she saw her blonde captor kneeling down next to her with a bowl of stew. Are you hungry? He asked, and when he received no answer he sighed. You know, not answering me only hurts yourself. I'm not hungry, Conan finally said, only for her stomach to betray her a second later. Despite the situation, Conan blushed in embarrassment. Naruto chuckled. So, hungry? He asked again with amusement evident in his voice. Not like I can eat anyway, in case you haven't noticed, Conan said sarcastically as she wiggled her arms, which were currently tied to her body. That could be a problem, Naruto said, nodding in agreement and causing Conan to scowl at the amusement in his tone. And unfortunately I can't just untie you, as that would ruin the whole point of tying you up in the first place. Aside from the fact that I don't trust you not to kill me the first chance you get. Thankfully I have a way around that. Conan eyed him wearily for a moment as she tried to find out what he meant. When she did, sent him a glare that would have melted lesser men. I won't be fed, least of all by you. Her stomach gurgled again and Naruto shrugged. If your pride means more to you than living, then be my guest and starve to death. Conan bit her lip as she felt her stomach going off again while Naruto moved to get up. Wait, she said. Naruto paused as he turned around. Yes? Conan paused as she swallowed the bit of pride she had as a kunoichi. Slumping her shoulders, she spoke again. I would like that food, please. Naruto nodded as he went back to her. Kneeling down, he tenderly picked her up and set her so she was leaning against the wall. Going back, he grabbed the bowl of stew before sitting next to her. Scooping up a spoonful of the food, he lifted it to Conan's mouth. Conan opened her mouth without protest as Naruto brought the spoon inside her mouth before she closed it. The woman's eyes widened as the flavor of the food exploded on her tongue. While she did not want to admit it, the food was some of the best she had had in a long time. Strangely enough, she was reminded of Jiraiya and the times he would cook for her, Yahiko and Nagato, when the man had lived with them. As she ate the food, she could not help but spare several glances at her captor. She could not tell his age, but from the sound of the voice he was fairly young, at least in his mid to late teens, and yet the way he walked and the confidence he exuded was the exact same aura she saw in most veteran shinobi that Akatsuki had. "Would you like seconds?" her captor asked, and Konan found herself taken aback by the kindness and warmth in his voice. No thank you," she said, blinking as she wondered why she was being so polite to the person who had essentially taken her prisoner. She looked at him again as he went to clean out the bowl and sealed it and the food in a scroll. Finally she asked the question that had been burning in the back of her mind since she realized her situation. "Why did you spare me?" Naruto turned to look at her and tilted his head as he found himself slightly surprised by the question. Why did he spare her? She not only attacked him, but was also a part of Akatsuki, so by all rights he should just kill her and be done with it. And yet, shrugging, Naruto evaded the question. "I'm not sure, to be honest." He looked up at the ceiling before looking back at her. "Considering the group you're with, I probably should kill you." Konan instantly tensed, even though she knew if he wanted to kill her there was nothing she could do to stop him. Yet at the same time, something tells me not to. Walking up to her, he sat down and leaned against the wall. Konan watched the man as he closed his eyes. She was not sure what to make of that last comment. Most shinobi would have either killed her by now or at the very least raped her or something. Yet he had done none of this and even treated her well. Deciding to get more information until she could make her escape, she asked him more questions. "What do you plan to do with me?" Naruto sighed as he ran a hand through his hair. "You know, I haven't thought about it. Though I do know I'm not gonna let you go back to that crackpot you call a leader." Konan's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Don't you dare talk about Pain-sama like that." "Pain?" Naruto said as if testing it. "Is that what he calls himself these days?" Konan's eyes instantly widened, wondering what this man knew about pain. Naruto looked over at her. "I wonder, are you talking about Yahiko?" He watched as her expression fell and realized with small pang of guilt that her friend was dead. However, that also left only one other option about Pain's identity. "So, Nagato is Paine? How do you know these things?" Konan asked in a low and somewhat strained voice. She would not admit it, but being reminded of her dead friend hurt. "Only a few people ever knew who we were, so how do you know this?" Naruto hemmed a second before speaking. "I'm not sure I'd trust you enough to tell you. Maybe I will later though, if you earn my trust." Realizing she was not going to get anything out of the blonde, she stayed quiet. Eventually Konan began to feel tired and despite being in the presence of an enemy ended up falling asleep. Naruto looked over at Konan and gently lifted her up. Moving over to a sleeping bag, he unzipped it and tenderly set her in. Now that she was asleep, he took a small moment to study her. Konan had short light blue hair done up in a short shoulder-length cut with a small origami flower in it. Her face was perfectly heart-shaped and held a definitive feminine beauty that most women kunoichi or otherwise would be extremely hard-pressed to match. She also a labrae piercing under her bottom lip. Her skin was a milky white, and despite wearing the Akatsuki cloak, Naruto could easily see the feminine figure that rivaled Mei and Yugito's under it. He studied her face for a moment. Now that she was sleeping, her face looked innocent, peaceful and even slightly vulnerable, especially compared to the neutral or angry and annoyed looks she had given him when she had been awake. Resisting his natural urge to brush away a few strands of her hair, Naruto instead tucked her in and got out another sleeping bag from a scroll, laying in it where he went into a very light sleep. Konan woke up the next morning the same way she had last time. The only difference was the absolutely heavenly aroma that seemed to penetrate her nose. She moved around a bit and frowned when she realized she was much warmer than she had been last night. Lifting her head, she saw that she had been moved into a sleeping bag. "Good morning." Hearing the voice, Konan took her attention off of her situation. She turned to look at Naruto, who was currently over an open fire and had a pan in his hand. "Breakfast will be in just a minute." Konan blinked as she saw the blonde flip something into the air and catch it back in the pan. A little while later he came up to her and sat down a plate piled with what looked like bread of some kind. Naruto unzipped the sleeping bag before picking Konan up, much to her protest, and propping her up against the wall. "Do you want any butter on these?" Konan blinked again as she fought to maintain a neutral expression. "What are they?" Naruto tilted his head to the side in a quizzical fashion before shrugging and decided to explain. "It's called French toast. Apparently they're a foreign food of some kind, though I have no idea where they come from." "So butter?" he asked again. Konan merely shrugged, causing Naruto to sigh. I suppose we'll just try both ways then. Cutting piece of French toast off and sticking it with a fork. Naruto brought it to Conan's mouth. Said woman only hesitated for a second before taking it. Like last time, the food was easily the best she had ever tried, and did not hesitate the next time he brought the fork to her mouth. As Naruto continued feeding her, Conan tried to figure the blonde out. She had no clue why he was being so nice to her, even going so far as to give her food and placing her in a spare sleeping bag so she would not get cold during the night. Nor had he touched her inappropriately in any way. If he had, she would have noticed, since there were always ways to tell when someone had done something to her, such as her clothing being ruffled or even removed entirely. Unfortunately, she could not come up with any explanation that may shed some light the blonde man's strange behavior. It was most vexing to say the least. Aren't you going to eat? Conan asked after she finished swallowing a bite of food, since while she did not care about the man, she had yet to see him have any food, and she had to wonder if he had possibly poisoned the food, though she could not think of a reason why he would. Naruto let out a small chuckle. I already ate this morning before you woke up, but thank you for the concern. Conan let out a humph, but continued to eat. When she finished, Naruto went about cleaning the dishes and getting rid of any evidence of him being there. Looking back over at Conan, he sighed. Moving back to her, he sat down as Conan watched him. For a while neither spoke as the two tried to come up with an answer to their thoughts, though both were thinking completely different things. Why do you do it? Naruto finally asked, as he figured beating around the bush would not help anything, nor get him the answers he sought. Why do I do what? Conan replied as she answered his question with another question. Why do you follow Nagato? Naruto asked. I mean, I know he's your friend and all, but really the guy's obviously gone mad. Conan snarled as she tried to lunge at him, only to fall on her face. Don't you dare speak of him that way. You know nothing about him, or the pain he's been through. Someone like you could never understand. Someone like me, huh? Naruto asked with sarcasm. Well, that's good, because frankly I wouldn't want to understand some megalomaniac with the desire and ability to kill people without remorse, all for the sake of power. Conan began struggling more as this man insulted her one reason left for living. Shut up. You know nothing. He's doing this to create peace. Peace? Naruto questioned as his incredulous tone turned into anger as her comment got the better of him. How can trying to capture the Biju ever create peace? How could gaining that kind of power bring us peace? You think that by killing off the few people who truly understand what it means to suffer, that pain will bring peace? You are either a fool or very naive if you could even think holding such power would bring any kind of peace except the peace of the grave. You're wrong. Conan huffed as she stopped struggling, having exhausted herself. He is going to bring true peace. Oh? Naruto questioned, his tone changing from angry to curious. And what has your leader done to help bring about this peace? Naruto asked. For a moment Conan was stumped. What had Pain done to help bring peace? For a moment her mind shut down as she tried and failed to find something. However, she quickly shook it off as the blonde trying to get her to question her beliefs and faith in her friend. He defeated Hanzo and freed a Megacure, she stated with conviction. I see, Naruto said as he nodded his head. And what else has he done? Surely a man who would be so honorable as to free a village would have done something else. He looked over at Conan, who had gone silent. What has he done to help your people? Naruto asked. What about all the war orphans who became homeless due to your friend's rebellion? Did he try to help them? Or perhaps he helped to rebuild AIM and the homes that were destroyed? When Conan didn't answer, Naruto nodded. I'll tell you what he did. It was nothing. Your leader did nothing to help AIM's people. Instead, he spends his days trying to gain power. He tries to find ways to capture the Jinchuriki and kill them for his own misguided goals, while his own people suffer. You're wrong, Conan stated in a strained voice and shook her head as she refused to believe what Naruto was telling her. There was no way what he said was true. Pain was trying to bring peace to the world, right? Naruto, seeing the young woman in obvious denial, walked over to her and hauled her to her feet. Lifting her up, he carried her over his shoulder. What are you doing? Put me down now, Conan yelled as she was unable to do anything else. No can do, Naruto said as the woman started to struggle. He created a cage cushion that stuck a silencing seal over her mouth. There is something you need to see. Now then, please do me a favor and shut up. Naruto found himself walking through the streets of AIM far sooner than he had expected to again. He had his cloaking jutsu on as he carried the young woman through a mostly deserted street. Thankfully the rain jutsu was not on, or Naruto would have been forced to use more caution. It was a good thing Naruto had been able to find out that the jutsu had a weakness. The blonde had learned that Nagato could only keep the jutsu going for 12 hours before he had to stop for another 6. Naruto did not know why it was this way, but figured that the jutsu had some kind of cost chakra or otherwise that stopped pain from constantly using it. He looked over his shoulder at Konan to see her glaring at him, before shrugging said glare off. At least she was no longer trying to break out of his grip anymore. Finally finding where he was looking for, he set Konan down against a wall. Leaning down, he grabbed the seal and pulled it off her mouth. "You're lucky I can't do anything to you right now," Konan growled out as she glared at him with a look that Naruto was sure could have killed other men. Hell, I'm sure Jiraiya would have died under such a glare, he thought with some amusement. Naruto gave her an uncaring shrug as he stood up and pointed just a little ways away. "Tell me what you see." Konan frowned as she looked towards where he was pointing. It was a city block of a megacure that she did not recognize, or at least it had been. The entire area was completely destroyed, with a large crater in the middle that held the metal buildings of AIM in them, sticking out, making it look like a graveyard city. However, she could not be 100% sure in her guess. The only reason she was even able to tell it was a part of AIM was because of the fact that she knew they were still in the village and the few pieces of debris and buildings sticking out of the ground in the area were AIM-style buildings. "I don't know, what am I looking at?" she finally asked as she decided to humor him. "This place used to be a living district," Naruto said, "along with 13 other sectors. Nearly 75% of a megacure used to live there. This place along with 7 others are nothing more than ruins now." Konan's eyes widened as she looked out over the devastation. When had this happened? She looked out at the destruction as she tried to remember what had happened to cause such devastation. Her mind, however, drew blanks as she could not for the life of her remember what happened. "Do you know how this place was destroyed?" Naruto asked as he looked at Konan with his piercing blue eyes. Konan shook her head and Naruto decided to tell her, "This was where your friend Nagato took out his revenge on Hanzo the salamander after he killed him." He looked over at Konan to see her gaining a confused look. "This residence was where Hasno's family lived. Do you know what happened to them?" The question was rhetorical. He knew Konan knew what had happened to the man's family. "They were killed, and Pain decided to leave this place as a testament to those that would oppose him," Naruto said. "I hear that Hanzo had a wife and a 4-year-old granddaughter. Nagato killed them without remorse and without regret, but you already knew that, didn't you?" Konan grit her teeth as she tried to justify Nagato's actions. She went through several counter-arguments in her mind to help her deny what the blonde-haired man was saying. Yet everything she tried to think of, everything she wanted to say sounded hollow to her ears as she looked at the devastation. "Did you know that this was not the only place where your friend exacted his revenge?" Naruto asked in a quiet voice. "Of the 13 other living sectors, 6 of them were destroyed the same as this one. Anybody who Nagato even suspected of being even remotely loyal to Hanzo was killed along with their families. He didn't care whether they were truly loyal, just afraid to stand up to Hanzo, or even were unfortunate enough to be caught in the crossfire. All of them were killed in Pain's quest for revenge." Naruto looked over at Konan when he heard a small sob. He turned to see the beautiful blue-haired woman choking back tears as she tried to struggle against the idea that her friend could do such a thing. Naruto held in a wince. He never liked to hurt a woman, be it physically or mentally. The blonde shinobi was not sure if it was some kind of chivalrous nature or just that he could never stand to see others hurting, but it was always hurt to see a woman cry. He walked up to her and kneeled in front of her. Konan slowly reeled in her tears as she looked at him. "I have one more place I want to show you," Naruto said, and Konan was once again taken aback by the compassionate nature of his voice. "If I release your bindings, will you promise to do as I say?" he asked as he looked at her with those eyes that seemed to look straight through her and into her very soul. Konan was truly compelled to say no, not just because he was supposed to be her enemy but also because she was afraid. Her faith in Nagato had taken a large hit today, and Konan was afraid that what this man had to show her would irrevocably shatter any confidence she had in the man she considered family. Yet for some reason she felt compelled to place her trust in this boy. No man, she corrected herself. She felt a desire to place her faith in this man who, even though she had only known him for a little while, was starting to remind her so much of her departed friend Yahiko. "I promise," she said at last as she decided to place her trust in the person who had captured her yesterday. Naruto nodded as he undid her bindings and made her put her Akatsuki cloak in a seal. leaving Konan in a set of clothes that did nothing to hide her amazing figure. She was wearing a pair of black skin-tight leather pants that showed off curvaceous and amazingly toned and beautiful legs, as well as a sleeveless skin-tight shirt that covered just her neck and a little under 2/3 of her C-borderline D-cup chest, leaving the outer edge of her chest, torso and shoulders bare. The shirt also had a diamond cut in the center just below her collarbone and a V-cut on the bottom where the shirt split down the center and moved off to fall down to the sides, allowing Naruto a glimpse of her toned stomach, which had 4 piercings around her belly button. Naruto mentally swore as he looked away with a blush and tried to get the image out of his head. Placing the invisibility jutsu over himself, Naruto grabbed Konan's hand to activate the invisibility jutsu over her too. Konan was startled as she felt Naruto's hand grabbed hers, not just at the contact but also at the odd feeling of familiarity it gave, or was it comfort she felt? As she walked with the blonde shinobi, Konan noticed that he was leading her farther and farther away from the center of town. Looking over, she saw that he was heading towards the outskirts of the area that Nagato had attacked when he gained entrance into AIM to fight Hanzo. When they got there, she noticed with some surprise that there was a cottage at their destination. It was made out of steel and looked fairly new, mainly from the fact that it was not only different from any of the buildings found in AIM but also because this area had been nearly destroyed by Nagato's assault and none of the buildings aside from that small cottage stood. However, what really surprised her were the small group of kids who were currently playing with a ball. There were 3 of them, 2 boys and 1 girl. The 3 stopped playing as they looked over at Naruto as he dropped the invisibility jutsu. If Konan had been surprised before, she became absolutely shocked when the 3 gave a shout of "Oni-chan" and rushed over to Naruto. The 3 soon surrounded the 2 of them and began firing off questions at Naruto. Said blonde just laughed as he lifted the 3 of them up, placing the girl on his shoulders while the 2 boys were in each of his arms. Now that she got a closer look, Konan noticed that they could not be much older than 7 or 8 years old. "I thought you were leaving, Oni-chan," said the boy on the left, a kid with messy black hair and green eyes. "Hey Oni-chan, who's the pretty Oni-chan you brought with you?" asked the boy on Naruto's right arm. He had dark blue hair and brown eyes. "Is she your girlfriend?" the girl with dark green hair and blue eyes as she leaned on his head asked with a giggle as she held up her pinky. Konan was hit with a wave of nostalgia as she watched the blonde interacting with the young kids, though she blushed at the compliment and question that were thrown at Naruto concerning her. It was in a way so much like how she, Nagato and Yahiko had been found by Jiraiya sensei all those years ago. For a few minutes she zoned out before being brought back when she heard a squeal of delight. Looking towards the source, it was to see all of the kids on a clone of Naruto as they headed into the house. "I found those 3 kids scrounging around a garbage can when I was trying to find information on Akatsuki here," Naruto said as he saw Konan look over towards him with a questioning gaze. "Do you know what they told me their dream is?" he asked Konan as he looked towards the cottage. Konan shook her head. "No. They said they wanted to lead a rebellion to free AIM," Naruto said as Konan gasped in shock. Those 3 kids were the only ones to escape from Nagato's revenge. Apparently their parents had them hide in a secret cellar before they were killed. "Is this familiar to you?" "It's almost just like Nagato, Yahiko and I when we were younger," Konan said as she saw the similarities between her old group and the 3 she had just met. They even had plans to free AIM like Yahiko had come up with after Jiraiya sensei had left, only this time it was against pain rather than when she and her friends had been facing Hanzo. These kids were living like they had, and she knew that it was because of her and pain that they were. She felt tears begin to fall down her eyes as she realized she was no longer able to hide the truth she had denied to herself, with the startling knowledge that Nagato had lost his way when he took up the name Pain and became blind by a lust for power and the belief that he was God. Her faith in him shattered. Falling to her knees, Konan began to cry in earnest. Without her faith in Pain, who had become her reason to live, she felt even more empty than after Yahiko had died. Naruto watched as the woman wept and could not help the feeling of regret that encompassed him. Despite knowing that she had to cast off the illusions she put up for herself, Naruto still found it hurt him to see a woman cry. "Curse my conscience," Naruto said to himself as he closed the distance between them and knelt down. Konan was startled when she felt a pair of arms engulf her torso. Feeling herself being pulled into an embrace as a warm feeling encompassed her, she instantly moved towards the small source of comfort she found. Pressing her head into a shirt, she let out all of the pain and loneliness she had been feeling since Yahiko's death. After the death of cheerful boy who tried to act tough and be their leader had died, Nagato had never been the same. He had started to become colder and colder with each passing day, so much so that Conan had to put up a wall around her emotions. A wall that had just broke. Conan gripped the cloth of the shirt she had buried her head into as she continued to let her tears fall unabashed down her face. She felt a hand start to make soothing motions as it rubbed her back and a voice whispered in her ear. "It's all right." Looking up, she saw none other than the blonde who had captured her and destroyed her faith in the one person she had left in the world. The same blonde who had also in the short time she had known him reminded her of Yahiko and shown her a compassion she would have never expected from someone who was supposed to be an enemy. She looked into his eyes, trying to understand why he was doing these things. Why he would strip away her beliefs, yet at the same time why he was so nice to her despite them being enemies. It took a while. Eventually she saw something she had not expected to see. Pain. The young man's eyes were pools of pain and loneliness that she had not even seen in Nagato's or her own eyes. This boy, she realized, understood pain even better than she did, yet even then Conan could see that he still held onto his compassionate and caring nature. "Who are you?" she asked even as tears continued to fall down her face. Naruto brought a hand to Conan's face and gently brushed away a few tears. "I'm someone who understands pain." Bringing his face up to his mask, he slowly pulled it down, revealing 6 whisker marks on his face. Conan's eyes widened in recognition. While she had never met the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, she had been given a general description. To think that this entire time she was with one of the people they had been trying to kill. "I am also a student of Jiraiya's, like you." "That was how you knew who I was." Conan breathed as she finally figured out how he knew of her and Nagato. Naruto nodded. "Jiraiya-sensei told me the story of how he met you three," Naruto said, figuring it would be best to use his sensei's real name instead of his nickname for the man. "He had told me that he was going to get you three after the war and take you to Konoha with him, but received information you had been killed." Naruto shrugged. "To be honest, I wasn't even sure it was you until I mentioned Nagato and Yahiko. All I had was your general description that gave me a hunch." Conan felt light-headed as she tried to wrap her mind around all the startling revelations today. It was all too much to handle in too short a time. It almost seemed like some kind of divine intervention from a real god. To think that the man before her was not only the Kyuubi Jinchuriki but also that he was a student of Jiraiya's as well. Then he comes here and meets her, showing her that pain was not what she had thought he was. It was almost enough to make one believe in fate. She was brought back to the real world when she felt a hand cup her cheek. Looking up, she followed the arm to see Naruto with a concerned expression on his face. "Are you all right?" he asked. Conan paused as she realized she was not all right. "Not really, this is all too much to take in." Naruto nodded in understanding. "Well then, how about you don't think about it for now?" Naruto stood up, lifting Conan, who was still in his arms, into a bridal carry. "How about we go inside and you can help me entertain the kids while I make some food?" Naruto suggested with a smile. Conan, while surprised, did not decline the idea as Naruto set her down and followed the blonde shinobi inside. The two of them spent the rest of the day with the kids. As a clone of Naruto made food, Conan and the real Naruto would spend their time entertaining the children. Naruto by telling them grand stories of all the places he had been to, and Conan by teaching the little girl origami. Naruto had also tried his hand at the art, but after several dozen paper cuts had given up, much to Conan's secret amusement. As the day wore on, Conan was once again struck by the similarities of her own life, but this time they did not seem to hurt as much, and Naruto had even gotten the woman to smile with a terrible joke he told. Eventually the three children passed out and Naruto and Conan put them to bed before the two found themselves sitting on a couch and looking outside at the rain, which had started up again. "I guess I'm going to be here for 12 hours again," Naruto said to himself. Well, he could just flash away, but he would want to say goodbye to the kids. He looked over at his. What was she now? He wondered, since she was not really his prisoner anymore. Acquaintance? Companion? Friend? He was unsure, but supposed it didn't really matter anymore. "What will you do now, Conan?" asked Naruto. Conan looked at him and sighed as she closed her eyes. "I don't know anymore," she said in a soft voice. "Nagato had been everything to me, and now that I don't feel I can follow him. You could come with me if you want." She looked up at Naruto in shock as he continued to speak. "I'll take you to Konoha and you can stay with me." I'll do what I can to give you a happy life, if you want one with me that is, he finished with a sheepish expression. Konan actually smiled at the look she had often seen on Yahiko's face. Thank you, but I don't think that's a good idea, at least not right now. If I went with you, Pain would get suspicious, and if he found out I have left Akatsuki, I have no doubt he would try to kill me. Well yeah, but he would have to get past me, Naruto said as he puffed out his chest confidently. You would protect me? Konan asked, somewhat amused and somewhat shocked. Of course I would, Naruto said. If you came with me, that would make you one of my precious people, and I always protect my precious people. Konan smiled as she wiped an errant tear from her eye, thinking for a moment. She looked back at Naruto. I still think it's too dangerous. Right now, even as strong as you are, it will not be enough to defeat Pain. Naruto winced, knowing that at the moment it was probably true, but if you wanted me to, I could spy on Akatsuki for you. That got Naruto's attention. Having a spy within Akatsuki would be the biggest boon ever, but that's pretty dangerous, Konan-chan, Naruto said, not even realizing the affectionate suffix he added, though Konan did as she gave a small blush. Not only is it dangerous, but you would have to hide your intentions from someone you admitted to me meant the world to you. I myself would not want to do that, and I certainly wouldn't wish it on you. Thank you for your concern, she said as she unknowingly used the same words he had said to her this morning. But I want to do this. You were right about him. Nagato has been dead for a long time. He is now Pain, and I don't think he can be saved. Naruto leaned over and wiped an errant tear that threatened to fall from Konan's eye. If this is what you want, I won't stop you. Just promise me you will be careful. I will, Konan promised, a little surprised at the concern in his voice. Also, do you think you could occasionally visit these kids? They don't have anyone else, and while I'll try to visit as much as I can. Don't worry, Konan interrupted with a smile. I'll look after them for you. Thank you, Naruto said. For the rest of the night the two sat on the couch. Eventually they both fell asleep with Konan using Naruto's chest as a pillow. The next morning the two woke up to find themselves in a very compromising position. Konan was situated between Naruto's legs with her head on his chest, while one hand had somehow managed to slip under his shirt and was resting on his muscular pectorals. Meanwhile, Naruto had one hand wrapped around her waist, which wasn't bad. However, his other hand was currently inside Konan's pants and was resting on what Naruto recognized as a very fine ass. To make matters worse for both of them, Naruto currently had a morning stiffy. As the two sported similar blushes on their face, Konan shifted a bit, causing her to rub against Naruto's increasingly enlarged member. The blue-haired woman became positively mortified when she felt a low moan escape her throat as his length rubbed against her inner thigh. With a speed that would have made the former Senku proud and definitely impressed the current one, Konan shot off of him and sat at the edge of the couch. For a long while neither of the two said anything, nor could they even look at each other. Eventually Naruto coughed. Listen, I'm gonna go take a shower, *a very cold shower. Do you think you could start breakfast for the kids? Konan looked at him for a second before blushing and averting her eyes. Unable to actually speak, the blue-haired woman merely settled for nodding. Naruto got up and went to the small bathroom in the cottage. Meanwhile, Konan went to the kitchen and began to prepare breakfast. After a cold shower to get himself under control, Naruto came into the kitchen and helped prepare breakfast. Thankfully, most of the lingering embarrassment that hung in the air was for the most part gone as the two worked in silence. A little while later the three kids woke up and stormed into the kitchen, chattering to Naruto and Konan in an excited fashion. It took a while, but they were eventually able to get the kids to settle down enough to eat their food. After that they spent their time telling the kids stories. Several hours later the rain eventually cleared, making it safe for Naruto to leave, much to the children's disappointment. Do you have to go? The three kids asked at the same time. Naruto smiled as he kneeled down so he was eye level with them. Yes, unfortunately, there are a lot of things I need to do and I can't do them here. He looked at each of them and noticed that the girl looked like she was about to cry. He moved his hand up and gently brushed away the small moisture in her eyes. Hey, now there's no need for tears, Naruto said with a smile. This won't be the last time you see me. Remember, with that seal in your house I can come and visit you guys anytime, so no crying, okay? The little girl gave a small nod before throwing herself at Naruto. Said Blonde wrapped the girl up in a hug as he rubbed her hair and whispered soothing words to the little girl. They broke away a little later and Naruto stood up and looked at the three of them. Now do you three remember what I told you? True strength only comes from protecting someone precious to you. the three said in unison, causing Naruto to smile. Good, Naruto said. I want you to remember that and make sure to protect and look after each other. Can you do that? He received 3 nods and smiled. Alright, then we'll see you later. He and Conan made their way outside and left the small cottage. You're later than I expected you to be, Pain said as Conan walked onto the ledge, not even bothering to turn and face her. He was a stronger opponent than I expected, Conan stated in her emotionless voice. Pain turned around to look at her and saw that she did indeed look a little roughed up. Her Akatsuki cloak was ripped in several places and he could see a few scars here and there denoting to where she had been cut. Turning around, he put it out of his mind, so long as whoever had come into aim was dead it did not matter. Very well, Pain said, giving Conan a clear dismissal. Bowing slightly, Conan left, walking through the office and into the hall. Eventually she reached a door and went inside. Looking around at her sparsely furnished room, she sighed and walked into her bedroom. Throwing her cloak on the floor, she fell onto her bed as she decided to get some sleep. As she closed her eyes, her hand went up to clutch a necklace. More specifically, the tri-pronged kunai attached to it as she closed her eyes and went to sleep. Naruto sighed in relief as he flopped onto the bed in his hotel. It had been about 2 weeks since he had gotten out of aim, and this was the first time he had been able to rest in a bed since then. Opening his eyes, Naruto stared at the ceiling and thought. He was going to meet up with Jiraiya again next month, having received a message that they were going to go on a mission together. What it was he didn't know, but was looking forward to doing an actual mission with his sensei. Even though he had trained with the man for nearly 3 years now, they had never done a mission together. He absently wondered if he should tell his sensei about what he had found. Shaking his head, Naruto decided against it for now. If Jiraiya knew that his 2 students were alive, he would not doubt go to aim and Nagato would kill him. For now he would keep this a secret between him and Conan. Naruto was knocked from his thoughts when he felt the new chakra recognition seal he had added to the Hiraishin kunai pulse. Sitting up, Naruto began to concentrate as he felt out the sister seal to the one on his kunai. The seal was an alert for him to use the Hiraishin's ability to teleport other objects and people through the use of his chakra. His father Minato had also had the ability to teleport and warp other people and objects. To use this ability, one had to have 2 kunai that would connect through the use of a specific set of hand seals, and depending on the size and distance determined how much chakra one had to use to warp the person or thing that was touching the other kunai. Taking his tri-pronged kunai in between his fingers, Naruto went through a series of hand seals and began to pull on the kunai whose pulse he felt. Suddenly Conan appeared right in front of him, looking confused and slightly disoriented as she held the kunai loosely in her hands. Her eyes then focused on Naruto and a small, almost imperceptible smile came to her face. If someone had told her that she would miss a man she had met only 2 weeks ago and originally been her enemy, she would have told them they were mad before slicing their throat with her paper blades. But she could not deny that she had missed the blonde ninja. She found it odd that she could miss someone after only knowing them for a short time. But after he had broken through her emotional barrier, she had felt lighter, as if a burden had been lifted from her shoulders, and the time she had spent with him and the kids had been some of the best she had in years, reminding her of the times Jiraiya had lived with her, Nagato and Yahiko. Naruto? Conan said in her soft and feminine voice as she gave him a small nod. Naruto grinned at the woman. Conan-chan, was there something you needed, or did you need to tell me something? I felt that it would be prudent to inform you of Pain's abilities, Conan said. We did not get the chance to do that when I met you, and it would be a good idea if you knew what you were up against. Naruto nodded and patted the spot next to him. Nodding, Conan moved over to him and sat down on the bed as she began to explain Pain's power. The more Conan spoke of Pain, the more Naruto felt that he was being drawn into the realm of myth. He had of course knew that the man possessed the Rinnegan, which was the first and most powerful of the 3 great dujutsus and the only transcended bloodline in known existence. But he had not known what all of that entailed exactly. Apparently someone with the Rinnegan had the ability to use all 5 of the main elements and the 6th element of gravity. But what was truly astounding was how Pain was able to manipulate dead bodies that he possessed through the use of chakra transmitters. Pain had 6 bodies under his control. The God Realm, which Conan told Naruto was originally her friend Yahiko's body, which had the ability to use the Rinnegan's gravity techniques. With it he could push and pull objects away from him. He was also the one who could use ninjutsu. The human realm was able to pull a person's soul from his or her body and read minds. This one was also fast and primarily used taijutsu. His Ghost Realm path had the ability to absorb any type of ninjutsu attack. The Demon Realm was able to use a tail and held a number of powerful explosives and missiles it could launch. Animal Realm path could summon large creatures to fight for him, as well as the other paths through the use of a spacetime ninjutsu. The Hell Realm path had the ability to summon a demon to do his bidding. This one also had the ability to bring the other paths back to life. Naruto sighed as he leaned back on his hands and tried to wrap his mind around the powers that Pain possessed. The blonde could now see why the man called himself a god. With powers like his, it was easy to see that the man could very well be one. Fighting him would be extremely hard, and Naruto knew he might not be able to defeat the man as he was now. That's a lot to take in, Naruto said slowly. Konan actually felt a smirk come to her face. Now you know I felt 2 weeks ago. Naruto laughed. I suppose I do, though mine is more of a feeling of being overwhelmed. They quieted down for a moment and sat together in comfortable silence. Hey Konan-chan, Naruto said as he looked at her. Would you like to go get lunch with me? Konan blinked. Lunch? Konan finished ordering her food at the small restaurant they had entered. She had never been to a restaurant before. When she had been an orphan, she had not even lived in a city, so she never got the chance to eat out. And after the war she had not had the time as she ran around doing Nagato's bidding. The restaurant was pretty nice by her standards. The building had several booths and tables situated inside. The booths had soft red cushions on them and the tables had a small candle on it. There was soft music floating through the air, coming from a person who was sitting in a corner of the restaurant playing with a junonijin, a 17-string instrument called a zither. Konan looked over at Naruto to see him with his eyes closed humming a small tune in time with the music. Naruto? She spoke up, getting his attention. Why did you take me here? She asked in an unsure tone. It had been on her mind since he had asked her to have lunch with him. She had never had someone take her anywhere even remotely nice and was not sure why he was doing this for her. Do I need a reason to want to take you somewhere nice? Naruto asked as he tilted his head to the side, opened his eyes to look at her with an expression of slight confusion adorning his face. Well, I guess not. Konan looked down at the table. I was just curious. You've never done anything like this, huh? Naruto asked in a quiet tone, getting a nod to his question. Then that gives me all the more reason to do this for you. Konan snapped her head towards the blonde shinobi as he grinned. Since you have not been able to enjoy the pleasures life has to offer, it gives me all the more reason to make sure that you learn to have fun. Fun, Konan stated in a soft tone. She had not been able to have fun for a long time. Spending time with Naruto and the orphans in AIM had been the most fun she had had for a while, the most fun in quite a few years in fact. Between the trying to survive as an orphan, fighting in a war and running around doing Pain's bidding, she had not been able to have fun of any kind for nearly a dozen years. She looked around at the nice restaurant again before shifting her gaze over to Naruto. As she looked at the blonde, she felt a small amount of heat rise to her cheeks. I wonder if this is a date? Konan asked herself as she looked around at the other tables. She had never been on a date before. Though she had read a little about them in the few romance novels she kept, this certainly felt like a date with the casual yet somewhat romantic atmosphere. Does that mean he likes me? Or maybe he just finds me physically attractive? While Konan was not vain, she knew she considered beautiful by most standards. Some of the missions she had done both during the war and for Pain afterwards had her using seduction techniques to assassinate her enemies. The food soon arrived and she tried not to think about the questions she felt as she began to eat. The meal itself was a quiet affair. Konan would occasionally throw glances at Naruto, who was eating peacefully and seemingly unaware of her looks. In truth, he knew Konan as throwing him unsure glances, but did not feel that teasing her like he would normally do was a good idea right now. After dinner, Naruto took Konan out to walk around the town, hoping to get her to experience a life without fighting for a little while. Konan looked around at all the people walking and talking in surprise. The place was so peaceful compared to what she knew. She looked as couples walked hand in hand as they looked in the windows of various shops. Parents were walking with their children and occasionally buying them treats. She felt a small pang of sadness at having never had the chance to experience any of these things after her parents died when she was young. The part of her that had started to come out since meeting Naruto would have jumped at the chance to experience a normal life. She was shaking out of her thoughts when she felt an arm wrap around her shoulder. Stopping, she turned her head. She saw Naruto looking at her with a concerned expression. Hey, are you alright? Naruto asked with a little concern in his voice. Conan nodded. Yes, I'm just not used to this. She gestured towards all the people around her. Naruto smiled. We'll just have to make sure you become acclimated to it. Naruto said as he grabbed her hand and began to pull her around the village. Naruto took her to all of the different kinds of shops, places such as sweet shops, souvenir stores and clothing stores. Conan found that she was actually enjoying herself as they went around to all the different places Naruto took her to. By the end of the day, Conan had a genuine smile on her face as they went back to Naruto's room. Thank you for taking me out to dinner, Conan said with a small bow as she tried to hide the pink on her cheeks. Naruto gave a sheepish grin as he rubbed the back of his head. You don't have to thank me, you know. I wanted to take you out. In fact, I was wondering if you would like to do it again the next time we meet. Conan looked up at Naruto to see he had a light blush on his face as he averted his eyes. I would like that, she said with a soft smile. Naruto gave her his foxy grin. Then it's a date. Before Conan could reply, Naruto focused his chakra into her kunai. In less than a second, the young woman found herself in her room right next to the paper seal Naruto had told her to put in her room. A date? Conan felt her cheeks heat up at the thought of going on a date with the young man. She found herself looking forward to meeting Naruto again and going on that date with him. 3 months later. For the next 3 months, Naruto would use the Hiraishin to summon Conan when he was not with Jiraiya. She would give a report on what was going on with Akatsuki, and then Naruto would take her out to do something fun. Letting Conan try out all of the activities and other such things she had missed in her life, whether it was going to a movie, having a picnic or taking her shopping for clothes. Not that he didn't love the skin-tight bodysuit she always had on, but he would always end up needing a cold shower after she left when she wore that. The fact that she continued to wear it even after they bought her clothes made him think she knew what it was doing to him and wanted to tease him, though it was hard to tell since she for the most part still kept a neutral expression except for the few occasions he caught her smiling. After the first 3 weeks, Conan and Naruto began to see each other more frequently, having started to grow closer together. Whenever Naruto was with Jiraiya, he would often ditch the white-haired senin at some pub or whorehouse and summon the blue-haired woman. The two would usually go out to dinner or take long walks around or outside of whatever town Naruto was staying in. As she continued to get to know him, Conan began to open up to the blonde a bit more. She began to tell him stories of when she was a little girl. Most of her stories involved Yahiko and the things he had done for her. She told the blonde of how they had met and later found Nagato and had him join their group. She spoke of how Yahiko had declared that he would become a god and end the fighting in Megacure, as well as stop the rain which Yahiko had likened to the people's tears. She talked about how they had met Jiraiya and he later taught them how to be ninja, staying with them for several months. After Jiraiya left them, the 3 AIM orphans had began to gain a reputation and other comrades who held the same belief as them. Using their growing power, they had spread their beliefs that war should be stopped without violence. However, that was when they had become a threat to Hanzo, the leader of a Megacure, who much to Naruto's extreme displeasure had struck a deal with Danzo Shimura to help deal with the 3. Conan had confided to Naruto about how she had been captured and Nagato was forced to choose between having Hanzo kill Conan, or killing Yahiko himself. The blue-haired woman told Naruto how Yahiko had thrown himself on Nagato's kunai and told Nagato to continue their mission to find peace. When Naruto had asked her why she trusted to tell him this, her actions and answer afterwards had shocked him. Conan had quite literally thrown herself on top of him and began to cry. The beautiful blue-haired woman told the blonde how he reminded her so much of Yahiko, both in personality and personal philosophy. Yahiko, like Naruto, had desired to become the leader of his village. He had that never-give-up attitude that Naruto, despite maturing greatly, had never lost. Also, like Naruto, Yahiko had the desire to become strong enough to protect Conan and Nagato, much like how the blonde shinobi was with his own friends. Naruto realized that he reminded her so much of her old friend that it was almost like she was with Yahiko whenever she spent time with him. When Naruto commented on this, Conan said that she felt as if Naruto was carrying on the dreams of Yahiko instead of pain. She had also confessed that when they were younger, Conan had something of a crush on Yahiko, who had become their leader when they were orphans and even afterwards when they began their journey to bring peace to AIM. Deciding that because Conan had trusted him with what he knew was her most painful memory, he should trust her as well, Naruto began to tell her about his pain. How he had been hated for his whole life because his own father sealed the Kyuubi inside of him, the abuse and malnourishment he had suffered in the orphanage. Being kicked out of said orphanage at the age of 4, where he was forced to live on the street for a year before the Hokage had found him and given him an apartment. He told her how the people of his village always looked at him with hate-filled eyes, telling their kids to stay away from him because he was a monster, and how the parents' hate was eventually passed on to their children. Conan was horrified to know just how painful his life was. Sure, she had been an orphan, but she always had Yahiko or Nagato when she was growing up, and she had never been hated. Naruto had no one. Even worse was that while it only happened a few times, Naruto would occasionally get severe beatings by several mobs on his birthday, which was the same day the Kyuubi had attacked Konoha and been sealed into Naruto. The blonde's only saving grace in the whole village had been the Sandaime Hokage, a few of his Anbu, and a small ramen stand who did not hold any prejudice against Naruto and treated him like a human being. It was then that Conan felt her respect and feelings for Naruto grow even stronger. The two were currently sitting under a tree near a small beautiful lake with crystal clear water. As she watched the waves roll up and caress the shore, Conan gave a smile as she thought about how her life had become a lot less bleak. She looked over at Naruto, who was leaning his back against the tree with his hands behind his head. His eyes were closed and he had a small smile on his face. The peaceful look and feeling he gave off caused her smile to widen. She had spent quite a bit of time with Naruto in the last 3 months. Conan had thought about the blonde often nowadays. Even when he was not with her, Naruto would often worm his way into her thoughts. Whenever her thoughts wandered over to the blonde, it made her think of the feelings she had for Yahiko. The desire she had to be with Yahiko had slowly been transferring over to Naruto. Conan didn't even bother to think about how or when this had started happening, and instead decided to just accept it. If there was one thing in her life she had learned when living as an orphan, it was not to look a gift horse in the mouth. Being a bit bolder than usual, Conan scooted herself closer to the young blonde and, closing her eyes, leaned against him whilst laying her head on his shoulder. Naruto opened his eyes and looked down at her in surprise. Kona-chan, what are you doing?" he asked in a confused voice. "I want to be near you." Conan opened her eyes to look at him. "Do you not like me being this close to you?" Naruto relaxed as he wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her closer. "Not at all. I was just startled." "But are you sure you're okay with this? Yes, I mean, you do know that I will have to rebuild my clan?" Naruto had told Conan about this little bit of information a while ago, along with the fact that he had 3 women he was currently secretly engaged to, since he did not want anyone coming after them until he felt he was strong enough to protect them. "I know," Conan said in a voice that was just above a whisper. "I don't care about that so long as I can be with you." Naruto looked startled as Conan lifted her head off his shoulders and looked at him. "There was only one person I ever thought I would love. After Yahiko died, I didn't think I would ever get to find someone like that again." She gave him a large smile. "But you showed me something when I had nothing but the desire to follow the dreams of a man who lost sight of his goals and became corrupted by power and a madman." Naruto knew who she was talking about. Aside from telling him about Pain and the others, she also told Naruto about the true leader of Akatsuki, Madara Uchiha. Apparently the old Uchiha leader was not as dead as everyone had been led to believe. The man had not only survived his fight with Hashirama Senju but also had found immortality. Madara had been living all these years, and when he saw the chance created Akatsuki, he used Nagato's desire for peace, warping and twisting it until there was nothing left but a man with delusions of grandeur. And even though Kyuubi refused to talk to him about it, Naruto was positive that Madara was the one responsible for its attack on Konoha at the day of his birth. "After I met you, I found something I had lost," Conan continued in her soft voice, "something I had not felt since Yahiko. The desire to be with someone and feel loved, and hope that maybe you can find a way to do what others couldn't." Naruto frowned. "Are you replacing me with Yahiko?" "No, of course not," Conan said in a shocked voice as her eyes widened. "While I admit the similarities between you two are close enough that you could almost be his brother, I know you are your own person. But you bring out the sides of me that only Yahiko could. That's why I want to be with you." Naruto stared at the woman who basically just confessed her love for him. Conan may not have said it, but Naruto had figured out woman enough to read between the lines of what they were saying to know what they meant. Nor had he detected a lie from her, so he knew everything she said was in fact true. Smiling, Naruto gently cupped her cheek with one of his hands, caressing it in a tender fashion. Konan closed her eyes as she leaned into his touch, and Naruto imagined that she would start purring any second now. "Thank you for being honest with me," Naruto said, and gave the woman a smile as she opened her beautiful amber-colored eyes to look at him. "I won't deny that after our first encounter I began to gain feelings for you too," Naruto said as Konan giggled, remembering their disastrous first encounter. "So if you're okay with knowing I will have to marry multiple women, I would like to give us a chance." Konan's breath hitched as Naruto began to lean down, his hand going from her cheek to below her chin as he gently lifted her head to meet his. She slowly closed her eyes as Naruto's face came closer, so she didn't see when their lips met, but she did feel it, and when it happened, Konan felt a small jolt run through her body. Konan wrapped her arms around Naruto as she leaned into the kiss. Naruto did likewise as he wrapped his arms around her waist, shifting Konan's position so she was on lap. At the first, the kiss was chaste and light, merely applying a bit of pressure against each other before Naruto gently took her bottom lip and suckled on it. Konan let out a soft moan as the pressure from Naruto's lips increased. When it did, she was surprised as Naruto slipped his tongue through the opening she gave him and began to explore. She was unsure what to do at first, but within a few moments and with some prodding from Naruto gained confidence and began to duel with Naruto's tongue, moaning out as she felt Naruto's appendage caress and entwine with her own. After a moment, it was clear she had lost and let Naruto explore the inside of her mouth. When Naruto's tongue left her, she pushed her own into his mouth and began to explore. A smile came to her lips as they kissed. Naruto tasted just like ramen. Not surprising, since despite not eating anywhere near as much anymore, that was what Naruto often took her to get unless she wanted something else. Eventually, and much to their mutual disappointment, the kiss ended. Konan sighed as she closed her eyes and snuggled into Naruto's chest. "How much longer can you stay?" Naruto asked after a few moments of companionable silence. "I can stay until tomorrow without Pain getting suspicious," Konan said after a moment of thought. "I usually leave the vicinity of his tower for several days to walk around AIM unless he calls, so he should be safe." Naruto nodded as he relaxed again. His hands began to lightly trail up and down Konan's side, making the young woman feel a slight shiver. "Naruto?" Konan suddenly spoke up. Naruto mumbled, letting her know he was listening. "I was wondering if I could spend the night with you?" Konan asked with a blush coming across her features. While she had stayed the night with him often, they had not slept together since that incident in the cottage with the kids. Naruto felt his eyes widen slightly before he smirked. "Kona-chan, are you making the moves on me so soon?" "I mean, we just got together," Naruto spoke in a teasing tone. Konan scowled at the blonde as a large blush spread across her face before saw his teasing grin, and it turned into a smile. She slapped his shoulder in a playful gesture. "No, I meant," she paused a bit to take a deep breath, "I meant that I want to stay with you. Just for tonight at least. I would like to feel your presence with me while I sleep. You know, once all of this is over, it won't just be for tonight," Naruto said in an amused voice as Konan looked up at him. "But since Ero-sensei is out on business today and won't be around for another few days, you can stay with me tonight." Konan giggled at Naruto's apt nickname for their sensei as she snuggled back into the blonde. Later that night, they had gotten to the hotel that Naruto was staying at and got ready for bed. Naruto was the first to get his nightly hygiene activities out of the way. As the blonde got into bed, Konan went into the restroom to do her own routine. A little while later, she walked out of the bathroom in just a small light red nightie that brought out her hair and blue lacy panties. Naruto noticed rather easily that she was not wearing a bra due to the fact that he could see her nipples slightly poking into the nightie and had to struggle to keep his natural reaction from coming to the forefront. The blue-haired woman moved over to the bed and got under the covers. As soon as she did, Naruto's arm wrapped around her waist and pulled her to him, turning her on her side as the blonde pressed his front against her back. "Good night, Kona-chan," Naruto said in a soft whisper as he kissed the nape of her neck. Konan smiled as she closed her eyes and moved herself closer to Naruto until they were practically melded together. "Night, Naruto-kun. It's time for us to capture the Jinchuriki," Pain stated as once again all of those in Akatsuki met. Konan watched from Pain's side as all of the others nodded at his words. The blue-haired woman knew this going to happen soon. Pain had been talking about going after the Jinchuriki once they found them all for a while now. It had taken 3 years, but Pain had finally managed to find out where all of the Jinchuriki were located. She would need to find out where the members were being sent so she could tell Naruto. Pain turned to look at 2 of the 9 members that were here. Sasori, Deidre, how far are you to the target? The one with the hunchback look shifted. We'll be nearing Suna and the one tails soon. Good, Pain said as his eyes pierced the others in the room. I want constant updates on your target status, that goes for all of you. The figures all disappeared again, leaving the room empty save for the ugly statue. Naruto hesitated in his step when he felt his kunai begin to pulse as he walked alongside Ero-sensei. Looking over, he made sure to see whether or not the man noticed. Once he was satisfied, Naruto turned his attention to the kunai. After his success with the chakra recognition seal on Konan's kunai, Naruto had put it on each of the girls' kunai, that way he could summon them if they wanted to get out of their village. He had used it several times with Mei, Koyuki and Yugito, and despite the people they lived with freaking out when they were unable to find them, Naruto and the girls continued to do it. Recognizing the signature as Konan's, Naruto looked over at Jiraiya. Hey Ero-sensei, one of the girls are calling me. Jiraiya gave his student a lecherous grin. My boy, I am so proud of you, getting 3 powerful and hot women like that. Naruto eyebrow twitched. Can it ya damn pervert? Gah, if it's going to be like this every time, maybe I shouldn't tell you and just flash away rather than listen to your pervy speech. And you wonder why the only woman you get are the ones you have to pay for. Hey, show some respect, Gaki. Jiraiya yelled at his blonde pupil. I'll show you respect the moment you earn it, and stop peeping in the hot spring, you perverted old coot. Who are you calling an old coot? Naruto grinned. The only one I see standing right next to me. You damn brat, I oughta. He didn't get the chance to say anything else as Naruto disappeared in a bright yellow flash. He paused for a few seconds as he blinked at the spot Naruto had been standing. Damn Gaki, not giving respect to his elders. At least he's good with women, Jiraiya said to himself with a small giggle as he pulled out a notebook. It's too bad I'm not there to see anything happen, but the ideas this kid gives me from what I do see and hear alone is a goldmine. Jiraiya let out a perverted giggle as he began walking down the road, giving off perverted giggles as he wrote down the ideas for his next hit book, Ichiraku. Lone Warrior. A tale about a powerful shinobi with a tragic past who ends up saving the world and in thanks receives his very own harem. The white-haired man giggled as he began writing out more scenes for his book. He was sure this would be a great hit, especially when he released them in the limited editions he was creating, blonde, blue and red. Naruto flashed to the cave where he had first met Konan. Finding nothing larger than a mouse within the sensor seals he had set up, Naruto summoned said woman. The first thing the woman did when she got there was to wrap Naruto in a hug and plant a kiss on his lips. Pleasantly surprised, Naruto returned the gesture before they broke away. Something wrong, Kona-chan? Naruto asked as he could sense a small amount of tension, though it seemed to be leaving her. Konan shook her head. No, just important information you might want to know. Naruto raised his eyebrow but didn't speak. Akatsuki is going to begin hunting for the Biju now. Their first target will be the One-Tails. Sasori no Akasuna and Deidre the Mad Bomber are the ones assigned to this task. Suna, eh? Naruto mumbled more to himself than Konan. He looked up from his musings and gave said woman a smile. Thank you for telling me this. Gaara is not only a Jinchuriki but a good friend of mine. Leaning down, Naruto gave her a tender kiss on the lips. I'm sure you'll come up with ways to thank me? Konan spoke up between kisses. Naruto gave her his foxy grin as he pulled a little bit away. You know, after I save Gaara, I think I've got just the thing to express my gratitude. Konan blushed at the implication and tone of Naruto's voice, though she was quite eager to see what Naruto would do for her. Naruto looked out of the cave mouth as he thought about the information he had just received. A smile found its way to his lips. It would be good to see Gaara again. His smile grew into a grin. It would be even better after having Gaara owe him for saving his ass. Chapter 6. Human Puppets, Bombing Transvestites and Rescuing a Cage. Jiraiya looked at his student and shook his head. So, another bounty, eh? Naruto nodded as he sealed up all of his equipment in several scrolls containing weapons, seals, medical supplies and anything else he could think of, and placed them in the containment seals on his pouches. I don't really need the money or experience, but I hear this guy's been terrorizing a small mining town. Jiraiya smirked at his student. Well, just make sure you're careful and don't get cocky. You may be powerful, but even the strongest of people can be taken down. You know you tell me that every time I leave, Naruto said with an amused smirk. You worried about your precious student? Worried that I might not have any new material for my books if you go and get yourself killed. Jiraiya shot back as they went through their usual banter. You do know if I see any material that I even suspect has me or the girls and I will castrate you, right? Questioned the blonde with a sadistic grin on his face. Jiraiya snorted, kind of hard to find out when you refuse to read my work. Naruto shrugged, I'll just have your publisher tell me. After all, ever since my novel came out he's liked me more than you. Jiraiya gave him a mock glare as Naruto returned it with a cheeky grin. I'll probably be gone a few weeks so don't wait up. Yeah, whatever. Jiraiya waved him off, just get going. Naruto grinned as he left their small hotel room. Two people were walking through the desert towards Suna, and while they were both wearing the same uniforms they couldn't be more different. One of them had blonde hair that was tied in a ponytail and had large piece of hair hanging over one side of his face to cover his eye with a large straw hat that was covering his head and had stringers falling around it. The other person was short and had a hunched over back and was wearing a bandana over his mouth, covering the lower half of his face so that all you could see were his black eyes. On top of his head was a straw hat with a single tassel, which he used to cover and hide the rest of his face. Both of them were wearing black cloaks with red clouds, the clothing of Akatsuki, and were S-class missing ninja. However, both of them were so different from each other it was hard to imagine they were partners. I'm telling you, Sasori-senpai, art lasts for a single brilliant moment before it withers away into nothingness. Yeah, the blonde one said. Sasori sighed as he listened to his partner. They had been having this argument since they became partners. Sasori always wondered what leader Sama had been thinking when he put the two of them together, and I'm telling you, Deidre, art is eternal. True beauty lasts forever and never dies over time, that way people can enjoy it longer. Sasori-senpai, as much as I respect you, I have to tell you you're wrong. True art is. Gaara looked out over Sunagakure from the top of the cage tower. A lot had changed in the past 3 years since he had been beaten by Naruto during the Chunin exams. Gaara was wearing the robes of the cage over his Suna-jonin attire. Absent was the gourd that he usually wore on his back. It had been over 3 years since that battle where his whole life had been changed for the better. After Naruto had beaten him, Gaara had realized that the path he had been taking did not grant one true strength or happiness, and neither did it vilify his existence. Wanting the strength that boy had, Gaara had begun to make amends, starting with his family Temari and Kankuro. Making amends with them had actually been easy, since despite being afraid of him they both still loved him. However, getting the villagers to see him as his siblings did was a whole different kettle of fish. Well, if they had fish in Suna. It had taken a lot more work to get them to stop fearing him and a constant effort on his part. However, through hard work and with the support of his siblings he had been able to overcome the hate the villagers had on him and gain acceptance, and just last year Gaara had been accepted as the Godem Kage. As he stared at the village he had sworn to protect, he wondered where the person who had made this all possible was and how he was doing. Naruto had been his first friend, the first person to accept him and the only person he knew who could understand him. It was only because of the blonde shinobi that Gaara was able to change and gain the acceptance he had always craved. He knew that Naruto was currently on a training trip with Jiraiya of the Sennin. The rumors and stories that had spread about Naruto had reached everywhere in the elemental nations. It made Gaara curious to see how powerful Naruto had become. Kage-sama. Gaara turned his head to see one of the council members behind him. The meeting is beginning soon. Gaara nodded. Very well. He looked out over the village one last time before following the council member to the council chamber. The council chamber itself was merely a large cylindrical room with a circular table. Around the table were 12 seats for those who were a part of Suna's council. Gaara entered the chamber and took his seat between Baki and Yura. Baki had been Gaara's Jonin sensei during the invasion of the Chunin exams. After the invasion had failed, Baki had been the one who had pushed for them not to do anything rash and try to get the peace treaty between Konoha and Suna reneged. Later he had been appointed to the advisory council for his loyalty to Suna, and had been the one who promoted and supported Gaara's rise to the position of Kage. Baki had always been of the belief that loyalty to your village was one of the most important things to a shinobi. No matter what the situation was, he would always strive towards doing what he felt was best for the village. Baki now wore the robes of a counselor over his Jonin attire. He still had a bandana on his head with a cloth covering half of his face. Yura was the Jonin who had originally been in charge of the guards who watched the gate into Sanagakure. 4 years ago he had managed to work his way up towards the position on the advisory council. Yura wore counselor robes and wraparound bandana. He had spiky bangs that covered half of his face and a small beard. The Chunin exams are coming soon, one of the counselors stated as this was Suna's year to host the exams. I am looking forward to the results. Yura stood from his seat to garner everyone's attention, as am I however. I have received some rather disturbing information on a rumor that has come up recently. What kind of rumors? Asked Baki as he looked at the man. This information is from Jiraiya of the Legendary Three, Yura stated, getting everyone's attention. Have you all heard of a group called Akatsuki? Mumbling surrounded the announcement of that name. While many people knew of them, most thought they were a simple mercenary group. Gaara looked at Yura as he continued. They seem to be a powerful group made of 9 S-class ninja who are after a specific group of people. They are after Jinchuriki. The noise in the room increased as everyone began to talk about the information. Many of the advisors were looking at Gaara, who remained impassive at the information. Furthermore, I believe that because of the threat these people pose, I think it would behoove us to tighten security during the Chunin exams, just to be on the safe side, Yura continued. Do you believe these people pose a serious threat to Kage-sama? Asked one of the other council members. The information itself comes from Jiraiya-sama, Yura said in answer. If he feels that they are a threat, I believe it would be best to err on the side of caution. You make many good points, Counselor Yura, stated Gaara, who had up until this point been silent. When the young Kage spoke, everyone quieted down. It was a rare event for Gaara to speak at the meetings, but when he did, they were often said with a wisdom not usually found in one so young. We will do as you suggest and up the security measures during the Chunin exams. It would also be a good show of strength while the other nation's shinobi are here. I would like you to handle the security detail. Can you do it, Yura? Of course, Kage-sama, Yura said with a bow. The rest of the meeting was mainly listening to the various pieces of information about the Chunin exams, as well as the security measures Yura was going to take. Then this meeting is adjourned, Baki said as the members of the council stood up to leave. Gaara stood up as well and began to make his way to the Kage tower. Since he could not sleep, he might as well finish the paperwork. Yura began to walk through the halls of the council buildings with one of the other members. Well done, Yura, the man said. It is a fine idea to tighten the security on the village. Even Kage-sama seemed to think so. I'm just glad I could help my superiors that I've been working for the past 4 years, Yura said in a humble tone. Besides, this information came from Jiraiya-sama himself, so I had to make a decision quickly. Stopping, Yura's eyes widened as he felt an intense headache. Grabbing his head, the man bent down as he tried to get the pain to leave. Hey, are you alright? The other council member asked. Yes, I just haven't been getting enough sleep, Yura said. Straightening up, the Jonin counselor shook his head and began to walk again. What was that? Wondered Yura as he continued walking. Deidre and Sasori continued their trek across the hot desert of Suna. Deidre looked over at Sasori and had to wonder how the man could not be bothered by this stifling heat. Looking out over the desert, Deidre decided to make conversation. So those people Orochimaru tricked are up ahead, yeah? Deidre asked. When Sasori didn't answer, Deidre looked out across the dunes. It seems that for some reason he leaked our information and turned into a traitor, yeah. We don't have a choice, it seems, Sasori said after a long moment of silence. I don't know what he's like after using that jutsu either. Sasori spoke, referring to the body possession jutsu the snake Sennin had made. The puppet user looked at Deidre, who had grabbed a bag from his pouch. Will you be alright with just that bag? Our opponent is a Jinchuriki after all? I wouldn't worry about me, Deidre said as he unzipped a pouch on his waist and stuck his hand in. My jutsu are all artistic, so I came up with my favorite, number 18, yeah. Because our opponent is the One-Tails, yeah. Deidre brought his hand out of the pouch to show that the bottom of his hand had a mouth on it. As they continued walking, they eventually came upon the gates of Suna. Along the walls were several dozen guards who were currently staring at the two figures that were coming their way in surprise. Before any of the shinobi had a chance to react, Yura, who had come up just moments ago, killed them by activating several traps. Walking to the front of the gate, Yura got down on one knee as he bowed to the two of them as they walked up. Sasori and Deidre walked up to the bowed down figure. Well done, Sasori said in his gruff voice. Do you remember me? Yes, sir. Of course, Sasori-sama, Yura said, still in a kneeling position. Good, since your memories have returned, you are my faithful servant, Sasori stated, pleased to see that his slave seal had done its work properly. Alright, Deidre said, if you'd forgotten I might have had to use my jutsu, yeah. Deidre looked at the mouth on his left hand as it finished chewing the clay he had it eat. Alright then, here we go. The mouth coughed up some clay and Deidre began to mold it into a bird. Sasori, your husband should watch to, yeah, Deidre said in a teasing voice. He threw the bird into the hair and held his hands in a hand sign. There was a puff of smoke, and when it cleared, the little bird that Deidre had molded was now twice as large as Deidre himself. Jumping on the bird, Deidre threw off his hat and grinned as he looked back at Sasori. What do you think of my artistic modeling, yeah? Deidre asked Sasori as he flew into the air, not giving the man a chance to speak. The Ichibi Jinchuriki had a date with his art. Naruto sighed as he looked out over the desert. Everything looked the same for miles and miles. All that he could see were sand dunes and more sand dunes. Now he knew why Jiraiya had never taken him to Suna. I wonder how Gaara could stand this desert and this heat. Putting his hood up, Naruto started walking out into the desert. As he walked, he found himself glad that he had started taking some bounty hunter work. Otherwise it would have been much harder to escape from Ero-sensei. After his meeting with Konan, Jiraiya had asked where Naruto had gone off to. In order to make an excuse, Naruto had claimed he had done some bounty hunter work. This seemed to convince Jiraiya, and he had actually started to give the blonde bounties as a form of training. Whenever Naruto was out catching a bounty, he would usually be able to visit or teleport one of the 4 girls who had come into his life. That way he could for the most part avoid Jiraiya's constant lecherous comments. It was also a good alibi for what he was about to do, since when accepting a bounty Naruto would often disappear for about a week or 2. Naruto sighed again as he looked out over the desert and thanked Kami that his cloak hid him from the sun. Still, this heat is stifling. Gaara sat in his office after having just finished the last bit of paperwork. A part of him wondered why other cages like Tsunade always complained about having too much paperwork to do. Of course, because Gaara could not sleep, he was able to get all of his paperwork finished faster. Still, he mused that it would be easier for them to just do the work rather than complain and throw it off. As he continued on with his musings, Gaara looked out of the window behind his desk and frowned when he spotted a giant white bird flying outside. Deidre grinned as he looked down at the village where the One-Tails was supposed to be. Moving the hair out of his eye, he revealed that he was wearing a viewing lens and camera. He pressed a button on the side and began to count the number of ninja on the roofs. Once he got a good lock on all 3 sky guards, he made 3 small clay spiders. This village's artistic design isn't too shabby, he said with a large grin. It will definitely be worth ruining, yeah. Deidre threw the spiders and made a hand seal. There was a small puff of smoke and the 3 spiders landed near the 3 guards. The spiders jumped onto the guards and Deidre made another hand sign as he channeled some chakra into his creations. Art is a bang. The 3 clay spiders exploded on guards. They were small explosions, but each one was enough to kill the guards they were attached to. Deidre made his clay bird dive down as he jumped off and landed on the roof of the cage tower. Infiltration successful. Deidre smirked only for his eyes to widen as he looked up. Standing in front of him was Gaara, garbed in his maroon robe and one strap over the shoulder flak jacket. Before Deidre could even speak, a wave of sand came at him from the left. Deidre jumped into the air just as the sand crashed into where he had been standing. Landing on his bird, he looked at Gaara, who began to wave his arms as if guiding an orchestra. The sand began to move towards Deidre as Gaara jumped on it. The mad bomber looked at Gaara and smirked. "Ho, if it isn't the Ichibi Jinchuriki, yeah. How did you know I was attacking?" he asked. "In this desert," Gaara said in his monotone voice, "no bird like that exists." "Hey, seems like all my sneaking was in failure, yeah," Deidre said with a grin, "but whatever, at least now I don't need to look for you, yeah." Gaara said nothing as he raised his hands. Deidre began to prepare some clay bomb birds for his attack. Just a little ways outside the gates of Suna, a large wave of sand shot into the air. There was hundreds of tons of sand from the desert that Gaara could control, and all of it headed for Deidre. The sand turned into huge claws that soon made a grab at Deidre in an attempt to crush him. Deidre's bird weaved in between the attacks as he rummaged through his bag. Pulling out his hands, he made several more clay birds. These ones of a more sleek design than some of his other work, as he threw them at Gaara. A hand seal later and there was a burst of smoke. The birds grew a little bit and came to life as they flew around the sand and headed straight towards the young cage. Seeing them coming, Gaara manipulated the sand around him into a shield to protect himself from the explosion. A small eye appeared just outside of the dome of sand that Gaara was in and locked onto Deidre, who was looking at the sand with a smirk. It's like the eggshell protects the inner contents. Deidre didn't get the chance to say anything else as sand began to encircle him, compressing itself in the hopes of crushing him. Just as the sand fully compressed into a sphere, Deidre shot out. However, the sand latched onto his arm as he was falling down. Sabaku Q, Gaara said as he made his hand into a fist. Deidre's eyes widened in pain as he felt his arm being crushed. As Deidre fell, he made an owl with his uncrushed hand. Making a hand sign, the owl grew and Deidre landed on it as he got away from the sand, though it was not enough to save the rest of his arm. The blonde bomber grimaced as he looked at the stump where his arm had been. "You're good, yeah," Deidre said as his remaining arm went into his pouch and began to gather clay. The bomber realized that he only had a little bit of clay left. He looked over at Gaara and tried to analyze his opponent and find a weakness. Looking at the sand Gaara was on, he realized that it was most likely specially made sand that he carried in his gourd. Realizing that that was where he got his ultimate defense sand, Deidre devised a plan. Molding his clay, he made one of his most powerful explosives. Deidre smirked as he readied his strategy. On the ground, Kankuro, Baki and several other ninja were looking up at the large sphere of sand next to the smaller one. It was clear that Kage was fighting. From looking at the shape, we can assume that Kage-sama's opponent is Akatsuki, Baki said as the ninja gathered around him and Kankuro. All of the ninja were currently staring at the battle taking place, looking unsure of what to do when faced with an opponent who could remain airborne. "It's just as I thought," Kankuro said as his hands turned into fists. The minute he had seen the giant wave of sand coming from the desert, Kankuro figured that the Akatsuki had somehow snuck into their village and that Gaara was battling them. "Hurry and prepare for battle. We're going to assist the cage," Baki said as he began to order their forces. Medical teams set up a barrier. As the ninja began to follow Baki's orders, said ninja turned to look at Kankuro. Kankuro turned to look at Baki. "What is it? We need to consider what will happen if Gaara loses control and Shukaku comes out again," Baki said in a solemn voice. While the Jonin had faith in Gaara's abilities and did not want to consider that this could happen, he felt it would be best for the village if they took all variables into account. "That won't happen," Kankuro shook his head. "Gaara won't harm the people of this village." Flashback, "You know, I didn't want to say this, but I think this is one of your craziest ideas," Kankuro said to Gaara, who was staring out at the desert. "I mean, our superiors don't really like you, and the village is deathly afraid of you. By separating from us and trying to involve yourself with the regular shinobi out of the blue like this, it's going to be hard." He looked at his brother, who just continued to stare at the desert. He was unsure what to think when Gaara had told him that he wanted to integrate himself into the standard shinobi forces. Though he knew Gaara had changed since the failed invasion of Konoha, hell, the first conscious words that came out of his brother's mouth was an apology for all the things he had done to him and Tamari. He knew his brother wanted to change the way he was looked at, but he still didn't think this was a good idea. Gaara was silent for a moment as he listened to Kankuro. "I know, but by just waiting, I get attacked by an even greater anguish. All one can do is create his own path through hard work, without being a loner and taking the easy path." Gaara fell silent for a moment as he tried to put what he wanted to say into words. "Someday I hope to be like him." Kankuro stayed silent as he listened to Gaara, knowing who he was speaking of. "So that's why I, as one of the Sand Shinobi, aim to be Kage, to bond with and live for this village." Gaara, Kankuro said, awed by how much his brother had truly changed after his battle with that orange-clad shinobi. It was one of the things Kankuro would have never thought possible. That some boy who no one had really thought much about and seemed to be the dead last of his graduating class could not only beat Gaara but also said something that fundamentally changed the young redhead. "Through hard work I want to be respected by everybody. I got that from Naruto Uzumaki. But up until now, bonds have been nothing more than an annoyance to the point I would want to kill everything. But when I fought Naruto, he told me, he gains his strength by protecting his precious people, because they give him a reason to exist. I saw that strength for myself and I feel like I can understand just what he meant a little better." hate, sadness and even happiness, to be able to share these things with another person. Gaara looked out at the desert with a contemplative look on his face. I learned that with my fight from Naruto Uzumaki. He knew pain like I did, and he taught me that you can change that path. Gaara nodded to himself as if to confirm his beliefs. One day I wish to be needed by somebody, not as a frightening weapon. Gaara turned his head and Kankuro saw a small smile on it, but as the Sans cage. Flashback end. Naruto looked up into the sky as he finally saw Suna in sight. Channeling chakra into his eyes, Naruto zoomed in on the battle going on overhead. Looks like Gaara's already been started his battle. Naruto sighed. Well then I'd better. Naruto was cut off as his instincts forced him to jump from his spot just as a giant tail crashed down where he had been. Looking at the tail, Naruto followed it to a hunchbacked figure. Naruto recognized it as Akasuna no Sasori, Sasori of the Red Sand, from the description Kona-chan gave him. The blonde looked at Sasori with a smirk. You know it's rude to try and kill someone without even introducing yourself. He was answered with the tail trying to impale him. Moving into a series of back flips, Naruto got some distance between him and Sasori. Said man looking at him with narrowed eyes, "Who are you?" Sasori asked. "Oh, no one important," Naruto said with a smirk even though Sasori could not see it through his face mask. "I'm just trying to get through to help the cage. Then I am afraid I cannot let you pass, and if you try I am going to have to kill you," Sasori said as he took off his cloak and got down all fours to reveal that he was inside a puppet. It had a large tail that was coming out of an orange mask. The legs and arms had joints that made odd clicking noises as they moved. "I do not know who you are, but if you really are here to help the cage, then I am afraid I must kill you." Naruto's smirk widened. "Well, you know that's fine by me since I was already planning on killing you anyways, Sasori." Sasori was surprised that this person knew who he was but did not show. He focused his eyes on the hooded shinobi. There was nothing about the man that would reveal the type or style of fighting he used. The large black cloak covered his entire frame all the way to the feet. The hood covered up his hair, and because of the face mask the puppet user could not even see who it was. Naruto raised a hand towards Sasori and pointed two fingers at him. Raiden. Byakuri. Lightning release. Pale white lightning. A large bolt of lightning so bright it looked white was shot from Naruto's fingers straight at Sasori. Despite being in a puppet, Sasori moved out of the way quickly. Naruto appeared right in front of the puppet user and was about to attack only to be forced to dodge Sasori's tail. Jumping back, Naruto was forced to dodge a hail of senbon. According to Kona-chan, those senbon are poisonous. I don't think poison will work on me, but it will still take time to flush it from my system, so I better not get hit by any of those. Thinking on his feet, Naruto thrust a closed fist forward as another burst of senbon came his way. Futon. Genkatsu no Kase. Wind release. Fist of wind. A giant blast of wind in the shape of a large fist blasted the senbon away and headed for Sasori. The puppet user managed to move out of the way in time to dodge. But Naruto had already calculated where he would be and was waiting for him with a spinning ball of chakra in his hand. Naruto thrust the Rasengan right into the puppet user. A body was launched out of the one Naruto had just destroyed, landing several feet away before standing up. "It's been a long time since anyone could defeat Haruko," Sasori said with a voice that sounded really young. As Sasori looked up, Naruto saw that the person still looked like a teenage boy. According to Conan, Sasori had turned himself into a puppet when he was younger. This not only gave him eternal life, but also made him stop aging at the time he had been turned into a puppet. "I will enjoy adding you to my collection," Sasori said as he pulled out a scroll and unrolled it. There was a puff of smoke and Naruto found himself staring at the figure that came out. It was a puppet, with an olive complexion, spiky black hair and a long brown cloak. "This puppet was the hardest one to get in my collection," Sasori spoke. "You should feel honored to see it." "I see, so you turned the Sandame cage into a puppet," Naruto said as he narrowed his eyes. While the cage were not a cage of Konoha, they were still cages, a position that Naruto respected no matter what village it came from. So to see one of the village's cages having their corpse desecrated and used by someone pissed the blonde shinobi off. However, he knew that he needed to keep his wits about him and so did not let any of his emotions come through to cloud his judgment. "Correct," Sasori said as he began to manipulate his fingers. In response, the Sandame cage came forward. One of the cage's hands came up and several large wires came out shooting towards Naruto, said blonde unsealed Susanna as he dodged out of the way of the wires. He rolled to the left just as the cage shot several poisoned blades at him. Coming up on his feet, Naruto spun around and slashed several wires apart with a Kase no Yabe before they could come at him. Naruto was forced to continue dodging wires and knives as Sasori tried to catch him off guard. Rolling under a set of wires, Naruto found himself suddenly immobilized as several latched onto him from behind. The cage lifted up his other hand and poison gas shot out of it towards Naruto, covering the entire area around the blonde in noxious fumes. Sasori waited for a minute and when nothing happened assumed the hooded man had died. Just as he was about to bring the Sandame cage back, the area that was covered with poison exploded, revealing the Naruto that Sasori had captured to be a Bushin Daibakuha, great exploding clone. Naruto burst from the ground right next to the cage with a Rasengan pointed at the human puppet. Sasori managed to move the cage puppet out of the way to avoid being destroyed, but he was not fast enough to keep his prized puppet from losing its arm. As the cage moved back, a large pillar of sand began to coalesce in front of it. The top of the pillar gained a sharp point. The blonde shinobi knew what this was. Like Gaara, the Sandame cage had the ability to manipulate and control sand. Naruto was unsure how it was done, but given the name Iron Sand, Naruto assumed the man's bloodline allowed him to manipulate the iron particles found in the sand, possibly through magnetism or some other form of control. It was said that the Sandame cage had created the ability based off of Shukaku itself, hoping to find a way to utilize the power of the desert without the Biju. The pillar soon came barreling down point first towards Naruto. The Uzumaki Namikaze air resealed Susanna as he dodged the giant pillar. Naruto came at the cage with another Rasengan and tried to smash into the puppet. A sphere of sand covered the cage's frame to block the ball of destructive chakra. Sand shot everywhere as the Rasengan drilled into it, but despite the power behind the jutsu, Naruto was unable to penetrate the protective sand sphere. He was forced to jump back and dodge several spikes that shot out of the protective sand, moving into an impressive series of twirls and flips as the sand spikes shot out at and then flew past him. As soon as Naruto's feet touched the ground, he rolled to the left, dodging another large pillar that crashed into the sand. Getting onto his feet, Naruto took out a scroll from his pouch. Unsealing, a large torrent of water came out. Naruto went through a few hand seals before calling out his jutsu. Hyuden. Toketsu Ryu no Jutsu. Ice Release. Ice Dragon Jutsu. A giant dragon formed out of the water before freezing over and turning into ice. The great 60-foot beast turned its yellow eyes towards the cage and flew forward. The iron sand of the cage came to the puppet's protection. When the ice dragon hit, the sand began to actually freeze over. This technique had taken Naruto a year to create and master. Naruto combined wind and water and then condensed it to the point that the water became a more malleable version of ice. Naruto was able to not only shape it into the form of a dragon but upon impact would reduce the amount of wind chakra in the technique, melting the ice before compressing the water with his wind chakra again to make anything that was wet freeze over. It took more chakra than most of his ice techniques, especially since he was out in the desert, but the surprise and disbelief he saw which caused Sasori to hesitate from an ice jutsu being used in the desert were well worth it. Unsealing Susanna again, Naruto shot towards the cage puppet, using wind chakra to increase the length of the blade and sharpen it to the point where only EFW metals in the entire world would be able to withstand it. Naruto's blade moved in several flashes of light as the blonde appeared behind the Sandame cage. Naruto resealed the blade as the cage fell apart into 6 different segments. Sasori looked at Naruto, who was breathing a little heavier than before. "You are definitely impressive. I will enjoy turning you into a puppet." Naruto smirked. "I'll be taking you out long before you can turn me into anything." "We'll see," Sasori said as he removed his shirt to reveal that he was in fact a puppet himself, with 2 5-point propeller blades came out of his elbows and several scrolls on his back. Naruto also noticed that where the man's heart would be was a container with the kanji for here. He assumed that that was where Sasori's weak point was. "It's been a while since I've used myself," Sasori stated as he raised a hand before a large scroll detached from his back and connected to the hand. Aiming at the blonde, Sasori shot out a powerful jet of water towards Naruto. said Blonde merely smirked as he brought his hand forward and infused his own chakra into the jet of water. He wrested control of the water from Sasori and sent it right back at him. Sasori jumped to the left as he was forced to dodge his own attack. Using one of my most powerful elements against me was a foolish move, Naruto stated, and Sasori could almost see the smirk on his face. I apologize, Sasori said as he held up his other hand. Why don't we try this one? A powerful blast of fire shot out, coming at Naruto, who began to run away from the fire, which started following him as Sasori kept the blonde in his sights. Naruto was able to just barely stay ahead of the flame and realized he needed more speed. Making a single hand sign, Naruto charged chakra into several seals located throughout his body. Kai, release. Were it not for his cloak, Sasori would have been able to see several lines begin to run along Naruto's arm, legs, chest and back. As Naruto did have the cloak on, he did not see those, so when the blonde shinobi suddenly disappeared in a burst of pure speed, Sasori was shocked. It was only a case of hard-earned shinobi instincts that allowed him to dodge as Naruto appeared on his left with a massive Rasengan in hand. There was a large explosion as the Udoma Rasengan blew up and sent sand and dusts everywhere. Naruto came flying out of the blast like a bat out of hell as he launched himself towards Sasori. Said opponent tried to launch a jet of flame at him, but the blonde merely kicked up his speed again and disappeared. Sasori looked around for his opponent only to find him coming down from above. Sasori brought his 5-bladed propeller blades in an attempt to slice his opponent to ribbons. Naruto unsealed Susanna for another round. Sasori jumped away when Naruto's blade became nothing more than several flashes of silver. The puppet user looked at his opponent before looking at where his blades used to be. He looked back at his opponent who was staring at him. The man's eyes completely dead, reminding the puppet master of a certain red-eyed shinobi in Akatsuki. Never in his life had Sasori faced such a strong opponent. So far he had been unable to actually do anything to the young man and was starting to find himself backed into a corner. Sasori realized would need to fight using something more powerful to beat this enemy, or perhaps more numerous? Sasori removed one of the scrolls from his back as a compartment in his chest opened up. There was a large puff of smoke as several hundred chakra strings were launched from the puppet's chest. When the smoke was blown away by a light wind, it revealed 100 puppets surrounding Naruto. I would like to introduce you to my most powerful jutsu, Sasori said. Naruto was sure that if the man's puppet body could smirk, it would be. This jutsu has taken down entire fortresses before. Naruto looked around at all the puppets and sighed. That's a lot of puppets, said Naruto in a voice that was as lazy and uncaring as a certain pineapple-headed Nara air. Looks like I'm gonna have to use that jutsu, the blonde thought as he reached his hands into the 2 pouches at his hips. When he pulled them out, there were 5 Hiraishin kunai in between each finger. While this is an impressive jutsu, I feel I should tell you. Naruto disappeared. Sasori looked around his opponent only to find him in the air. My jutsu has destroyed whole armies. Naruto released the kunai into the puppets at an even 15 meters so that he could get the maximum effect for the sensor seal arrays. Before his opponents even had the chance to do anything, Naruto disappeared in a bright yellow flash of light. All around Sasori, his puppets were destroyed as they were smashed to pieces with powerful kicks and punches, sliced into even segments with wind, or blown to bits with a Rasengan. Sasori looked down when he felt an odd prick on his wooden body to see a sword sticking right through his heart container. He turned his head to see the person who had just defeated him. His hood had fallen off, revealing a mop of spiky blonde hair and cerulean blue eyes. It seems you've beaten me, Sasori stated. To think I had been fighting one of the people we've been trying to capture this whole time. Looks like I underestimate? Naruto sighed as he pulled out his sword and watched the body slump to the ground. Pulling up his hood, Naruto looked over towards the village and felt his eyes widen. He had been paying so much attention to his own fight that he had completely forgotten about Gaara's battle. Right now they're a giant thing falling towards the village. Remembering Conan's information that Sasori's partner had a fetish for explosions, Naruto set off at his maximum speed. While showing no outward emotion, Gaara mentally cursed as the giant explosive began to fall on the village. Redirecting his sand, Gaara created a large protective barrier over the village in the shape of a bowl. The giant and odd-shaped explosive hit the barrier and exploded. However, something happened that surprised and shocked both Gaara and Deidara. The explosion was beginning to warp towards one point as if it was caught in some kind of slipstream. Everything from the explosion to Gaara's sand was pulled into that one spot before it disappeared. What happened to my art? Deidre asked in frustration as he looked over to see an equally stunned Gaara. Just then something stuck into the head of his clay owl. He didn't even get the chance to see what it was before a large explosion took over the owl he was on. Gaara watched as Deidre's bird exploded in confusion. He was not sure what had just happened. When the explosion lived out its life, Gaara saw that Deidre was gone. The young cage looked around to see if there was any trace of the Akatsuki member left, which was when he noticed a cloaked figure on the roof looking at him. He didn't know why, but Gaara felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the blue eyes of the stranger. When the cage blinked, the figure was gone, causing him to wonder if he had seen it at all. Shaking his head, Gaara floated his sand down until he was on the ground, where he became surrounded by his ninja who were congratulating him on beating such a strong opponent. Soon after, the villagers who had seen Gaara's act of defending the village came out and began to cheer for him too. Despite not being hated anymore, Gaara was finding it awkward to receive such high praise and affection, especially when several women exclaimed how hot he was. Gaara. Turning his head, Gaara spotted Kankuro and Baki coming towards him. Kankuro, Baki, Gaara greeted. What happened? Kankuro asked. What was that when the explosion in your sand? I have no clue, Gaara said, shaking his head. I have never seen anything like it. So then if you didn't do that, then who did? Asked Baki. The three of them were silent amongst the cheering. None of them had an answer to that. Deciding not to worry about that for now, Gaara looked out at the people who were cheering his name. A small smile graced his lips. It was this kind of recognition and desire he had longed for, to be needed and wanted by people because of his willingness to protect his precious people. That brought an even bigger smile to Gaara's face as he thought about the person who told him that expression. He would have to thank Naruto the next time they saw each other. Several miles away from Suna, Deidre cursed as he sat down on the ground in exhaustion. Not only had he lost an arm, but he multiple second and even a third-degree burn from that explosion. What the hell was that anyway? 1 minute he had been about to enact his plan to use the village as a means to force Gaara to use his special sand so he could set his trap. Then his jutsu gets swallowed up and somehow ends up exploding on him. The very thought that his art could do that sounded ridiculous, and yet it had somehow happened. Deidre-senpai. Deidre cursed as he turned to Akatsuki's newest member. Toby was an oddball who wore an orange spiral mask centered around his right eye hole. He didn't know anything about the man other than he was childish and annoying. What do you want? Deidre asked with a glare on his face. Oho-senpai is mad, Toby yelled as he threw his hands in the air and began to run around in circles. Toby, I swear if you, Leader Sama wants a report on the One-Tails. Deidre turned to the man who interrupted him. Zetsu was a man who looked like he had been swallowed by a plant and had just his head sticking out. One half of him was white while the other was black. It had been a common joke among Akatsuki that this showed that Zetsu was half good and half evil. Of course there was some truth to that. The white side was fairly polite and not as interested in fighting, while the black side was a lot more violent and liked to feast on human flesh. I wasn't able to get the Ichibi, Deidre said, but it wasn't my fault, yeah. He added hastily as he held his one good arm out in defense. I was just about to capture him with my high-yield C3 when it got sucked into some kind of wormhole. It was weird, yeah. And then my own bird exploded, and if it wasn't for a quick kuriwimi I would be dead, yeah. As Deidre explained what happened, Toby had gone silent. His explosion was sucked up. Why does that sound so familiar? What about Sasori, where is he? Asked Zetsu. Don't know, Deidre shrugged. I didn't see him, yeah. This is not good, we will need to report this to Pain-sama. Zetsu spoke. Don't worry, Toby will tell him. Toby shouted out as he waved an arm around. After all, Toby is a good boy. It was night and Gaara was currently walking down the hall of the cage tower to finish the paperwork that this incident was going to cause. He would also have to send a letter to Konoha letting them know Akatsuki was on the move. Gaara stayed up like this most nights anyway. Since he had the Ichibi inside of him, Gaara could not sleep lest the giant Tanuki take over and go on a rampage. Though he had gotten used to not sleeping, walking up to his door, Gaara tensed at feeling a presence already inside. Being cautious, Gaara opened the door and stepped inside as he summoned his sand in case he had to fight. The sand returned to his gourd as soon as he saw who it was. It was the shinobi who he was positive had helped him, sitting at his desk with his feet propped onto it. The one Gaara was sure had used that odd jutsu. Who are you? Gaara asked wearily. Just because this guy had helped him did not automatically make him a friend. I'm rather hurt that you would talk to a friend in such a way, Gaara, the cloaked figure said as he stood up. Gaara tensed as the man walked away from the desk, only for his hands to fall slack at his side as the man removed his hood and face mask. Naruto? Gaara questioned, and though he was still emotionless, those who knew Gaara could tell he was surprised. Naruto grinned. It's been a long time, Gaara, a little over 3 years if I'm not mistaken. Gaara blinked once, twice, thrice. That was you who helped me, wasn't it? Of course, Naruto said with a smirk. I was on my way to visit since I had just captured a bounty near here when I saw your battle. Naruto shrugged as he walked up to Gaara. I decided to step in when I saw that large explosion, which reminds me. Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a scroll. He put it out to Gaara, who was looking at it. Inside is the person who was that man's partner, I believe. He had been standing just outside the gates as I was making my way in. I believe he is a shinobi that was once a part of Suna and figured you may want his body back. Gaara took the scroll and noticed that it had the kanji for puppet on it. I will give this to my morticians later. Gaara walked over to his desk and set the scroll down before turning back to Naruto. It is good see you again, Namikaze. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. So you know about that, eh? Gaara actually smirked. I doubt there is a single person within the elemental nations who has not heard of the rebirth of the Kiroi Senku. Word traveled to Suna after Tsunade made a public announcement of your heritage to the people of Konoha. I bet that went over well, Naruto said with a grimace. I wonder how they reacted. I'm afraid I couldn't tell you since I was not there, Gaara said as he sat down at his desk. The young Kage looked over at Naruto again. It was obvious the blonde had not been here just for a visit. The timing between the attack and Naruto's rescue were far too convenient for the blonde to have just arrived for a visit. But Gaara saw that it was equally obvious his first and possibly best friend did not want to talk about how he knew Akatsuki would attack, and while a part of Gaara wanted to ask about his knowledge on Akatsuki, another part decided to trust in his friend. I hear you have been training with Jiraiya of the Sennin, Gaara said as he gestured to a seat in front of his desk. Naruto grinned as he sat down. Yeah, I am. It's pretty awesome actually. It was a beautiful and peaceful day in Konoha as the sun began to rise, however one Tsunade Senju was not awake to see it. Said blonde Hokage was currently sleeping with her head on her desk. Sake bottles littered both her table and the floor. Her head was lying on the paperwork that she did not do last night. It had a decent amount of drool on it, ruining the ink and ensuring Tsunade would have to rewrite it. However, Tsunade noticed none of this as she was blissfully unaware, until the door to her office slammed open. Tsunade-sama. Wah, I wasn't drinking, I swear. Tsunade's head shot off of the desk as she shouted. Shizune, who had barged in, was silent as she looked at the Hokage, then looked at all the sake bottles littering the floor. Honestly, Tsunade-sama, can you please not drink yourself into a stupor for once? Especially since you're on the job, Shizune said as she stared at the busty blonde Hokage. Tsunade flushed with embarrassment but recovered quickly as she coughed into her hand. So is there a reason you came barging in here? Shizune blinked before her eyes widened. Yes, we just received word from Suna that they were attacked by Akatsuki. What? Tsunade yelled in a voice so loud that everyone who was within 2 miles of the Hokage tower could hear it. Shizune nodded as she handed Tsunade a scroll. Thankfully the attack failed and Kage Dono is safe. Tsunade read the scroll and frowned. A friend of Suna? She looked up at Shizune. Do you know who this friend of Suna that the Kage is speaking of is? Shizune shook her head. No, Tsunade-sama, I only know that he helped Kage Dono sometime during the battle. Tsunade looked back at the scroll and thought, well, at least the Kage and Ichibi are safe from Akatsuki for now. Though I want you to inform Jiraiya of this friend of Suna and see if he can find any information on who this friend that the Kage mentioned is. Shizune bowed. Hi Tsunade-sama. Naruto frowned as he looked down at the small clearing. It was near the mining town where his mark was, but that was not what was causing him to frown. All around the small clearing were markers that no doubt marked graves. There were several people who were currently digging a hole for a new grave. That in itself was not weird. What was, however, that was there were more people who were putting someone into a coffin with that person still being alive and crying out in terror. Right next to those people was another man who, like the others putting the petrified man into the coffin, was wearing a set of robes. Said man had a handkerchief to his face as he wiped what were obviously false tears from his eyes. "Rikusuke, why are you crying?" the man asked through his false tears. "Do you not like the beautiful funeral I'm giving you?" The man, now known as Rikusuke, continued to scream in terror and plead with the other man. "Don't worry, despite your obvious lack of respect, I will always remember you fondly." The other people were finally able to put the man in the coffin and shut the lid before bolting it down with nails. As they brought the coffin over to the now finished grave, the man, which Naruto finally recognized as Raiga Kurisuke, began to make a speech about the person they were giving the funeral to. Naruto listened in disgust as the funeral came to an end. When he was sure the group was gone, Naruto walked over to the grave. Creating several cage bushes, Naruto had them dig the man out. They pulled up the coffin and smashed through the top. Pulling out the man, who was half delirious, Naruto ordered his clones to take him to the Curry of Life shop that he had seen on his way here. He looked over at where Raiga and the others left. Now all he had to do was take care of them. Naruto looked out over the small mining town as he crouched down from atop of a cliff. The town was fairly small, with only a few buildings that Naruto recognized as taverns and shops. The blonde did not see any houses, which led him to assume that the people had houses just outside the town itself. As he studied the layout, Naruto also looked at its people. They were doing severe manual labor as groups of people moved in and out of the mines. The people were surrounded by members of Raiga's gang, which was obvious by the cloaks they were wearing. The blonde counted 8 in all. One of the people, an old man, seemed to be wobbling under the strain of his load and fell down panting. 2 of the cloaked men came up to the old man and began taunting and kicking him, telling him to get back up and work unless he wanted to have Raiga give him a funeral. Deciding enough was enough, Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed, shooting down the cliff and heading for the mining town. Naruto soon came up on the 2 people beating the old man. Without giving them time to react in any way, shape or form, Naruto smashed his fists into the men's heads. As they went flying, Naruto disappeared in another burst of speed, knocking out every cloaked figure that was here. When it was all done, Naruto looked around at the stunned figures of the people in the town. "I suggest all of you head home for now," Naruto spoke up in a clear voice that rang across the town. "This place is no doubt going to become a battlefield, and I do not wish for any of you to be caught in the crossfire. Please make your way to your homes." The people looked at him like he had grown a second head, before they looked at each other. Not knowing what else to do, they followed Naruto's advice and starting leaving. As they were, another group of thugs appeared running down a hill to Naruto's left-hand side. With a small grunt, Naruto kicked himself off the ground and flew towards the thugs, smashing into them with all the fury of a hurricane. Naruto began to twist and turn as he dodged the pathetic weapons of his enemies, lashing out with his own kicks and punches. The people he was fighting were extremely weak by shinobi standards, and Naruto made quick work of them. Looking around, Naruto frowned when he did not spot Raiga anywhere. He had been hoping that he could lure the man out by taking care of the members of his gang, yet he could not find Raiga anywhere. Little did he know that Raiga was standing on the same cliff he had been before beginning his assault. "Well, I did not expect to find such an adversary in this small town," Raiga said in his insane voice. He turned his head to look at the bag on his back. "Are you ready?" "Hi Raiga-sama, I am ready." Surprisingly, the answer came from the large sack on the man's back. "Good, then let's get started." Naruto frowned as a thick mist came in and his senses began to go haywire, telling him that he was surrounded by enemy shinobi. Closing his eyes, Naruto began to block out all forms of distraction. Reaching out, Naruto tried to gain a sense of the chakra being used for what was obviously some form of illusion. Finally, he found what he was looking for up on the cliff that he had been on before he started his assault. Looking towards and focusing chakra to his eyes, he found a cloaked figure with a large bag on his back. Naruto channeled chakra into his legs and took off running towards the cliff. Once he got there, he jumped onto the cliff face and began running up the wall. There was a puff of smoke in his hand as Naruto unsealed Susanna. He got to the top of the cliff and in a burst of speed jumped at the smirking form of Raiga. Clang! Naruto's blade clashed with Raiga's too in a battle for dominance. The two soon jumped away as they eyed each other. Well, look what we have here," Raiga said with an insane grin. "I have heard many things about you, Namikaze-san." Naruto stayed weary of the man in front who was acting too confident for his liking. "Then you should know that you stand no chance against me." Hey, Raiga smirked as he got into a low stance with his two swords. You're more than welcome to think that. You should be prepared to fall by my blade. Maybe afterwards I'll even give you a funeral. Naruto said nothing as he held Susanna in a reverse grip and got into his stance, with his blade held in front and his knees slightly bent. The two stayed that way for a while before a slight breeze rustled through the area, which was when both fighters kicked off and began their kenjutsu match. Their forms were mere blurs as the two clashed blades, disappearing only to reappear again when their swords locked. The battle soon picked up in intensity as the landscape began to change, large cracks appearing where the two met due to the power behind their strikes. When they met again, Raiga tried to disarm Naruto, using the hooks at the end of one of his blades to grab at Susanna. When the blonde shinobi found out what Raiga was trying to do, he jumped away and made a slashing motion with his sword. A kage no yabe was launched from the tip and shot towards Raiga, who was forced to dodge. Putting his swords above his head in a crossguard, Raiga began to channel lightning into his blade, which soon took the shape of a ball. Raiden. Raikyu. Lightning release. Lightning ball. Naruto deftly dodged the attack before making a slicing motion with his sword and sending a kage no yabe to Raiga. Said man merely jumped out of the way. Naruto appeared right in front of him and began kenjutsu match with the swordsman, going in with an alternative mix of low and high strikes aimed at vitals and tendons in the hopes of either killing the man outright or crippling him. None of it seemed to work as Naruto continued his assault. Not only did the man seem to know what he was going to do before he did it, but his two swords also gave him the advantage of more weaponry, nullifying Naruto's advantage and speed. Naruto ducked under a horizontal slash from the man, before bringing up his sword in an attempt to impale Raiga through the stomach. Said swordsman sidestepped the attack and used his left blade to push it out of the way, coming in with his right with a slash to take off Naruto's head. Naruto leaned his head back, letting the attack narrowly miss him. Bringing up his blade in a reverse grip, he blocked Raiga's next slash. Pushing against the blade, Naruto managed to open a hole in his opponent's guard. Switching to a standard grip, Naruto slashed in an upwards diagonal cross that would vivisect Raiga. Said swordsman blocked the attack with one of his blades. Before he could counter, however, Naruto pushed Susanna off the swordsman's blade and made a downwards diagonal slash. Raiga blocked that with his other blade and made an attempt to slice Naruto in half. Said blonde jumped back before the blade passed through to where he had been. As he charged again, Naruto felt the man channel Raiden chakra into his blades, channeling his own futon chakra. As the two locked blades, the blonde shinobi was able to negate the effects of the man's Raiden chakra. The two began to push against each other in a contest of strength, each vying to push the other off balance. Raiga was the one to eventually slip as Naruto's immense physical prowess proved to be too much. Jumping back, the mad swordsman gained some distance. My, you're quite good. You truly live up to the rumors I've been hearing about you. When I kill you, I will make your funeral my most amazing piece of work, Raiga said with a twisted smile into his face. Naruto paid attention to none of the man's speech of funerals as he studied his opponent, as he tried to analyze his enemy. Raiga was only an A-rank ninja, so he should not be this good. That meant he had some kind of gimmick or something that was giving him an edge in this battle. He eyed the sack that was on the man's back. Raiga had been awfully protective of it. He would bet his fortune from his book Loveless that whatever it was that was helping him was in there. Naruto immediately put a plan into action to separate Raiga from whatever was in the bag, throwing several kunai at the man who deftly dodged or blocked them, but that was okay. These kunai were not meant to hit, but rather to hide one of Naruto's Hiraishin kunai. Naruto took one of the frog kenjutsu kata stances as he disappeared in a bright yellow flash and reappeared right next to Raiga. He slashed the bag off the man's back and kicked the man in the stomach, sending him flying to the ground and then knocking him out with a kick to the head. He caught the bag and set it on the ground, frowning at how it felt. The bag had something roughly shaped like a human and was breathing. He undid the bag and opened it up, only to find himself staring into a pair of red eyes. A child? Naruto questioned. You were the one giving Raiga that edge in the battle, weren't you? The little boy said nothing. Naruto sighed, knowing he wasn't going to get any answers out of the boy, and refused to torture a mere child. He created a kage bushin and began to give it orders: seal Raiga's head in a scroll, burn the body. The clone saluted and was about to go off when a voice stopped him. No. Naruto looked at the kid again. Excuse me? Don't kill him. Raiga is all I have in this world. He's the only person to ever want me for something, the boy said, tears running down his eyes. Naruto looked at the kid as he remembered another person who had the same fanatical and loyal devotion to another. It was the person who had told him what it meant to be strong and set him on his path, Haku. He saw the same eyes in this boy that he saw in Haku's almost 4 years ago when he had met him in the clearing during the wave mission. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed. Very well. He turned to his clone. Seal him in a prisoner transportation scroll. We'll take him to Kiri and ask if he can't be given a pardon. He turned back to the now stunned kid. Hey kid, what's your name? Rinmara, he said. Well Rinmara, it's your lucky day as I happen to be friends with the new Mizukage, so he may just get off being killed. However, both of you will have to come with me so I can give my account to the Mizukage myself. Naruto stood up and lifted the boy on his shoulders. Deciding he didn't want to walk, Naruto sent a pulse of chakra through his seal towards Mei's Hiraishin kunai, letting her know he was on his way. Hey kid, you might want to hang on tight, this is going to get a little disorienting. Wah! Rinmara didn't even get to finish his Naruto and he disappeared in a bright yellow flash. They reappeared nearly a second later. Rinmara looked around extremely disoriented until he heard a cry of, Naru-kun, and turned his attention to the source. A beautiful red-haired woman wearing the Mizukage robes, said woman who looked like she was about to tackle the blonde shinobi but stopped when she noticed Rinmara's presence. Naru-kun, who is this? Mei asked as she looked at Rinmara with her head slightly tilted to the side. Naruto gave her a smile. Meiheim, this is Rinmara. Rinmara, this is Meiheim, Naruto said, introducing the two. Rinmara is the companion of Raiga Kurasuki, Naruto stated as he watched Mei look at him with interest. This I need to hear, Mei said with a smirk as she sat down on the couch and gestured for Naruto to take a seat. Setting Rinmara down on the couch, Naruto took a seat next to Mei, right before he pulled Mei onto his lap and began to explain how he had gotten into a battle with Raiga. Mei wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder as she listened with a large smile and rapt attention as Naruto told his tale. She had always found it amusing that the blonde was such a good storyteller. Even more amusing was that unlike others, she knew the blonde shinobi was actually telling the truth without any serious embellishing, since he was far too modest and found it embarrassing to be considered a hero. As she listened to Naruto finish his story as well as his request, she closed her eyes as she thought about what he was asking. In truth, she was actually pleased to know that it might be possible to get another of the Kiri no Shinobi-gatana Nananin Shu in her ranks. While the war was over and she had more shinobi than she expected to have, any help she could get to bolster her ranks was appreciated. I will ask him if he would like to rejoin our forces, Mei said after a moment, much to Rinmara's joy. Having another member, the Kiri no Shinobi-gatana Nananin Shu, will greatly help to bolster our ranks, and since Raiga left during Yagura's reign, the man's bounty holds no real value. Naruto turned to the little red-eyed child with a grin. See kiddo, nothing to worry about. Anbu, Mei called out. The door opened and in stepped two Anbu officer who ignored the presence of the blonde and red-eyed child as they looked at Mei awaiting her orders. Naruto grinned that the two were not surprised to see him. Naruto had often been seen coming out of the office with Mei without entering, for nearly 2 years, and he had given more than half of the Anbu heart attacks every time he would hear Hiraishin here. It was good to see they were learning. I would like you to find someone to give Rinmara here a tour of Kiri, Mei said, gesturing to Rinmara. When you're finished, make sure he is taken to my house. I'll have him stay there while we wait for Raiga's decision on whether or not he will join us. Also, someone will need to carry him since he cannot walk on his own. The Anbu nodded, though Naruto could sense they were surprised about Raiga. One of them picked up the child while the other was handed the scroll that had Raiga in it. Also, Mei continued, I want you to check in with some of the doctors to see if any of them are capable of healing Rinmara's legs. The Anbu nodded and left, closing the door after them. As soon as the two of them were alone, Mei pulled Naruto into a heated kiss. Having expected this, Naruto returned the kiss and began to gently nibble on Mei's bottom lip. When the busty red-haired Kage opened her mouth to let out a low moan, Naruto slipped his tongue into her mouth. The two soon began a small duel with their tongues entwining each other, trying to get the upper hand. Naruto decided to submit to Mei and retracted his tongue to grant her access. Mei eagerly began to explore every crevice of his mouth, enjoying the sweet taste Naruto had. Mei pushed Naruto down onto the couch so he was laying down as she straddled his waist, still kissing him as her hands began to run through Naruto's sun-kissed hair. Naruto likewise had wrapped one arm around her waist as the other began to gently message and fondle Mei's firm butt. It was about half an hour later that they stopped their small makeout session. Mei smiled as she closed her eyes, giving a content sigh as her head rested on Naruto's chest. Even though it had only been around 2 weeks since she had last seen him, she still missed him. The blonde always managed to keep things from being boring and was able to light up her day just by being with her. Koishi, beloved, Naruto asked, causing Mei to smile at one of his frequently used suffixes. Yes, Koibito? Mei responded. Are you done with your paperwork for the day? Mei raised her head to look at Naruto and saw the small glint in his eyes, causing her to smirk. Naruto and Mei smiled and waved to another group of villagers they passed as they walked arm in arm around the village. They had no clear destination in mind and just kept on the move while enjoying each other's company. It was something they had done often when Naruto was around, simply walking around Kiri or whatever town Naruto summoned Mei to and walked around until something caught their fancy. Eventually the couple settled down at a small stand, with Naruto deciding to go with some beef ramen and Mei ordering a miso ramen. As the two waited for their meal, they discussed some of the new things going on in their life. Mei told him about the new batch of shinobi that just got out of the academy sometime last week. She hoped to have them ready for the Chunin exam next year and was having them trained by some of her more talented Jonin. Naruto told her about some of his travels, leaving out his stint at saving Gaara. Not that he didn't want to tell her, but with so many people around he did not feel comfortable talking about it here. You know, I almost wish I could just go wherever I want now that I'm stuck to my desk, Mei said in a teasing voice as she gave him a pout. Naruto affected a mock hurt expression as he made a few sniffling noises. Ah, I thought you got to do that already, or is spending time with your fiancé outside of Kiri not good enough for you? That was another thing that had happened. After Naruto had made that movie with Koyuki, he had officially proposed to both Mei and Yugito. Well, he had after he made it up to them. When the two had heard that Naruto had been in a porno, they had been downright furious. Thankfully Naruto had made sure Jiraiya sent that letter, which Naruto had changed the contents of, making it sound like the perverted sage had blackmailed him, which had not only gotten Jiraiya beaten but also had his testes melted by Mei's Yoden when Naruto had summoned them via Hiraishin. Naruto shook his head. Jiraiya had to be used to taking a shit load of punishment to still be able to use his package after something like that. That was not to say Naruto had been let off the hook. It had taken Naruto spending an entire week with Mei as something of a personal slave to get her to forgive him. Though Naruto would not call what she did punishment, he would often take her out to eat or make her food or just treat her like a goddess anyways, so it was no different than what they usually did. Mei had also made him give her a full body massage. Of course that was anything but punishment for the blonde. Though there was also that time when she had taken Naruto shopping, which he really did not mind doing things like this for her, unlike others of the male gender. He would often do the same thing for Koyuki, Yugito and Konan. He remembered that this time Mei had gotten a devious streak and had come out of the changing room one time in nothing but lacy blue lingerie. Naruto remembered the way the light blue cloth had not only hugged her curves but had been slightly see-through, making it give you enough of a view to tantalize you and make you want more, but not enough to see everything. Naruto had been blown out of the store by a nosebleed so large he had gone through the store wall and blacked out. Sigh, good times. Mei smacked his shoulder in a playful gesture, snapping him out of his thoughts. You know what I mean. Naruto nodded sagely. All that paperwork. He looked at her with a mischievous grin. You could do what Ba-chan does and just drink yourself stupid until you forget about it. Mei laughed as Naruto started telling her stories of when he would find the Hokage, whom he called Tsunade Ba-chan, getting so drunk that she would oftentimes fall asleep at her desk, only to get scolded by her assistant the next morning. Add on to that fact that Naruto would call one of the legendary 3 Sennin and the one most known for her super strength and violent temper Ba-chan, merely added onto the humor. When their food came, the two quieted down to eat, keeping a comfortable silence until they finished. Afterwards the two walked out as Mei held one of Naruto's arms in both of hers, pressing it into the valley of her breast, much to the jealousy of both males who wanted Mei and females who desired to have Naruto. As they walked around, Mei looked over at a store where she apparently saw something that caught her attention and began to drag Naruto into it, said blonde, just grinning at Mei's enthusiasm. It was 4 orgasms and several hours later that the two dropped onto the bed, Naruto flopping onto his back as Mei laid in between his legs while still connected to the blonde Uzumaki Namikaze heir. Wrapping her arms around Naruto's broad chest, Mei let out an utterly exhausted yet content sigh, the afterglow from the sex still having not faded and probably would not for some time. Naruto wrapped one arm around Mei's waist as the other began to caress and massage Mei's firm butt. That feels good. Just what you need after several hours session of hot passionate sex, Nei? Asked Naruto with a quiet chuckle. Mei murmured as she kissed his chest. Do you think you could continue doing this until I fall asleep? Of course, Naruto said as he added a small amount of chakra. Mei smiled as she let out a soft sigh, eventually succumbing to exhaustion. Naruto stayed awake a little longer as he brought the blanket over their nude forms. Kissing her on the head, the blonde shinobi let out a deep breath as he smiled. Closing his eyes, he let himself fall into a dreamless sleep. The next day, Naruto and Mei were walking around town later in the afternoon, with the Mizukage having a rather noticeable limp. It seemed they had gone at it so hard last night that Mei had actually been unable to get out of bed this morning. For a while it had been rather funny to watch her try and get up only to fall face down again. Of course, then she started cursing him out for laughing at her and promised to melt him if he did this again, which they both knew this would happen again just like it did the first time when she said the same thing. They ignored the stares as they made their way to the Mizukage Tower, giving a greeting to her assistant and the Anbu at the door to her office. Making their way inside, Mei went over to her desk and sat down, sighing as she noticed the pile of paperwork that had seemingly grown anew overnight. Naruto walked behind her and began to give her shoulders a gentle message. Mei looked up at him and smiled before grabbing the first sheet of her paperwork and began to read. Jiraiya didn't even bat an eyelash as Naruto appeared right next to him in a yellow flash. Having grown used to it over the past few years, the Sennin merely looked at his student. You took a little longer than expected for a simple rank ninja, Jiraiya stated as he looked at his student with a small hint of suspicion in his eyes. Jiraiya had just received a letter from Tsunade, telling him about someone who came to help Gaara when he was attacked by the Akatsuki. Naruto merely shrugged. He had this one kid who seemed to have a bloodline that allowed him to see everything like the Byakugan. It made him a lot harder to hit. Besides, I decided to spend some time with Mei-chan. While it was not a lie, it wasn't the whole truth either. He did not want it getting out that he helped kill 2 members of the Akatsuki yet. While the blonde had no doubt that it would happen eventually, Naruto had no desire to have Akatsuki begin to feel he was a threat. This would also hopefully keep them guessing about who this new enemy was. Jiraiya's narrowed eyes soon gave way Naruto a lecherous grin as he completely forgot about Tsunade's letter. Ho, so you were hanging out with the hot redhead this time. I can't say I blame you, she's Ero-sensei. If I hear you make a perverted comment about her or the other girls, I am going to Rasen shuriken your ass back to the time of the Rikudo Sennin. Jiraiya closed his mouth, though his grin remained in place as the two continued to walk down the dirt road. We have about 5 months left until you return to Konoha, Jiraiya said after a few moments. I don't believe there is anything more I can teach you within that time frame. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a proud smile. I want you to know I'm proud of you, you've really come a long way. Naruto looked at his sensei and smiled. Despite the arguments they would get into, most of which were when he made a perverted comment about Naruto and one of his girls, the man was still the closest thing to a father he had. Thanks, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto replied. This is the only time that you're going to call me that, isn't it? Jiraiya deadpanned. Naruto's smile turned into a grin. Of course is it. The rest of the way to their destination, Jiraiya cried anime tears as he complained about not getting enough respect. Chapter 7. The Zombie Brothers. Naruto opened his eyes when he felt something stir in his arms. Blinking a few times to adjust to the light, the blonde looked down and found a smile work its way on his face. Konan was lying on his chest sleeping peacefully, a content smile showing on her face as she tried to burrow her way deeper into his muscles. He gently rolled the blue-haired woman off of him and leaned on his side as he looked down at her face. Reaching out with a hand, Naruto brushed away a few strands of Konan's hair as his knuckles caressed her cheeks. Leaning down, Naruto pressed his lips to hers in a light kiss, which seemed to wake up Konan as she began to stir. Opening her eyes, Konan smiled as she saw a pair of familiar blue eyes looking at her. The blue-haired woman wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck, bringing his head in down for another lip lock. I hope you plan on waking me up this way every time we sleep together, Conan mumbled with half-lidded eyes and a coy smile. Naruto grinned at her as he went in for another kiss. When you're ready I'll wake you up in far better ways than this. In emphasis, Naruto let his hands ghost across her chest, lightly touching her nipples, which could be felt through the fabric of her shirt since she never wore a bra to bed. Conan gave a soft moan at his touch before Naruto brought his hand back up to her face, cupping and caressing her cheek with his thumb. Even though she had slept with Naruto many times since they became an official couple, Conan had asked Naruto that they wait to go any further, and so they had not done anything other than some heavy petting. Naruto knew this was Conan's first relationship. Because of that she wanted to take things slow, to find out more about him and more about herself after having finally been given the chance to do so. It was something Naruto could understand and in truth had no problem doing. I'll be looking forward to that time, Conan told him with a small smile on her face. What time is Jiraiya-sensei going to be here? Not for another few hours, Naruto replied as he lay down on his side and pulled Conan to him. Jiraiya had gone out to have a last-second meeting with someone in his spy network before he and Naruto left for Konoha. Since Naruto was not sure how long it would be before he could spend any real time with Conan or the others, he had taken to spending a full day with each of them. Yesterday had been Conan's day and the two had spent most of their time at an area that had 4 waterfalls which combined into one large waterfall with dozens of little pools at the bottom. The place was called Taki no Kesao, Crystal Falls. And they had gone there for a picnic before just cuddling together under the stars. After hearing that she still had a few hours with Naruto, Conan gave a grin that was almost similar to the blonde's as she rolled them over so she was straddling his waist. Since Jiraiya-sensei is not going to be here for a while, what do you want to do? She asked with small, almost imperceptible smirk. Naruto smiled as brought his lips to meet hers. Yugito let out a tired huff as she continued to run. She was not sure how long she had been running. It could have been hours or even days, the only that she knew was that she needed to keep moving. Her clothing was currently ruined, the purple armor piece she wore was gone having been destroyed during her recent battle. Her shirt was ripped in several places, revealing her stomach and parts of her bra. Her pants were destroyed having been turned into shorts, with several large gashes running along the sides. Some of her wounds were still bleeding, having not had the chance to heal with the amount of chakra she had used in her battle. The blonde Kumo Jonin had just been returning from a mission when she had been attacked by 2 men wearing black cloaks with red clouds on them. Akatsuki. She was not quite sure just how they had managed to locate her, but she supposed it didn't matter. They had found her and demanded that she come with them. Knowing who they were and what they wanted, she had refused and the two had proceeded to try and capture her. After her first battle with them, she had realized that she was at a serious disadvantage when fighting them out in the open. Knowing this, she had created a distraction and ran. Currently she was in a sewer system deep below a village several miles off the border to Kaminari no Kuni. It was her hope that she could get them in an enclosed space and trap them there. If she could do that, she was sure that she could take them out by playing to her strengths, but she knew not to underestimate the two. She had done that before when they first caught her, even knowing what group they belonged to. That had nearly cost her her life. The two were not only strange looking, but were also vastly more powerful than the average shinobi, with an odd mix of techniques she had never seen and powers she did not know existed. One of them was a tan-skinned man with a bandana like Hidia 8. It had a waterfall symbol with a slash mark through it showing he was a missing ninja from Takigakure village hidden in the waterfalls. His irises were a greenish color and pupil-less, while the rest of the eyes were red. He wore a black mask, leaving everything covered except his cheeks and eyes visible. The thing that got to her, however, were the 4 masks the man had on his back. If that was not odd enough, then the fact that those masks could detach themselves and fight independently certainly was. Not only that, but it appeared that each mask was linked to a specific element, and the man would often combine 2 elements into a collaboration jutsu of some kind, making the fight not only 6-on-1 but also 12 times harder. The other person she was faced with was even weirder, despite being the more normal looking of the two. He had slicked back white hair with purple eyes, while he held a 3-bladed scythe in one of his hands. Despite this seemingly normal look, she had found out the man was anything but. When she had first attacked him, he had been severely injured, with Yugito managing to puncture one of his lungs with her signature Kaizuki assassination attack. Despite that injury, nothing had happened except for him to start cursing her out about how he was going to sacrifice her to Jashin. Apparently he had gained some form of immortality by becoming a zealot for a religion known as Jashinism. While Yugito had not quite believed what he had said, his religion was later proven to be much more than she had first thought. After making some kind of weird occult symbol on the ground, the man had proceeded to ingest her blood, which he had gotten with a lucky hit. As soon as he did, the man's entire appearance had changed. His skin turned black with a white exoskeleton over it. He had then used the scythe he had been carrying to impale himself through the leg, and somehow, much to the blonde woman's shock, that same injury appeared on her own leg. It wasn't hard for her to figure out that anyone whose blood he'd ingested became injured when he injured himself, so long as he was in the middle of that symbol. Knowing this, Yugito had used Nibi's chakra too and blasted the man out of the symbol, before ruining it and running. It was then she had headed into a village she recognized from the few times she had been there, and then headed straight for the sewers. Just a little bit further, she thought as she ran into an open room. Just as Yugito reached her destination, instincts kicked in, causing her to duck just as a large scythe passed through where she had been standing. Spinning around, she looked over to see the two that had been chasing her walking in, the scythe being yanked back into the white-haired man's hands. "That was pretty good of you to dodge, Neko-chan," he said with a grin, "though I am the slowest member of Akatsuki." "Careful, Hidan," said the one with the mask in a gravelly voice, "she might kill you, if you're not careful." Hidan merely smirked. "PFT, you know that's not possible. If she could kill me, I'd let her." Yugito took several deep breaths as she slowed her heart rate. "I'm going to make you regret underestimating me." She reached into her pouch and pulled out one of her kunai, which had an explosive note attached to it. At the same time, she felt a ring on her finger shift as it pressed against the fabric of her pouch. She recognized it as the proposal ring that Naruto had given to her about a month after the blonde had spent a week with her, to make up for being in the Ichiraku movie. Like Maze, it also had the seals on the underside, so that she could use it to call him when she needed him and never lose it. She personally did not want to get Naruto involved in this and possibly get hurt, but she knew he would not only be pissed if she did not call him, but that he was also more powerful than her. Besides that, she had promised Naruto that she would call him if she ever ran into Akatsuki. "Now I'm gonna show you why I'm the second strongest ninja in Kumo." Yugito threw a kunai at the gate behind them. The sharp sizzling sound was the only warning as the kunai exploded, causing the gate to collapse and the way out to be sealed shut. When the two were distracted by the explosion, she channeled some chakra into her rain, sending a single pulse to let Naruto know she needed him. Naruto stopped as he and Jiraiya were walking to their next destination. Jiraiya walked along for a little ways before noticing his student had stopped and was staring into space. Stopping as well, Jiraiya turned to look at him. "Naruto, is there a problem?" Naruto looked at his sensei. "One of my Hiraishin seals went off, the one with Yugito." "I'll see you later, sensei." Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash before Jiraiya could even speak. Just like his father, Jiraiya mused as he continued on his journey. Kaden. Zukoku. Fire release. Infinite hard work. Several compressed fireballs shot out of the mouth of the mask Yugito had come to recognize as the Fire One. The fireballs soon turned into a large firestorm that enveloped the area in front of her. Futon. Atsugi. Wind release. Severing wind pressure. A large maelstrom of pressurized wind was launched out of another mask, catching up to the flame and increasing its size and power. Yugito was just about to jump out of the way when a figure appeared right in front of her. The blonde woman smiled as she recognized the familiar mop of spiky blonde hair. Sweden. Sujinheki. Water release. Water encampment wall. As Naruto spread his arms out in front of him, a giant wall of water began forming from the moisture in the air. In less than a second, he and Yugito were surrounded by water as the collaboration jutsu smashed into the protective shield. There was a hiss of steam as the two jutsu clashed, the fire jutsu trying and failing to overpower Naruto's water wall. When the fire was completely put out, Naruto pointed a finger at the two cloaked Akatsuki members. Sweden. Dabakufu no Jutsu. Water release. Great waterfall jutsu. The wall of water soon swirled around in a vortex before it launched itself at Kakazu and Hidan. The two jumped out of the way as the water drilled straight through the cement they were standing on. "And you told me to be careful," Naruto said with a smirk as he turned his head to look at Yugito. Yet here you are picking a fight with Akatsuki. Really now Yugi-chan, how hypocritical of you. It's not like I went out of my way to find them. Yugito mumbled in embarrassment about her own words being turned on her. Besides, I called you, didn't I? True, and I'm gonna have to find some way to thank you, as I was just getting bored from not having a challenge. Naruto grinned at her. So how would you like to go on a date later tonight, and then maybe afterwards we can take a nice trip to a communal hot springs? That sounds nice, Yugito said with a small blush. Oi. The two turned to Hidan, who had just interrupted their banter. Who the fuck do you think you are, you prick? Hidan yelled as he pointed at Naruto with his scythe. Said blonde blinked as an owlish expression came to his face and he pointed at himself. Yes, you. I'm gonna sacrifice you to Jashin for interrupting me, you stupid fuck. My, this guy's got a mouth on him, Naruto mumbled. Which one do you want, Yugi-chan? The blonde male asked as he turned to his fellow blonde. I'll take the loud one, Yugito said with a smirk as she began channeling Nibi's chakra. Soon a dark purple cloak covered her frame, shaped like a cat with two swishing tails behind her. You can have the other one, be careful. Those masks of his can detach and launch jutsu at you. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement as he put on his shinobi face. Raising a hand he pointed it at Kakazu. Raiden, Byakurai. Lightning release, pale white lightning. A giant bolt of lightning shot out of Naruto's finger and charged towards Kakazu. One of Kakazu's masks came out of his back and to his aid as it opened his mouth. Raiden. Gion. Lightning release. False darkness. A large bolt of lightning shot at Naruto's jutsu, crashing into it as the two began to vie for power. Naruto pushed more chakra into his jutsu and overpowered Kakazu's. There was a large explosion of electricity as the blonde's jutsu plowed through the Raiden. Gion and charged onto Kakazu. Said man was forced to jump out of the way only to find Naruto right in his face. The greedy member of Akatsuki tilted his head to the side to dodge the fist. At the same time his skin began to darken and harden as he grabbed onto the blonde's arm, pulling Naruto into a punch. Only for said blonde to disappear in a puff of smoke as another Naruto came at him from the ground with a Rasengan in hand. Kakazu jumped back as he dodged the Rasengan and sent out several tendrils to impale the blonde. Once again there was a puff of smoke signifying a cage bushin being used. I see, Kakazu said as he turned around to see Naruto standing a little ways behind him. Your description matches that of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I see the rumors about your battle prowess are true. As Naruto smirked, Kakazu pulled out what Naruto recognized as a bingo book and began to flip through it. You have a 500,000 yen bounty on your head, quite impressive for someone who only gained fame recently. After Akatsuki extracts your biju, I will be able to make a nice bounty off your corpse. You're more than welcome to try, Naruto said as he got into his fighting stance, but neither you nor Akatsuki will get what you want from me. We will see, Kakazu said as all four masks emerged from his back. Two of them came at Naruto. Said blonde jumped out of the way just as one shot a blast of fire at him. When Naruto jumped out of the way, another mask shot a ball of wind at the fire, blowing into Naruto's path and strengthening the flames. The blonde shinobi's mouth bulged with water as he thought his jutsu. Suiden. Kaihoden. Water release. Pressure cannon. A strong jet stream of water was shot out of Naruto's mouth and headed for the flames, dousing them with a hiss of steam as Naruto landed on the ground. As soon as he did, the blonde was forced to dodge a blast of lightning that came at him from behind. Flipping himself around, Naruto made a slicing motion and launched a Kase no Yaiba at the lightning mask. Before the wind blade could cut through the mask, the fire mask appeared in front of Naruto's jutsu and launched a stream of fire at it. The wind was soon reduced to nothing as the fire overtook it and headed for Naruto, who jumped out of the way and held out his hand. Suiden. Saryuden no Jutsu. Water release. Water dragon jutsu. A large dragon made of water coalesced into existence besides Naruto and crashed against the powerful flame, overpowering it and heading for the fire mask, which jumped out of the way. Naruto turned around just as the lightning mask shot a blast of lightning at him. Raiden. Byakurai. Lightning release. Pale white lightning. Naruto launched another lightning bolt from his fingers, slicing through his opponent's lightning bolt. Landing on the ground, Naruto was forced to continue dodging jutsu and launching counter jutsu, finding that he was not gaining any ground against his opponent. The blonde cursed as he continued to find himself being forced to react defensively and never get in a solid advantage, Whenever he managed to get the upper hand on one of the masks, one of the others would come to back it up. As another futon, Kaiden collaboration jutsu headed for him, Naruto decided it was time to change the playing field. Sweden. Bakusu Shoha. Water release. Exploding water shockwave. A large amount of water burst out of nowhere and covered the entire area, dousing the flames and forcing Kakazu to jump on the water. As soon as he did, Naruto was there aiming a punch at the man's face. Kakazu hardened his skin again as he grabbed the fist and pulled the blonde into a knee. Naruto jumped up and over the knee as well as the rest of the bounty hunter, forcing Kakazu to let go. Naruto came back down with an axe kick, only for Kakazu to sidestep the attack and smash a foot into Naruto's face. Naruto puffed out of existence and Kakazu only had enough time to turn around as Naruto smashed a palm strike into his solar plexus and sending the man flying. The blonde had no time to celebrate his hit as one of the masks launched a blast of lightning at Naruto. Said blonde began to spin as he covered himself in a protective layer of chakra as he called upon his elements. Soon a mixture of wind and water swirled around him in a tornado-like fashion. When the lightning hit, it was merely absorbed and combined with the other two elements. The swirling wind, water and lightning started to change into a black mass with electricity as several thousand wind blades occasionally flying out while water swirled around him in a whirlpool-like fashion. The entire spectacle looked like something akin to a miniature hurricane contained in a ball. Naruto grit his teeth as he continued his spin, combining and controlling the three elements within his vortex. This was the culmination of all of Naruto's years of trying to combine his elements. For a long time the blonde had imagined combining all three elements into a single attack. It had only been about a week since he had been able to create his first ever combination of his three main elements, managing to create a storm cloud by gathering his elements into the palm of his hand and compressing it into a super dense matter. The ability to do this was ridiculously difficult to control, requiring him to split his attention between the three different elements until they merged, but the power behind any of the jutsu Naruto planned on making would be unlike anything ever imagined. Suddenly Naruto shot up into the air as the speed of the storm swirling around him began to increase. Suddenly it stopped, and for a moment it seemed as if everything around Naruto had become frozen in time. Right until several thousand dark storm clouds filled with lightning, cutting winds and large cannonball-sized water drills and hailstones were launched everywhere around him with all the fury of a raging tempest. Two of Kakazu's masks were completely annihilated. The lightning mask and fire mask were unable to get out of the way in time and suffered what almost seemed to be the wrath of an angry god, as the maelstrom of power tore into them. In the center of this power blast was Naruto, who had his arms and legs splayed out, using his chakra to fuel the raging storm. Yugito dodged another reckless swing from her opponent as she tried to find a way around Hidan's guard. However, despite the man's style being completely reckless and having no form whatsoever, it was also too unpredictable and therefore impossible for the blonde woman to find a way around. Yugito was forced to jump over a horizontal slash from her opponent. Landing on the ground, she went through several hand seals and slammed her hands on the ground. Raiden. Akatsuki Hakai. Lightning release. Thunder destruction. Yugito sent an enormous bolt of lightning which tore through the ground towards Hidan. Said immortal jumped out of the way. As soon as he did, Yugito jumped into the air and tried to claw swipe him. Hidan swung his scythe and impaled her. Only for Yugito to explode in a shower of electricity. Fuck. Hidan cursed as he landed on the ground, shaking as sparks of lightning ran through his system. Kaizuki. Hidan managed to recover and jump back as Yugito slammed into the ground where he had been, creating a large explosion from the fire jutsu she had created. Yugito jumped away as Hidan tried to close in on her once again, swinging his scythe, ducking under a slash before she was kicked in the face. Yugito flipped through the air as she went with the blow, landing on her feet a few meters away as she began going through more hand signs. Raiden. Ryuden. Lightning release. Lightning dragon. A large midnight blue dragon made of lightning coiled around Yugito's form, lightning sparking off of it as its purple eyes glared balefully at Hidan. With a loud roar it launched itself at the Jushinist, who jumped back. Yugito did a few hand signs and the dragon changed directions and charged at him again. Hidan was forced to run and dodge as the dragon continued following him. He looked over at Yugito to see her holding a hand sign and realized what was happening. As he ran, he closed in on Yugito's still form and threw his scythe at her, forcing the woman to lose her concentration as she jumped out of the way. The giant dragon lost control and smashed into the ground, exploding in a powerful display of electric sparks while creating a large crater. "That's some technique you got there, Neko-chan," Hidan said with a whistle as he looked at the large crater. "Who knows, that might have actually hurt me." Yugito growled as another of her attempts to kill the man failed. She couldn't understand why she was not able to kill this man. Her thoughts were cut off as Hidan threw his scythe again, forcing her to dodge as she rolled to the left. As she came up, she jumped into the air just as the scythe came back in an attempt to slice her in two. Hidan grinned at her while she was airborne and threw it again. Yugito's eyes widened as the scythe sliced right through her, only for her to disperse into lightning. Hidan was forced to let go of his scythe as the lightning channeled through it and shocked him. Kaizuki. Yugito's flame-covered hand tore right through Hidan's chest, right where his heart would be, sending blood and fire everywhere as the man gave a grunt. "You fucking bitch," Hidan yelled as he turned his head to glare at her. "I'm gonna fucking sacrifice your ass to Jashin now, fucking cunt." The Jashin zealot spun around with enough force that Yugito was picked up off her feet and thrown through the air. Flipping around, she channeled chakra to her feet as she landed on the wall. Looking up, she had just enough time to dodge Hidan's slash as his scythe came down, ripping through the spot she had been standing on. Yugito found herself completely on the defensive as she continued to dodge the white-haired mont's mad attacks, ducking, sidestepping and twisting her body every which way in a desperate attempt to not get cut. Reaching into her pocket as she continued to weave through Hidan's attacks, Yugito pulled out an explosive note, putting it on the scythe as it made another pass that managed to cut off some of her hair. Creating a single hand sign, the young woman charged some chakra into the tag, jumping back just as it exploded and allowed her some breathing room. "Nibi, I'm going to need your help with this." "How are we going to do this then, kitten?" "I'm thinking full transformation." "Okay then, kick his ass." As Hidan got up and tried to find his scythe, which had gotten thrown into a wall, Yugito once again became surrounded by dark purple chakra. Going down on all fours, making the blonde kunoichi look like a human cat, before she began to change. The chakra began to coalesce around Yugito, forming into the shape of a cat as it started to grow, getting larger and larger until Yugito was the size of a 4-story house. Ghost-like flames moved and shifted on the giant cat's skin, making it look similar to a ghost as yellow eyes glared down at Hidan. Said man whistled as it looked at Yugito, "That's one big kitty." Yugito reared up her paw and smashed it down onto where the man was standing. Hidan jumped back just in time to dodge and threw his scythe at the now naibified Yugito. Said woman opened up her mouth and launched a black ball of chakra at the scythe, sending it off course. Pulling back on the wire, Hidan recalled his scythe to him again. Jumping back as another ball of chakra destroyed the area he was on, Hidan hid behind a large boulder that had fallen from the ceiling some time during the fight. Hidan tried to come up with a way to fight a giant two-tailed cat but only came up with a blank. Kakazu was usually the strategist of the two. It was unfortunate he was fighting that blonde prick. Just as Hidan was about to run out with his scythe swinging like he usually did, there was a large explosion where Kakazu was having his battle. Blasts of lightning, wind blades, water drills and hail stones charged over the land and destroyed much of the area. Looking out from behind the rock, Hidan saw the cat had looked in the direction of the blast. Being smart enough to realize he might not get another chance, the Jashinist charged out from behind the rock and threw his scythe. Yugito roared as she felt a sharp pain in her front leg. Looking down, she saw that it had a large cut in it, though it was almost healed. She looked over to find the source and felt her eyes widen. Hidan had obviously cut her and was almost done with the ritual. She ran towards Hidan in the hopes of messing up his ritual, but it was too late. Hidan managed to ingest the blood. He soon changed into his ritual form. His skin turned purple and he had a white exoskeleton showing on the outside, as his rises turned black while the sclera turned purple. Just as Yugito was about to shove him out of the pentagon seal, Hidan stabbed himself right in the stomach, causing Yugito to roar out in pain as she fell to the ground and began to skid across it. Yugito's form began to shift back to her original state as she curled around her stomach, which despite Nibi trying to heal was bleeding profusely. She saw Hidan coming over to her as the blood loss started to get to her. As the man's feet came to a stop in front of her, the woman's eyes fluttered closed. Naruto was breathing heavily as he landed on one knee. That technique took far too much chakra than it should have. Of course, it was the first time he had used it in battle, so that was to be expected. He would have to work on it when he got home. Getting up, he noticed Kakazu pushing some debris off of himself and cursed. Naruto had hoped that attack would have taken the man out. Checking his reserves, Naruto realized he was nearing empty, which left only one option. Flashback. Naruto struggled to hold his form as he fought against Kurabi, who had his eight-tailed cloak on. The two continued to trade blows with neither really getting the upper hand. Despite it being fairly hard to keep control, Naruto felt he was doing pretty good, right up until the point where he was sent flying from a powerful kick as B screamed out, "Lariat!" Landing on the ground several feet away, Naruto's form was cancelled as he ran out of juice. Yugito came to his side and helped him sit up as Killer B walked over to him. "It looks like 4 tails are as far as you go. You're gonna have to work on that, yo." Naruto saw Yugito eyebrow twitch but was thankful that she did not get violent right now. "I understand, so I'll just have to use this pretty much as a make it or break it jutsu then." "Still, you did pretty well," Yugito complimented with a smile. "It took me years to get up to 2 tails with Nibi, and you're up to 4 in less than 6 months, so I'm sure you'll get it sooner or later." Naruto grinned. "Thanks, Yugi-chan." Flashback end. "Hey Kyuubi, I need some of your chakra to deal with these guys." He heard a humph in his mind. "I can see that, ninjan. Very well, so long as you do not make me look like a fool, I will lend you my power." Naruto sighed as he felt Kyuubi's chakra start to course through him and was about to start bringing out more when a voice called out, "Oi, Kakazu, I got that bitch we're after." Naruto looked over and saw Hidan carrying an unconscious and bleeding Yugito slung over his shoulder. The blonde shinobi felt his eyes widen right before they narrowed in anger. Red chakra began to bubble up from Naruto's skin as he started to let his anger get to him, bringing out more of the Kyuubi's chakra than he had intended. Pretty soon it began to blast out of him in an uncontrolled manner, lashing out at the ground and tearing huge gouges on the surface. Naruto's breathing got heavier as his whiskers began to thicken, while his nails turned into claws and his eye went from blue to red with black slits running down the middle. Just as Naruto was about to lose complete control when his enhanced senses picked up a faint pulse from Yugito. Pausing, he channeled more of Kyuubi's chakra to his ears and confirmed the pulse. Realizing that the woman was not dead, the blonde was able to calm down. Remembering what happened last time, he lost control, and knowing if he did he could very well kill Yugito as well as the other two. Once he felt less anger, he began to channel and control Kyuubi's chakra like he was taught to do. Naruto created a small layer of his own chakra as Kyuubi's began to lay over him like a second skin and covered his entire form from view. Unfortunately, he had used most of his chakra in the battle already, so he would not be able to maintain the form for long, but hopefully it would be enough. The vile chakras soon began to take the shape of a fox, looking more like skin than the standard Biju cloak. Behind him were 6 fox-like tails flailing about in an agitated manner, almost as if they had a mind of their own. Naruto's eyes were now completely white and he had a row of sharp-looking fangs and a large fox-like exoskeleton covering his frame. All in all, he now looked like a fox with its muscles and bones showing. Before either of the two could even so much as move, Naruto appeared in front of Hidan and sent him flying back with a crushing punch to the solar plexus, causing the man to fly back as he let go of Yugito. Naruto appeared right under her as she came down. The red chakra pulled back from his hands and arms as he caught the unconscious Yugito. Disappearing again, he repapered and set her down on the far side of the room, creating Kage Bushin to watch over her before he disappeared again. Hidan felt his eyes widen as Naruto appeared right in front of him and speared him with his claws and the 6 tails behind him, channeling as much of Kyuubi's chakra as he could. Naruto watched in satisfaction as the man's skin, blood, bones and muscle began to literally dissolve with a hiss of steam. It was well known that a Biju's chakra was like a deadly poison to humans who have not been acclimated to it. However, what was not as well known was that Kyuubi's chakra, being the strongest, was almost like an acid to humans, and if a concentrated enough dose was injected into them, would literally destroy a person's body. The blonde paid no attention as Hidan screamed and cursed him. When the man was nothing more than a head with a few bones, Naruto took 2 tails and impaled it through Hidan's eyes and out of the back of his head. With a strong tug, the tails split the head in 2 before the rest of the tails speared them again, making sure Hidan would never be able to return. Naruto jumped as a blast of water was shot at him. Looking over at the water mask, Naruto thrust his hand forward as a large red chakra claw shot out. The mask could not be recalled in time as Naruto's chakra claw grabbed it. The mask was dragged towards Naruto. As soon as it got in range, Naruto impaled the thing through the mask with his tails, cracking the mask as he lifted it up before tossing it away like a rag doll. He looked over at Kakazu before the six tails came in front of him and began to gather chakra. Kakazu, not realizing what it was but knowing it couldn't be good, sent out the last mask. He had to try and stop the Kyuubified Naruto. It was too late as Naruto swallowed the compressed ball of chakra. As soon as he did, the ground began to crack from the sheer density of the chakra that now weighed Naruto down. Rokubiko Amari, Six Tails Menacing Ball. The wind mask that Kakazu had sent was utterly obliterated as a large cylinder of destructive chakra shot from Naruto's mouth. Kakazu just barely managed to jump out of the way. The moment he jumped into the air, however, Naruto had appeared behind him. Kakazu felt a sharp pain all over his body as Naruto's tails and claws pierced him from behind. With a roar, Naruto ripped Kakazu's body into chunks, tossing the pieces off of his tails before the red chakra around the blonde began to recede. Naruto dropped to his knees as he started to breathe heavily, using that much of Kyuubi's chakra still took a toll on him and left the blonde exhausted afterwards. He looked up over at Yugito's prone form on the other side of the room. With a groan, Naruto stood up and began to walk over to her. Once he got to her, he dropped into a sitting position, pulling a sealing scroll filled with medical supplies out of his kunai pouch. Unrolling it, Naruto unsealed his medical equipment. Wrapping his arms just under Yugito's chest, he gently pulled the upper half of her body onto his lap. Channeling a little bit of futon chakra to his fingers, Naruto created a wind blade that he used to cut Yugito's blood-covered shirt, which was still intact since the damage had been a reflection that had been caused by Hidan's Juinjutsu. He took it off so he could get to her wound. When he did, Naruto winced. The wound was 3 holes, each one was about 3 inches in diameter and had pierced all the way through Yugito's stomach. Naruto could see his own legs as it came out of the other side through her back. Had Yugito not been a Jinchuriki, this injury would have no doubt killed her. As he looked, Naruto could see Nibi trying to heal the wounds but feared that the giant cat would not be able to heal a wound this massive before the woman died of blood loss. Naruto quickly grabbed his disinfectant and put it on one of the medical cloths. He began to dab the cloth against the torn skin, watching as the alcohol bubbled and burned away anything harmful that may have been in the wound, such as poison or dirt, to help Nibi hasten the healing process. After Naruto watched in satisfaction as the wound began to heal a little faster, a sign that there were several forms of bacteria that had forced Nibi to divert some chakra to destroying whatever was in the dirt. Grabbing the tube for his medical cream and a large amount of bandages, Naruto began to apply them to the young woman's torso. Since Yugito was a Jinchuriki, Naruto dumped an entire bottle of his healing ointment on the bandages rather than a small dose to hopefully help Nibi hasten the healing. The blonde shinobi put a hand to the neck and checked for a pulse. Noticing it was dangerously slow, he began to double the pace of his work. "Come on, Yugito, you have to pull through this for me." Naruto mumbled, unaware that several tears had leaked out of the corner of his eyes as he worked. If she did not make it through this, he would never be able to forgive himself. Once he finished patching the blonde woman up, Naruto grabbed some blood pills. He put them into his mouth and ignored the vile taste as he began to chew on them. When the pills were more liquid than anything, Naruto placed his mouth over Yugito's and began to use his tongue to push the mush into her mouth. He gently massaged her neck when Yugito made several gurgling noises, in order to help her swallow the medical supplement. Naruto checked her pulse again and sighed in slight relief as he found that despite the young woman's injury, she seemed to be out of danger. He tried to stand, only to find he was too tired to actually get up back up. Wrapping an arm under Yugito's bosom, Naruto dragged them both over to the wall with his other hand. Leaning back, Naruto sighed as he pulled Yugito the rest of the way onto his lap. "You know you worried me?" Naruto said to her despite knowing she could not hear him. He put a hand to her cheek and began to caress her face, smiling as Yugito seemed to subconsciously know it was him and snuggled into it while purring lightly. Leaning down, Naruto kissed her forehead before putting his head to hers. "Looks like I've got to wait a few hours before I can get us out of here." He closed his eyes as he thought about the battle. Had it not been a last resort, he would have never used Kyuubi's chakra. Despite the great power he got from it, The chakra did not come without great cost as well. Often it would leave him exhausted. Because Kyuubi's chakra was extremely corrosive, Naruto had to apply a continuous stream of his own chakra in a protective layer under Kyuubi's. Even with his own ridiculously vast reserves, Naruto could only hold this form for several hours max. After that he would usually pass out from chakra exhaustion and unfortunately had yet to work a way around that problem. He also had to add on to the fact that while Kyuubi was not actively hindering his use of its chakra anymore, the intense feelings of rage and hatred that came with it could sometimes be overwhelming, which was the reason he could not go above 6 taels yet, even after extensive training. After an hour, Naruto felt he had enough chakra to start moving. Putting an arm under Yugito's legs and back, Naruto lifted himself and her off the ground. Looking around, Naruto found an opening in the ceiling where one of the misfired jutsus had hit. Moving up to it, Naruto channeled some chakra to his legs and jumped from the debris as he made his way out of the sewer. When Naruto left, a large plant-like man emerged from the ground. This is not good. Leader Sama will not be pleased when we inform him of another failure. Zetsu looked over at the chunky remains of Kakazu's body. Moving over to Kakazu's hand, Zetsu grabbed the ring off the man's finger before eating the chunky remains of the corpse. Looking around and noticing there was nothing else, Zetsu left. Naruto sat in a chair right next to the bed that Yugito was laying in. He had managed to get to Kumo just under an hour after the battle and informed the Raikage of what happened. It had been about a day since then and the blonde woman had yet to awaken, a testament to just how badly she had been injured. Both of his hands were holding one of hers, gently caressing the back with his thumbs. Naruto frowned as he tried to think of a way he could have prevented this from happening. Yet no matter how many angles he looked at it, he did not know what he could have done differently. Even though he knew of his opponent's abilities from Konan, had it not been for Kyuubi's chakra he would have most likely been defeated. While most people would consider it amazing that he was able to come out of a fight against S-class criminals alive, Naruto was not most people. Not being able to defend one of the people he cherished more than anything in this life or the next and nearly passing out from chakra exhaustion afterwards was not a solid victory. Especially when the two people he fought were not at the top of the food chain in Akatsuki. It just means I need more training, Naruto said to himself as he banished any defeatist thinking from his mind. He better than anyone knew that asking pointless what-ifs would not get him anywhere. His failure simply meant that he just had to try harder. Next time I won't let one of my precious people get hurt, Naruto vowed to himself as he looked at Yugito's unconscious form. Naruto heard the door open but did not bother to look behind him. He already knew who it was. "What do you have for me?" the blonde asked as the man came to stand behind him. The person behind him sighed. "Unfortunately, I don't have any useful information on who could have given out the information about Yugito's mission." Naruto frowned and closed his eyes in thought. Ever since Jiraiya had given Kumo information on Akatsuki, the missions that the two Jinchuriki had taken were kept a secret from everyone except those with high levels of clearance. Very few people could have known not only that Yugito was on a mission but also where the mission took her. The only ones Naruto knew who had any clue about the missions undertaken were the Raikage and members of the Shinobi Council. This meant that there was a spy for Akatsuki in the council, since the Raikage was extremely loyal to his shinobi and would never sell one of them out, especially Yugito and his brother. This treachery did not surprise Naruto as much as it might have at one point in time. After all, Suna had had a spy in the council through the use of a slave seal. It could be something like that, or one or more of the counselors could have been bribed. There were a number of possibilities about why someone may be willing to sell out their Jinchuriki. "Would you mind if I look through the information you have found?" Naruto asked as he finally turned to the person he was talking to. A look distinctly uncomfortable to acquiesce to Naruto's request. In truth, the Raikage actually would not mind if the blonde shinobi looked through the reports he had gotten. He both respected and trusted the young man, especially when it came to Yugito. However, handing out classified information to a shinobi who belonged to a foreign village was extremely frowned upon, not just because of the political fallout he could get, but also because of how that information could be used against Kumo if the information got out to another village. Naruto sensed his hesitation. "Look, we both know that you have a traitor somewhere in your council. The only other people who knew where Yugito had gone were you and B. You would never betray one of your ninja, and B is almost like a brother to Yugito, so that leaves just one option." "Yes, I do know that, but we both know it's not that simple," A said in a gruff voice. In the end it came down to whether or not he felt that the safety of Yugito was more important than the political fallout he would receive if anyone found out about this. In the end the choice was no contest. Very well, I will give you the information you need. Aside as he came to a decision, his shinobi's lives were more important than what some scheming politician could do. Thank you, Naruto said as he turned back to Yugito. I looked at the young man for a little while longer, before leaving to go get the files for him. Jiraiya set down his empty dish of sake as he sat at a bar in a village just inside Ki no Kuni. Grabbing the bottle next to him he filled another glass and drank. The Sennin had decided to stop here while he waited for his apprentice to finish spending time with one of the three beautiful women that came into his life. Jiraiya let out a small perverted giggle as he thought of all the women his prized pupil had. The kid was an absolute goldmine when it came to material for his books. He was almost finished with his next one thanks to Naruto. He was even thinking of making another one called Ichiraku Cattails, after the success of his other book that the white-haired Sennin made based off of Naruto. He had a plan to write a book for each of the women Naruto was with. The toad Sennin giggled perversely at the thought of his new books as well as the money they would make. Jiraiya set his saucer down and was about to grab more sake when a toad hopped onto the bar top with a scroll in its hand. It's from Naruto. The toad held out a scroll. Jiraiya took the scroll from the toad that waited patiently for the Sennin to read it. Unrolling it, the Sennin began reading the contents. Jiraiya kept a mostly neutral expression when he read, but if one looked closely enough they could see a small trace of worry in the Sennin's countenance. When he finished reading the scroll, Jiraiya sighed. It seemed his apprentice always got into some kind of trouble no matter where he went. Jiraiya took out a blank scroll and started writing a letter to Tsunade. With the information Naruto gave, it was clear that his prized pupil was going to be in Kumo for a few days. Finishing it, he handed his scroll to the messenger toad. Give this to Tsunade and let her know Naruto and I will be a few days late. The toad nodded and disappeared in a puff of smoke. When it left, Jiraiya sighed as he ordered another bottle. Once it came he got up and left, determined to find some good female company while he waited for his student. A perverse giggle came to his lips. Pretty ladies, here I come. Yugito groaned as she felt her eyes flutter open. She frowned in thought as she found herself staring at a white ceiling, wondering where she was and how she got here. Her mind began to take in the information her senses were giving her, the smell of disinfectant that penetrated the area and the feel of the slightly lumpy bed she was under. As Yugito tried to figure out where she was through the thick haze of her mind, a voice spoke up. I'm glad to see you're awake, kitten. Nibi, what's going on? All I remember was, her eyes widened as she remembered her battle with Akatsuki. She tried to sit up only to fall back with a hiss as she felt a dull pain in her stomach. Easy kitten, Nibi said. You took a pretty rough beating, even I had a tough time healing you. What happened? Where are we? And where is Naruto? Asked Yugito in a worried voice. Your handsome mate is fine. We were lucky, kitten. It was because of him that you're still alive and I'm still with you. We're currently in the hospital where I've been trying to heal you for 3 days. We ended up using a lot of my chakra during that battle, so it took a lot longer than expected to heal you. That handsome young man of yours managed to carry you here after he finished those 2 Akatsuki members off. It was a good thing he gave you that beautiful ring of yours, nay? I have to admit I'm pretty jealous. You have found quite the devoted man. He hasn't left your side since you two got here. What do you mean? As Yugito asked that, she felt something squeeze the fingers of her left hand. Looking down, she saw Naruto was sitting in a chair. His head was on the bed and his eyes were closed with his mouth slightly ajar, showing he was fast asleep. Yugito could not hold in the smile that came to her face as she looked at the young man. Lifting her unused hand, Yugito ran it through Naruto's hair. The young blonde man stirred a little but otherwise gave no other indication that he was waking up. Eventually finding that she was still exhausted, Yugito closed her eyes and went to sleep as well. A few hours later, Yugito woke up feeling a lot better. Closing her eyes for a moment, she let out a satisfied groan as she stretched herself out in very cat-like fashion. I'm glad to see you're awake. Yugito smiled as she turned her head to the source of the voice to see Naruto on the chair right next to hers. Naruto-kun. Naruto got up from his chair and moved over to her bed, where he sat next to her and leaned against the head of the bed, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and pulling the blonde woman close. Yugito leaned into the blonde as the two shared a companionable silence, just soaking up each other's presence. One of Naruto's hands reached out and gripped hers. while he let his fingers play with the ring he had gotten her. The band itself was made of white gold, which was a very rare and valuable metal in the elemental nations. Along the band were several motifs of the Nibi in various poses, as well as several Kyubis doing the same thing. The jewel in the middle was a Savorit garnet, which was a shade of green that complemented her eyes and had a depiction of the Kumo symbol on it. The jewels on either side of it were red rubies that were cut into the shape of tails, with one side being 2 and the other being 9. Yugito looked at his hands and the ring with a smile, remembering how he had given it to her during a festival in a small town outside of Tasuki no Kuni called Gotaku Suriampu. The comfortable silence was soon broken by Naruto. "How are you feeling?" Yugito sighed. "I don't know. I mean, I'm thankful that I'm alive and I don't feel any pain anymore, but the fact that I got beaten in a one-on-one fight even when I was using Nibi's full transformation is just frustrating." Naruto finished for her. He received a small nod. "I can understand that. It's never fun having your weaknesses and faults shown, but that just means you know what you need to work on now," Naruto said as he tried to give Yugito something positive to take out of this. He fell silent for a moment to let her reflect on that before continuing. "Still, at least 2 members of Akatsuki are dead, which means we have 2 less people to worry about coming after us. I suppose that's something," Yugito said with a smile at Naruto's optimistic attitude. On to more important things, Naruto began as he handed Yugito the file he had been looking over. "I was looking through some files on the members of Kumo's council." He actually had several clones read it, but it amounted to the same thing. He had gone over every little tidbit of information he had been given on the counselors. Most of it were things that seemed to be the obvious activities to look for when dealing with a spy. Mainly the financial situation of the council members, how much money their accounts had received in the last few years, as well as any trips one of the council members went on, including trips for both business and pleasure. Most of that had led to a dead end. In Kumo, people rarely ever got out of Kaminari no Kuni except for the council member who was in charge of the Merchants Guild, and he went on so many trips that Naruto was unable to keep track of them. Naruto had also checked his own spy network and found that whoever it was had no other allies within Kumo. The spy had not gone to any of the other members of the council, as none of his seals had picked up conversation about Akatsuki or Yugito within or around the council chamber. Naruto had then been forced to check more personal information about individual members, finding any intel he could, ranging from personal beliefs to even personal hygiene, wanting to ensure that he left nothing out. It was there he had found a single lead. Kotake Mushibata had been a standing member of the council for 16 years, and had at one point been an extremely loyal ninja. Before joining the council, he had been one of Kumo's top jonin and even been a candidate for the position of Raikage. However, he had been chosen for the position both because of his prowess on the battlefield, where he had been able to match Minato Namikaze for a short time with his Raiden no Yoroi, lightning release, lightning armor, and also because his little brother Karabi had been chosen for the sealing of the 8 tails. After the third Raikage's public fallout in A's succession, Kotake had become disgruntled, opposing many of his ideas, specifically the Raikage's decision not to go after the Byakugan after the Hyuga incident. It had become even worse after Killer Bee's sudden rise in fame and popularity, going from Kumo's hated demon to the Guardian of Kumo, a title that had been bestowed upon him by the people of Kumogakure due to his constant desire to protect them. As time went by, the man's beliefs had begun to get so bad that most people on the council ignored him, something that had seemed to irk the man to no end. However, the most interesting piece of information Naruto had found was that Kotake had a single case of attempted rape on him that had been filed about 8 years ago. Fortunately, it was stopped before he could actually do anything. That in itself would not have gotten his attention. After all, rape was one of the most common crimes amongst ninja. What made this suspicious was because of just who Kotake had attempted to rape. Naruto reached over onto the table near the bed. Grabbing a folder, he handed it to Yugito. "Yugi-chan, I want you to flip to page 56 and tell me what you know about the man in there," Naruto said. Yugito looked up from the folder to look at him for a second before doing as asked. Flipping through the pages, Yugito got to where Naruto told her and could not hold in her gasp. The file had the picture of a man with dark red hair, dark skin and black eyes. This man is. Yugito dropped the folder and closed her eyes as she remembered the night that man had almost raped her. The way the man had used some kind of seal to cut her off from Nibi's chakra, before she had the chance to retaliate and knocked her out. Waking up tied to a bed and having the man rip her clothes off, claiming she should be honored to serve him since that was all demons were good for. While Reikage-sama's Volt had managed to rescue her before anything could happen, it had still taken a year's worth of counseling sessions before she would let a man other than Anne be near her. It did not help that the council had been comprised of several supporters of the third Reikage at the time, and had enough pull during that period that they had been able to get Kotake off with a year in prison and a warning. Afterwards he had merely reclaimed his position on the council, through some kind of political loophole in Kumo's charter. She was jerked out of her thoughts as she felt an arm tighten around her waist. Turning her head and looking up, she saw Naruto staring at her with a concerned expression. "Are you all right?" he asked as he grabbed the folder and closed it. Perhaps it had not been a good idea to show her that. Yugito bit her lower lip as she blinked back the few tears that fell from her eyes. Leaning into Naruto, she buried her face in his shirt. Knowing she needed to be comforted, Naruto pulled her closer to him, and shifted her position so she was lying in between his legs. He gave her a chaste kiss on the head. "I'm sorry," Naruto apologized in a small whisper. "I probably shouldn't have showed you that." "It's okay." Yugito shook her head with her face still in Naruto's shirt. "It's just. I tried to forget that time when he tried to rape you." Naruto finished for her and received a small nod in the affirmative. "I was 13 when it happened," Yugito said as she brought her face out of his shirt to lean it on his shoulder as she told her story. "I won't claim that I had it as bad as other Jinchuriki. While most people have always been weary of me and kept their distance, I was never outright hated. However, there were a few people who completely despised me for what I hold." "People like Kotake?" Naruto asked. "Yes," Yugito nodded. "I had just been promoted to Jonin that day and was still fairly naive about the world. I had been on my way home when he stopped me to supposedly congratulate me. He was a council member, so I had no reason not to trust. Before I knew what was happening, he slapped something on my forehead and felt Nibi's chakra draining from me. The next thing I knew was waking up tied down to a bed, and a small sob shook Yugito's body as she was unable to finish the sentence. Naruto's arms tightened around her form. "Shush, you don't have to say any more." Naruto put a hand under Yugito's chin and tilted her head up. Leaning down, he gave her a chaste kiss on the cheek just offside of her lips. "I doubt that man will be living much longer anyway." "What do you mean?" asked Yugito as blinked away her tears. "I mean, I was looking for any information that might give me a lead as to who let slip where your mission had taken you," Naruto replied as he picked up the folder. "Most of what I ran into were dead ends, but there were several discrepancies that I was able to find on Kotake, including his known hatred of Jinchuriki and his attempted rape on you. My guess is that Akatsuki somehow knew this and approached him a while ago." Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "Anyways, I'm going to suggest to have the man interrogated. If he does prove to be guilty, he'll be put to death for treason." "What if he's not?" questioned Yugito, worried that this may make him do something drastic to her in retaliation. Naruto shrugged. "If he's not, then he's going to regret not being killed after I get through with him, so it won't matter either way. Don't do something you may end up regretting, Naruto-kun," Yugito said to him, even though she had to smile at his protectiveness over her. Naruto sighed. "No promises," he said as the two fell into a comfortable silence. It was half an hour later that Yugito spoke up. "You know you still owe me that date you promised." Naruto blinked as he looked at Yugito, who despite having a bit of blush also had a small smirk. Naruto grinned at the woman. "I did promise you one after we finished fighting those guys, didn't I?" Naruto asked rhetorically. "Does this also mean you're also up for that trip to the communal hot springs?" Yugito blushed in embarrassment but held her smile. "We'll see." Pain listened to Zetsu's report and watched the battle between the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Kakazu and Hidan with a frown. While he had known that the boy was going to be a problem after they received that report on his time in Kiri, he had not counted on him being able to gain enough strength to defeat 2 members of Akatsuki. To make matters worse, they were now down another 2 members and only had the Rokubi to show for it so far, adding on to the fact that the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki would most likely grow even stronger. "This news is troubling," the man said at last as his renegade eyes scanned the others in the room. Kisame smirked. "The Gaki's certainly gotten stronger from the little twerp Itachi and me ran into 4 years ago. I look forward to the day Samehada and I can have a real fight with him. It should be interesting." Do you think we should go after him, Leader-sama? Asked Zetsu. Pain stayed silent for a moment as he tried to decide on a course of action. No, at the moment it would cause more trouble than it was worth. The 9 tails must be sealed last, that means we would need to keep him alive until we get the other Biju sealed. Pain looked around at the others for a moment. We will continue gathering the other Jinchuriki and for the moment leave both the Ichibi and Nibi alone. They are not as important anyway. Itachi. Kisame. Pain called getting Kisame to look at him and Itachi to open his eyes. How far are you from your target? I think we're pretty close, Kisame said with a shark-like grin. Samehada is starting to get excited. I want you to capture the Gobi Jinchuriki as soon as possible, Pain said. The rest of you should also get your Biju as soon as you can. Don't worry, yeah, Deidre said as he flexed his new arm. I'm almost near the Sanbi. We'll get that one soon, yeah. Yeah, Deidre Senpai is gonna lay it on that thing. Toby yelled out as he pumped a fist into the air. Toby, how many times have I told you to shut up, yeah? Deidre yelled. Oops, sorry Senpai. Toby rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Don't worry, Toby will be a good boy. Standing next to Pain, Konan looked over the others with her usual blank mask. However, inwardly she was thankful that Pain was not sending anyone after Naruto yet. She was not looking forward to the time when Naruto would be in danger. Even as strong as he was, the blue-haired woman still feared for him. I hope all of this ends soon, she thought to herself. All of the members of the Kumo Council were currently sitting around the large stone table, wondering why it was they had been called so suddenly. While something like this was not unheard of, it was very rare for the Raikage to ever call a meeting. Normally only the most extreme emergencies could ever get him to even come to one, that or his attendant had to drag him. It was well known that the man disliked council meetings almost as much as he disliked paperwork, or anything that could take him away from his training. As the council continued talking, the door opened and in walked 3 figures. The first was easily recognized as the Yondaime Raikage, who was in front of the group. The second one the council recognized as Yugito, who was back in her standard shinobi garb. Many wondered what she was doing here but were not overly concerned since she was a shinobi of the village. However, it was the last figure that got most of the attention. Said figure was completely covered from head to toe in a black hooded cloak. The hood was up covering the man's head in shadow and he was wearing a black face mask. The only thing the group could make out were a pair of piercing blue eyes. Many of the people within the room were intimidated by the cloaked figure. None more so than Kotake, who as soon as the figure turned his eyes towards him felt an immense and concentrated dose of killing intent that made the traitorous council member nearly release his bowels before it withdrew. The Raikage went over to his seat with Yugito and the unknown figure following him, both of them standing on either side of the Raikage as he sat down. I would like to get back to work soon, so I am not going to beat around the bush, the Raikage started in a gruff voice. 4 days ago one of our shinobi was attacked by a group known as Akatsuki. There was a slight rumbling among the counselors as they began to talk, while occasionally throwing Yugito discreet glances. I am sure all of you know that after receiving information about this group from one Jiraiya of the Sennin, it was determined that we would be much more cautious about where we send our 2 greatest guardians. The Raikage was quiet for a while as he looked around at those in the room. Many seemed merely curious about what had happened, while a few seemed disgruntled. However, I had noticed that Kotake was looking nervous. His eyes were darting from himself, Yugito and the cloaked figure, and the Raikage could see a sheen of sweat on the man's features. It seems Naruto is right, Kotake is a traitor. To be more careful, we deemed that only those with a high level of clearance would be able to have access to any information on where Yugito and B were sent. So imagine my surprise when an ally of ours came into Kumo 4 days ago with a bloody and beaten Yugito. At this information, many of the counselors looked over to Naruto, having managed to realize that he was the ally their Raikage was talking about. Now the reason I have called you all here is because it seems someone has betrayed this village, giving information on the location of one of my most valuable ninja to a group of S-class criminals. I raised a hand, and before any of the people knew what was happening, several of Volt officers appeared and surrounded one. Kotake Mushibata, said man who had previously been sweating, stood on his feet. Raikage-sama, what is the meaning of this? He shouted as he tried to bluff his way out of the situation he now found himself in. I thought it would be obvious, Kotake, he said in a dark tone as he glared at the man. You have been found guilty of treason and will be interrogated and then tried. Volt, take him away, and put him in one of the holding cells until he can be interrogated. The man began to struggle as the Volt officers began to drag him out. As he flailed, he looked around wildly, and soon his eyes found who he felt was the reason behind his problems. The person who had caused him so many issues. "You bitch." Kotake shrieked out as he glared at Yugito with an expression that spoke of madness. "I should have killed you when I had the chance, you fucking dirty demon." Gurgle. Everyone stared wide-eyed as the cloaked man stood right in front of Kotake, having seemingly just appeared there. They looked over to where he had been only to see the fading of an afterimage. Looking back to Kotake, they saw the man was now clutching at his throat, which had several senbon pierced into it. "You're going to want to take him to your best medical ninja," the cloaked man said in a whispery voice that sent chills down the spines of everyone in the room. "I just destroyed his voice box, so if you want a confession it will need to be fixed." Spinning on his heel, the man walked back to the Raikage's side. "Did you really have to do that?" the Raikage asked the man in a whisper once he got back as he shot the cloaked figure a glare. Said man just looked at him. "He insulted Yugi-chan. In my books that's ground rules for death, so you're lucky he is still whole and will be able to talk after he gets healed." The Raikage just sighed, realizing that with all the things he had seen this man do for Yugito, it should have been obvious he would not put up with someone insulting her. He gave the man a nod before turning back to the rest of the council. "That was all I wished to discuss with you today. Tomorrow we will hopefully have a confession from Kotake, and if he is found guilty, schedule his execution." The council stood up, with many of them on slightly shaky legs. Most of the members were feeling very disturbed by what they had just witnessed. When all of them had left, the cloaked figure pulled down his hood and mask, letting his spiky golden blonde hair and 6 whisker marks show. The moment he did pull down his mask, Yugito pulled him into a hungry kiss. While he had not expected it, that did absolutely nothing to stop him from returning it. "Thank you," Yugito mumbled against his lips, with her voice as nothing more than a whisper. Naruto pulled back from the kiss and gave the young blonde woman a happy smile. "You know there's no need to thank me. I did this because I wanted to, because I care for you and because I love you." Yugito smiled at his words before Naruto turned to the Raikage. "When do you guys plan on interrogating Kotake?" Blinked as he registered the question. "We will be doing it sometime tomorrow. Which reminds me," the Raikage turned his eyes on Yugito. "Do you want to be there for the interrogation?" Yugito gained a surprised look. She paused as she looked down at her feet. She really did not want to be in that man's presence again. Even today, just being in the same chamber as him made her feel vulnerable and frightened. She knew it was an irrational fear, and the best way to get rid of it was to confront the thing she feared. Yet at the same time, the thought of being anywhere near that man was absolutely terrifying. She was jerked from her thoughts as wrapped around her shoulder. Turning her head, she saw that it was Naruto looking at her with a concerned expression. She gave him a small smile to let him know she appreciated his support. Leaning her head on his shoulder, she closed her eyes as she tried to make a decision. "I suggest you go, kitten. I don't know Nibi, that man, he frightens you, I know." Nibi cut the woman off. "But that's all the more reason to go. You need to confront this, or finding any kind of peace will be impossible." Yugito sighed as she opened her eyes and looked at A. "If I do go, would it be alright if Naruto was there as well?" The Raikage frowned in thought for a moment before deciding. "I suppose he can," replied. The blonde shinobi was already knee-deep in this situation anyway, so it was not like having him there would make a difference. The blonde may even be able to offer some useful insight. "Provided I get a signed contract stating you will not reveal our interrogation techniques," A said. Naruto grinned. "I have a better idea." Reaching into his pouch where there was a puff of smoke, he pulled out a scroll and tossed it to the Raikage. A looked at the scroll, which had the kanji for torture on it, before looking at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. "That contains torture and interrogation methods I came up with myself during my travels and the Bloodline Civil War. If you wish to keep your own methods a secret, you can use those," Naruto said in answer to the large man's silent question. Despite being surprised that the man would give something like this, a merely nodded. "Very well, we will use these so that you can come as well. The interrogation will start early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., so don't be late." Naruto nodded. "We won't," he replied before turning his attention back to Yugito. Sticking his arm out to her, he gave the woman a smile. "Now that this is over with for now, how would like to go out and get some sushi?" The Raikage let out a chuckle as Yugito grabbed Naruto by the arm and ran so fast the young man was pulled off his feet, as she dragged him to her favorite sushi bar. Naruto absently ate the sushi on his plate, as he watched the blonde woman next to him scarf down her food like it was going out of style. Long-time association with Yugito had made him used to her eating habits, which never really bothered him to begin with since he ate ramen the same way she ate sushi. So we really had a traitor in the council. Naruto turned his attention to Omoi, who managed to keep the sucker in his mouth despite eating his food. It makes you wonder if we might have more traitors somewhere. If we had one traitor already, there's no reason to assume we might not have another. Or perhaps he was working for someone outside of Kumo. Maybe we even have a traitor within the daimyo's court. Or it could. Smack. Damn it, Omoi, shut your paranoid mouth. Karui scowled at the blonde-haired Kumo shinobi as she smacked him in the back of the head. If you keep this up, then even I'm gonna be paranoid. Omoi picked his head out of his plate, wiping off the noodles he had managed to get on it. You two should keep it down, Samui said in her cool and professional voice. We could get kicked out if you cause a ruckus. Naruto shook his head at the two chunin, who had picked up their argument again while Samui tried to be a mediator. He and Yugito had run into the three on their way to Yugito's favorite sushi bar. The three had already heard rumor about what had happened and decided to follow the two. Omoi and Karui had tried to force an explanation out of Yugito. However, she had not been comfortable talking about what happened. Naruto had been the one to discuss the events that had occurred within the council chamber, though he made sure to leave out some of the details as he did not know how much he wanted others to know. Naruto sensed movement coming towards his plate, and used his reflexes to grab the hand that had been just about to steal some of his sushi. He looked over to the owner of said hand and grinned. Now Yugi-chan, it's not nice to steal my food. Yugito flushed with a bit of embarrassment at being caught. She tried to move her hand away but Naruto was holding fast. Let go of my hand, Yugito said as she continued her effort to pull it out of his. Now why would I do that? Naruto asked rhetorically as he gave the blonde woman his foxy smile. You would just try to steal my food again. Because you love me, Yugito answered with a smile as she tried to appeal to him. Well that is true. Naruto trailed off as if in thought. However, rather than let go, Naruto brought Yugito's hand to his lips and began to plant kisses on it. He scooted his seat up a bit as he trailed kisses from her hand and moved up her arm, causing the woman to blush as she felt her body begin to heat up. Finally, Naruto was right next to her. Yugito found herself leaning into him as he wrapped an arm around her shoulder. As she looked up, Yugito noticed that his face was much closer than before and was getting closer. She slowly followed his actions as she closed her eyes. Just as their lips were about to touch, a cough interrupted them. Yugito blushed in embarrassment while Naruto was grinning like a fox, as the other three they were with stared at them. Not that I don't mind you guys doing that, Karui said with a large blush. It was the first time Naruto had heard her speak without yelling. But you, if you're going to, you should really get a room. While Yugito blushed, Naruto just smirked. You know you guys didn't have to come with us. Or if we're making you uncomfortable you could just leave, Naruto suggested. Karui sputtered for a bit before she glared at him. This is a public restaurant, you can't go sucking face here. Naruto merely grinned. I think you're just jealous that Yugi-chan got a totally awesome and sexy man like me and you don't. That's it, Karui yelled with an embarrassed blush as she tried to lunge across the table. However, she was quickly restrained by both Samui and Omoi. You need to calm down, Karui. Be more like our large-breasted leader, Omoi grunted as he was elbowed in the face. Shut up, I'm gonna kill him, Karui yelled as she tried to kick the two off of her. Yugito shook her head and sighed, wondering how she ended up with such an unusual group of friends and an even weirder fiancé. You know you love it, Nibby spoke up in her mind, at least nothing's ever boring. Not now, Nibby, spoil sport. Yugito and Naruto stood behind a large one-way glass window. On the other side was Kotake and one of the Volt members who specialize in interrogation. Kotake looked like he had been roughed up the night before. The man's arms and legs were currently bound to a metal chair that was bolted to floor. He had several cuts, bruises and contusions on his face. His left eye was swollen shut and black and his lips were split. Naruto knew it was standard procedure to beat a prisoner before the interrogation started in order to weaken their resistance. While he himself had never done that since he was on the road and never actually took prisoners, he had seen it during the war when he was forced to participate in a few interrogations. Kotake, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, The vault officer, a man with spiky black hair and several scars going from the top of his brow to his lower cheeks, said. I'm not gonna tell you shit. Kotake screamed as blood and spittle came out of mouth. You stupid demon lovers can all go to hell. The scarred man shrugged before taking out the scroll the Raikage had given him. Very well, the hard way it is, he said. Going over to a table, the man unrolled the scroll and unsealed its contents, revealing several dozen odd-looking pins. The odd pins were sharp at the bottom point and around the middle split off into two fairly decent-sized chunks of metal with red tips. Altogether the device was about 5 inches long. Another thing the vault officer noted were all of the seals which were on the pins, running along their entire length. Kotake's eyes widened as the scarred man grabbed several of the pins and a small metal pole with a 0.2 inches radius and a length of 5 inches and began to walk up to him. Trying to feign courage, Kotake laughed. What are those things? Some kind of new acupuncture treatment? The scarred man grinned. Something like that. He had read what these were designed to do last night and could not help but admit that he was impressed. Whoever had come up with this way of torture was a genius. As soon as the scarred man got close enough to Kotake, he jabbed one of them in the man's shoulder, right between the joint where the humerus bone connected to the ball socket. Kotake gave a wince as a sharp jolt of pain stabbed through him, but still decided to use whatever bravado he had left. HMPH, that's it? I guess I shouldn't expect much from an incompetent fool like you. The scarred man said nothing, merely took the small metal pole and as gently as he could tapped both of the protruding pieces of metal on the pin while channeling chakra through them. There was a small ding before Kotake let loose a large scream of anguish. GG Gra. These pins are designed to unleash 65 volts of lightning when I channel chakra through them, the vault officer told the man. It tends to screw up the nervous system and cause a lot of pain. Add on to the fact that the vibrations from the pin is grinding against your joints and you can see why it would not be very comfortable. Ha, Kotake laughed, though it sounded more like a pained wheeze. You think this is painful? This is nothing. The vault officer merely added another pin, this one set in the socket joint between the humerus bone, the radius and ulna. Taking the metal pole, he tapped both of them, getting an even louder and more pained scream from the man. Did you know that water is a natural conductor for lightning? The scarred man asked in a conversational tone as if discussing what to have for dinner tonight. The human body is made up of 90% water, which naturally makes it easier for lightning to travel through your body, but you should already know this, right? As if to emphasize his point, the scarred vault tapped both pins again, eliciting another yell from the man as electric currents flooded his nerves and the vibrations of the pins and movements Kotake made caused his socket joints to vibrate and grate against each other. Quite painful, isn't it? All of this can be over soon if you just tell me what I want to know. The vault officer said in the same calm tone he had used since the interrogation began. Fuck you, seems I need to add another one. Yugito watched with an odd sort of fascination as the man used those odd pins which had to cause excruciating pain, if the Kotake's screams were any indication. While she knew about torture and interrogation, Yugito had never done it herself. Her main job had always been either assassination or search and destroy missions. As she looked at the man whose screaming seemed to have increased in both frequency and volume, the blonde woman could not hold in a small wince. While a part of her could not deny that she felt good seeing someone who had tried to rape her in excruciating agony, another felt sickened at seeing the man in pain, as well as the fact that she enjoyed seeing him in such agony. She was knocked out of her thoughts when she felt a hand move into hers and give it a gentle squeeze before lacing its fingers with her own. Turning her head, she saw Naruto giving her a supportive smile, even though he himself did not like watching others tortured, no matter who they were. Yugito gave him a small smile of gratitude for his support as she turned her attention back to the INT session. Bastard, Kotake breathed out as the intense pain he was in finally stopped for a moment. The man currently had 6 pins stuck in him, and while nothing else had changed on the outside, on the inside his body felt like it had been dipped in molten lava. Still not ready to talk, eh? Asked the vault officer as he grabbed another pin. Kotake's eyes widened as the man grabbed another pin. Each time one was stuck in him, it seemed to increase the pain by several fold. The man was just about to stick another one in him when, all right. I'll tell you. The scarred man pulled the needle back. Well, I did sell out both demons to Akatsuki. They offered to pay me a lot of money and I was more than happy to do it, Kotake started. But that's not all. I was also asked to gggrrahhhhh. They had stopped mid-speech and let loose a torrential scream. None of the people watching knew what was going on until they saw a seal begin to light up on the man's forehead. Naruto instantly recognized it as some kind of dead man switch. Most were usually placed around the heart and were designed to kill someone instantly with a hand sign. It was actually this seal which had created the birdcage seal. This one was obviously a modified version of that. Shit. Naruto cursed as he and the other two people rushed out of the room and into the interrogation chamber. Hold him still. Naruto shouted as Kotake began to bleed through his eyes, ears, nose and pores as he started to spasm. The scarred interrogations expert grabbed the convulsing man as Naruto ran up to him. After inspecting the man, he forced Kotake's mouth open and for just a moment saw a seal on the man's tongue before it disappeared. As it did, Kotake's convulsing stopped. Checking the man's pulse, he confirmed that Kotake had died. He's dead, Naruto announced. It looks like a modified version of a dead man's switch. I'll have to take a look at it later to figure out what it was exactly. Damn, Naruto cursed as he punched his open palm. He barely gave out any information. That's true, the Raikage said, but what we do have is quite valuable, and if I heard right, he was going to sell out B2. Yeah, but since he's dead, that does not really help the situation. Naruto gave a sigh as he ran a hand through his hair. I'm going to study the seal designs I saw and see what I can make of them. I'll return with the info sometime today or tomorrow. Okay, I appreciated you doing this, the Raikage said. Naruto waved it off. Not at all. Yugi-chan is important to me, so anyone or anything that threatens her is my enemy. Yugito blushed at the comment, while the Raikage laughed and the scarred interrogator merely looked amused. A day later, Naruto found himself knocking on the door to the Raikage's office. Come in. Opening the door, Naruto entered to find a lifting weights like he always does when at work. I have the information on the seals. The Raikage dropped his weight as he sat up and put his hands on the desk. Excellent, what have you found out? Naruto unrolled a scroll and put it on the Raikage's desk. On it showed two seals. The Raikage was able to recognize the seal on the left as the one that appeared on Kotake's head when he died. The second one, however, he did not recognize. The first seal I'm sure you recognize, Naruto began without preamble as he pulled up a seat. It's the dead man's switch and is normally specifically designed to stop the heart through the use of a hand sign. This one, however, has been heavily modified. Where the other was designed to stop the heart in one go, this seal's function was to not only stop the brain from functioning but also destroy the entire brain starting at the frontal lobe. That would confirm what the autopsy on Kotake showed, said as he confirmed Naruto's theory. When the morticians had gone over Kotake's body, they had claimed that the entire brain had been liquidated. Naruto gave a nod of acknowledgement before continuing, however the seal was also linked. Here Naruto pointed over to the other seal, to this one, whose main purpose was to activate the dead man's switch, whenever Kotake began to talk about a specific subject. We can assume that since he had been about to give us information on Akatsuki, that they were the ones who put the seals on him, though he did not seem to know that. What Naruto didn't mention about all this was that the kind of work required to modify and link the two seals together was impossible for many people to do. When the blonde had first heard about Kotake taking away Nibi's power from Yugito, he had immediately recognized that the disgusting excuse for a man must have used some kind of seal similar to the Gogyo Fuin, 5-elemental seal, that Orochimaru had used to cut him off from Kyuubi during the Chunin exams several years ago. He himself had several seals that were based off of that one which he and Jiraiya had made in case Kyuubi's chakra overtook him and there was no one who could stop him from going on a rampage, but he and Jiraiya were seal masters. So Naruto had to wonder where the man could have gotten such a thing, especially since seals were an extremely difficult and obscure art to learn. Very few people ever became proficient with seals and even fewer mastered them. So for that man to have a seal designed to cut off a Jinchuriki from their tenant's chakra meant that he had someone who had been working for him, or the more likely case that he had been working for someone that gave it to him. While the seals used to seal of Nibi's chakra could be done by anyone who was proficient enough in seals, the fact that Kotake had an extremely powerful and complex seal on him that was designed to kill him told Naruto that there was a seal master at work. The blonde wished he had his spy network back then so he could find out who had given him the seals. However, he knew it was a moot point right now, and that he would have to look into it later. Naruto. Naruto was snapped out of his thoughts and focused his attention on A. Sorry, I was thinking about something. What were you saying again? The Raikage shook his head for a moment before speaking. I was just asking if you think there may be any more spies in the council? Naruto hemmed in thought before speaking. It's perfectly possible, though you can never know for certain until something happens or you interrogate everyone on the council. Still, it would be best to play it safe and assume that there is another spy, either on the council or among the populace. The Raikage nodded, having come to the same conclusion, though it was always good to hear a second opinion, and he trusted the Uzumaki Namikaze heir. Very well, I appreciate the help. Not at all, Naruto replied as he sat up. I'm always glad to be of assistance to my friends. I watched as the man offered a nod of respect and walked out the door. When the door closed, the Raikage picked up his weights and began lifting again. Using the key Yugito gave him, Naruto unlocked the door to her apartment, putting his cloak up on a stand before walking into the bedroom. When he got there, a small smile formed on Naruto's face as he spotted Yugito sleeping on the bed, rolling around every now and then as she made small, cute noises in her sleep. Naruto took off his clothes and put them in an extra dirty bin hamper that they had gotten just for him. Since Naruto visited often, he and Yugito had actually gone out and gotten several things for him for when he came over. Naruto now had his own dresser filled with shinobi and civilian clothing and toiletries in her bathroom. Kurabi and A had actually joked that Naruto might as well live with Yugito. Of course, that had gotten the both of them hit on the head by an embarrassed and angry Yugito. When Naruto finished getting ready to sleep, he walked over to the bed and slid under the covers. Almost as soon as he did, Yugito turned over and, as if sensing his presence, latched onto him and pulled him closer to her so that half of her body was on top of him, with one leg intermixed with his own and one arm over his chest. Naruto chuckled as he pulled an arm around the blonde woman, who gave a sigh of content before snuggling closer. Jiraiya looked over as Naruto appeared right next to him in a yellow flash. So I take it you've got everything squared away in Kumo? Naruto nodded. Yes, there were a few extra problems I had to deal with, but they were taken care of. How did Tsunade take it? Jiraiya winced. Let's just say that I am not looking forward to seeing her and giving an explanation as to why you went off to face 2 Akatsuki members on your own. Naruto felt a small shiver run down his spine but ignored it as they began walking again. Well, I didn't have much of a choice. Yeah, I know they would have gotten one of your girlfriends, Jiraiya grinned. I think I'll put that in my next book. The hero goes off and saves his beloved from death, then gets his reward of oomph. Jiraiya found himself face first in the dirt as Naruto smashed a fist into the back of his head. If you keep doing this, Ero-sensei, one day you're going to regret it. Jiraiya got up and rubbed the back of his head, mumbling about no good gakis who gave no respect to their elders. As they continued on their way, Naruto smiled as he thought about how everyone would react to his return, as well as how good it would be to see the Rookie 11 and the rest of his friends in Konoha. Chapter 8. A Hero's Return. It was a peaceful day in Konoha, as the midday sun shone over the village. There was a slight breeze rustling through the entire area, cooling the slightly warm temperature and allowing the many trees that were located all around the village to gently sway. Many shops were open as merchants sold their wares, while civilians and ninja alike bought them. Teenagers were lounging around the cafes and restaurants, discussing the latest gossip or news. Altogether, it was a very peaceful and calm day. Said peace was soon shattered as a black cat raced down the street, dodging civilians left and right as it weaved in between their legs. The cat was moving so fast one might think the hounds of hell were chasing it. Of course, this could be a fairly accurate analogy, except rather than hounds, it was 3 genin who were chasing it. The one in front had spiky brown hair and was wearing a blue scarf. His name was Konohamaru Sarutobi. The other male in the squad, who was slightly to the left of Konohamaru, was wearing glasses and had a perpetually runny nose. This boy was called Udon. The last of the 3 was a female. She had orange hair done up in twin pigtails and a large blush that spread across her face. This girl's name was Moegi. Together these 3 formed what had become known as the Konohamaru Corps, a name which they had gained in their younger days. The 3 continued chasing the cat, eventually taking to the roofs until they managed to corner it in an alley. Said feline hissed and snarled, in an attempt to scare the 3 away. It was all in vain, however, as Konohamaru pounced on the creature, finally managing to pin its limbs to its body. Moegi pushed a button on her headset letting their sensei know that their mission was complete. However, sometime during this discussion the cat had gotten loose, and soon enough Konohamaru's screams were heard throughout the village. Konohamaru grinned like a madman, as he watched the cat they had just caught get squeezed to death by its owner, one Madame Shinji, who was the wife of the fire daimyo. This was the only consolation he ever got when taking this mission. He really couldn't even understand why they got this mission anyways, since it never let him show off his skills. Hopefully their sensei would let them go on another C-rank mission soon. Otherwise the spiky-haired genin was sure he would go crazy. Once the daimyo left with her nearly choked to death cat, Ebisu turned on his team with a scowl. It was not long until he began to berate them for the mission, listing off all of their faults in painful detail. He ended telling them that the mission had taken way too long, and that they would be doing it over again as soon as it came back up. But Sensei, Moegi said as she tried to defend her team, you know how hard it is to catch that cat. With all the times we've done it, I'm pretty sure that cat is used to running away. I don't want to hear any of your excuses, Ebisu said with a scowl, as he pushed his sunglasses up his nose with 2 fingers. This just proves to me that you need more training, since you obviously lack the proper skills necessary to perform this mission. This, however, was the wrong thing to say to Konohamaru, who soon became indignant. They had gotten this mission so many times it wasn't fair. In fact, he was sure that they had gotten this mission more times than any other team. Sitting on the floor, the young Sarutobi began to complain, stating that these missions were too lame and he could not show off his awesome skills with such boring missions. Of course, this had the consequence of getting one Iruka Amino to yell at the genin, claiming that you could only take C-rank missions after you had done a certain number of D ranks. Tsunade seconded this, telling them that they had to work harder if they wanted to get higher-ranking missions. Of course, this still did not sit well with Konohamaru, who turned around, showing his back to the Hokage as he crossed his arms. I can't keep doing such boring missions, after all I'm gonna be the Ninitame, 7th, Hokage. Tsunade gained an amused smirk as she looked at Konohamaru, who reminded her of another indignant brat she had known. Oh, and who, may I ask, is gonna be the Rokudame, 6th? Tsunade asked in a curious voice. Why, Naruto ni-san, of course. Everyone was quiet when they heard that. It had been 4 years since Naruto had left on his training trip with Jiraiya. Tsunade and the others had to wonder what Naruto would be like when he got back. They knew that he would not be the same little boy they had known 4 years ago. The news of the blonde shinobi's exploits had traveled throughout Konoha and the entire elemental nations by now. Based on that information alone, they knew he would not be the same Naruto they had known before he left. It's been 4 years since Naruto left to go training with Jiraiya-sama. I wonder when he'll be back. Iruka thought out loud as he scratched his cheek, thinking about the person he considered to be a younger brother. During Naruto's time in the academy, Iruka had been the one person to try and help the blonde, and while it had taken a while, Iruka had been the only person there to see Naruto for who he was, not what he held. According to Jiraiya's latest report, they're going to be a little late. Tsunade frowned at that. She had gotten a report 2 days ago when the two were due to return, claiming Naruto had gone off to fight the Akatsuki. Though the message had made it clear that Naruto was fine and the 2 members he had fought were dead, however, it had not given her a reason why her grandson, son figure had gone off to battle them alone. She sighed, knowing she would not likely get much information on that for the time being. I hope he comes back soon. I really miss him, Tsunade admitted, with Iruka and her assistant Shizune nodding in agreement. As the day wore on, 2 figures emerged from the forests of Konoha. They entered the gate and stopped, letting their eyes roam over the village they had not seen in 4 years. The one on the left was fairly tall, standing at 6 feet 5 inches, and carried a large scroll on his back. He had shock white hair that spiked up and trailed down to about mid-back. It was held up by a Hitia 8 with the kanji for oil, the symbol for Mount Myobokuzen where the toads lived. He was wearing a red vest over a green gi and mesh shirt. On his feet were a pair of wooden geta sandals. On his face was red kabuki paint, which trailed down his cheeks. This was Jiraiya, the legendary Toad Sennin and self-proclaimed super pervert. On the man's right was another figure, this one standing at an even height of 6 feet. His hair was a golden blonde, which was rare no matter which country you were in. The hair was spiky and went down to his shoulders. 2 large bangs framed his face, while several smaller bangs hovered just a little over his eyes. Holding up those bangs was a Hitia 8 with the Konoha leaf symbol on it. The tie itself was black and the ends fell down to his knees. His clothing consisted of a pair of black shinobi pants, which were wrapped from mid-calf in white bandages that went into a pair of black steel-toed combat boots. His shirt was black skin-tight and sleeveless. Over it was what looked like a Jonin flak jacket in the Kiri style. However, unlike a flak jacket, this did not have pockets. Instead, right in the center of it was a round orb. Hanging around his neck and situated right above the orb was a crystal necklace, an artifact that had been passed down in the Senju family and originally belonged to the Shodem. Around both his arms were white bandages. Over the bandages were black Anbu-style forearm protectors. His hands had a pair of dark orange fingerless gloves on, with steel plating on the back, one with the Uzumaki swirl and another with the Namikaze clan crest. Finishing off his look was a dark orange, sleeveless high-collared haori with black flames licking the bottom. This was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. I can't believe it's been 4 years. Jiraiya turned to look at his student who was wearing a nostalgic expression and smiled. The boy had grown a lot in recent years, gaining strength even faster than his father had, when the Toad Sennin had taken Minato on a training trip. Yet even with all the sights they had seen and places they had been, the young man had still missed his home. Jiraiya assumed that the blonde got his love of Konoha from his parents. Like his father and mother, Naruto had inherited the will of fire that they had both been known for. "Come on Gaki," Jiraiya said as he pulled his scroll up before walking into Konoha. "We need to see Suheim before she beats me to death for being late." Naruto grinned as he caught up to his sensei. "You know she's probably gonna beat the crap out of you anyways, right? Knowing you, Ero-sensei, you're bound to make some perverted comment about her before long." One of Jiraiya's eyebrows twitched as a scowl worked its way on his face. "Damn it Gaki, how many times do I have to tell you? Stop calling me that." Naruto's grin widened. "When you give up your perverted ways I'll be sure to stop calling you that." The Toad Sennin snorted, "Like that will ever happen." Naruto shrugged as if to say, "Then you shall forever remain Ero-sensei," before the two quieted down. Despite the many arguments they had, most of which revolved around Jiraiya's perverted nature, the man was still the closest thing Naruto had to a father. The blonde held a great amount of respect for the man. Though there was the occasional time where Jiraiya had incurred the wrath of the Udoma Rasengan enema, usually when he made a perverted comment about Naruto and or one of his girls. Now that the two were silent, Naruto turned his attention to the village populace, who he noticed were all staring at him. The looks ranged from shock, awe and disbelief, at least the men's looks did. The women were staring at him with unmasked lust, something that caused Naruto to shiver. He never understood how women could degrade themselves like this, offering their bodies to someone they didn't even take the time to get to know. It was almost enough to make Naruto feel some form of sympathy for Sasuke, almost. At least they're not fanboys, Naruto thought with a shudder. Shaking the disturbing thought off, Naruto channeled some chakra into his ears to listen to what the people around him thought about him. "I can't believe it, it's Yondaime-sama. Yondaime-sama, he's returned from the grave. That's not Yondaime-sama, that's Naruto Namikaze-sama, he's Yondaime-sama's son." "Naruto, you mean that loud brat who was always playing pranks?" "No way. You obviously haven't heard about what he did in Kiri. Who cares what he did or whose son he is, he's hot. I wonder if he'll let me have his children?" Naruto shivered at the last comment. It was things like that that gave women such a bad representative. He couldn't really see how these women could say something like that. They didn't even see him, just his name. "Well, seems like you're quite popular with the ladies Gaki," Jiraiya said with a lecherous grin. He too had noticed all of the looks his student had been getting. It was something that made him both proud and jealous. "You know Minato was also quite the lady killer back in his day." "Yeah, well, you know as well as I do that a snowball has a better chance of surviving in hell than these women have of ever getting with me," Naruto said with conviction. "I won't date a fangirl who only cares about my clan name rather than me. I will only ever marry someone who loves me for me and can see me for who I am." Jiraiya just shrugged at that. He knew of his student's desires to be with women who loved him. The kid had always been something of a romantic that way. It was another thing Jiraiya was sure he had gotten from Minato. That man could have had so many women it wasn't even funny, yet even after he had been given clan status he refused to marry anyone other than Kushina, since she was the only one who did not care about him being Hokage or a clan head. Thinking about love and women brought a perverse giggle to his lips. Naruto didn't need fangirls anyway since he already had 3 beautiful ladies who Jiraiya was sure would marry him eventually. I hope you're not thinking any perverted thoughts about me and the women in my life, sensei, Naruto said in a threatening manner. The blonde grinned when his sensei shut up. The last time Jiraiya had thought of the blonde and his girls in said blonde's presence, let's just say he had not been able to sit for a month. That's something else he picked up from Minato, Jiraiya thought lamentingly as he remembered a time when he had been peeking in the hot springs and Minato and his wife had come in. He had not known they were there until he saw Kushina, and unfortunately for him had not realized that Minato had come with her. The beating those two had given him had been even worse than when he had peeked on Tsunade. The rest of the trip to the Hokage Tower was made in silence, as the two were left to their own thoughts. Tsunade sighed as she finally finished the paperwork. It had taken a long time and a lot of sake, but it was finally done and she could now relax. She turned in her seat to look out over the village, her mind going to a certain blonde. She seemed to be thinking about the Gaki quite often these days, but given that she had not gone a week without hearing some kind of rumor about him that did not surprise her. The busty blonde woman sighed as she wondered when he would come back. She was so caught up in her thoughts that she barely noticed the knock at the door. "Come in," she called out as she turned around. The door opened and the first thing Tsunade saw was a familiar mop of golden blonde hair. As soon as she spotted that, she shot out of her seat. She was just about halfway there when she laid eyes on the rest of the person who was standing in the doorway. Her mind soon shut down and her mouth hung open, as she stared at what she could only assume the man was some kind of kami. A blush began to spread across Tsunade's face, as she took notice of the man's handsome and roguish face as well as all the hard muscle that was on his compact body. The blonde Hokage was staring for so long that she did not even notice the man move to stand in front of her. "You know Ba-chan, it's kind of awkward having someone I think of as a grandmother drooling over me," Naruto teased with a foxy grin. Tsunade blinked as she heard the familiar nickname, before her mind rebooted. She blushed in embarrassment for a second as she wiped her mouth, and saw that much to her chagrin there was drool. She looked back at the blonde. "Naruto?" she asked tentatively as she wondered if this was really the blonde Gaki who had left 4 years ago. Naruto gave her a cheeky grin. "Who else would call you Ba-chan?" the blonde shinobi asked, only to stumble back as Tsunade latched onto him. The blonde Hokage wrapped him up in a tight hug, which Tsunade was delighted to feel returned. "I missed you, Gaki," Tsunade said with her voice being muffled by his clothes. "I missed you too, Tsunade," Naruto replied as he for once used her name to show how much he truly missed the woman. Tsunade released him from her death grip hug and looked him up and down. "Kami kid, you look just like." "Looks just like his old man, doesn't he?" The two blondes turned to see Jiraiya grinning at the pair. It was one of the only times Tsunade ever saw the man grin with something other than perverseness. "He does," Tsunade replied. "I almost didn't recognize him if it were not for the whiskers." "I know what you mean," Jiraiya replied. "He's been mistaken for his old man several times. I remember this one time when we were on the border of Tsuchi no Kuni." "You do know I'm right here, right?" Naruto interrupted in an annoyed tone. "Don't speak of me like I'm not even here." Jiraiya gave a hearty laugh at his apprentice's whining, while Tsunade let out a small chuckle as she moved back behind her desk. Sitting down, she leaned her head on her hands as she looked at Naruto. "I hear you had a run-in with Akatsuki," she said, obviously fishing for more information. Naruto scratched the back of his head as he gave a sheepish expression. "Well, yeah. You see, when I was in Kumo I gave the two Jinchuriki there one of my Hiraishin kunai. They promised me that as they ever ran into Akatsuki they would use it." Naruto shot a quick glance at Jiraiya, telling the man to keep his mouth shut about Yugito. Right now there were too many variables to let anyone know about his relationships. If people like Danzo found out Naruto knew, he would have to deal with a whole new set of problems. Tsunade sighed and closed her eyes. She probably should have known that would happen given Naruto's protective nature. And finding 2 more people like him, it would be obvious to anyone that he would want to keep them from harm. Thankfully she missed the look Naruto and Jiraiya shared. "I suppose I can understand that, Gaki. Still, you need to be careful, especially when dealing with Akatsuki." Don't you worry Ba-chan, I know what I'm doing, Naruto said dismissively. Tsunade's eyebrows twitched at her name, but figured she could let it go just for today. You know news of your feats have reached all of the elemental countries, the blonde Hokage said, it's good to see you've actually improved. That's cruel Suheim, were you not expecting him to grow strong under my care? Jiraiya asked as he wiped away some fake tears. Tsunade was about to answer when Naruto beat her to it. She probably thought you were going to be so busy peeping on women, that you would forget all about training me. As Jiraiya began to skulk in the corner, Naruto and Tsunade laughed. Finally Tsunade looked at Naruto with a semi-serious expression. You should know that council also knows of your feats as well, particularly your stint in Kiri. Naruto frowned as he realized where she was going with this. I already figured as much, Ero-sensei, and I saw the results outside. As Jiraiya mumbled about disrespecting blondes, Tsunade laughed at the nickname Naruto had come up with for the Toad Sennin. So you expect the council will try to find a way to claim my clan's power, Naruto said as he got back on topic. Either through arranged marriages or through major ass-kissing. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade cracked up at hearing the rather blunt, yet completely accurate way to describe the situation. The Konoha Council was well known for their greed. Most of the members were merchants who owned many different businesses both inside and outside of Konoha. Because of this they had always believed that they deserved more power than they were supposed to have. You would be right brat, Tsunade said after she managed to regain her breath. So how did they take my heritage being revealed anyway? Asked Naruto. Tsunade shivered. At first, they threw a fit. Even when I showed them the marriage contract between Minato and Kushina, your blood test and your birth certificate, they were fighting tooth and nail to not let you claim your inheritance. It wasn't until I told them of what you did in Kiri that they had a change of tune. I see, Naruto sighed before looking over at Tsunade. Speaking of blood tests, I was wondering if I could get the test to see if someone has a kage genkai done. Tsunade blinked in surprise. You think you have a bloodline? She looked over at Jiraiya and glared. She had not heard of this in the reports she had been receiving. Jiraiya noticed this and paled. Thankfully Naruto saved him. To be honest, I am not sure if it is a bloodline or not, Naruto said with a shrug. But by combining water and wind I can create Hyaten Jutsu. To emphasize his point Naruto held out his hand, and Tsunade gasped as she saw the water molecules in the air form a sphere of water in Naruto's palm. It was just like her grand-uncle's ability. However, if she was shocked by that, then what happened next nearly gave her a heart attack. The water began to freeze, turning into a crystalline sphere of ice. Naruto looked at the sphere before throwing it out the window. I also have the ability to use Ranten, storm release, which is a combination of water and lightning. And the ability to do what I have taken to calling Eraton. 1. Eraton? Tsunade asked as she managed to get her emotions under control. Yes, I couldn't think of another name for it, Naruto said as he began to explain his ability. Basically what it is the ability to control the weather. Tsunade gaped at him for a moment, unsure whether she had heard right or not. Naruto continued heedless of her shock. By infusing and saturating the air with my chakra and using my elements which I have unparalleled control over, I can create storms and make them do my bidding. Right now I only have very basic control over this ability, but I plan on working on it and improving my ability to do this. However, I am unsure if that's a bloodline or just that I have really high control of my affinities. Tsunade closed her eyes and took several deep breaths, in an effort to not hyperventilate at hearing of the blonde shinobi's abilities. I see, I suppose we can do a blood test later, now Tsunade was interrupted from her speech by a knock at the door. Tsunade-sama, Sakura said as she opened the door, without waiting for permission to enter. I have those files, you, she trailed off as her eyes landed on the blonde Adonis who was talking with Tsunade. Like Tsunade before her, the pink-haired girl's mind shut down. Her mouth hung open with drool coming out of it, and a huge blush spreading across her face making it match her hair. Naruto could even see a trickle of blood running down her nose. Naruto looked at the pink-haired girl in amusement as he walked over to her. You know it's impolite to stare Sakura-chan, Naruto said as he closed her mouth with a click. Sakura's face felt like it was on fire as the blonde hunk called her such an affectionate suffix, then she blinked for a moment as she realized there was only one person who had ever called her that. Naruto? She asked in a mixture of shock and lust. The one and only, Naruto said with a grin, so how have you been? Sakura blushed as she tried to regain her bearings. I've been good. While the two former teammates were catching up, Jiraiya informed Tsunade of the things he had left out in the reports on the blonde's training. Most of what he said was information she already knew, however some it was pretty surprising. Had she not already known of Naruto's exploits, she would have no doubt been shocked. As it was, she merely nodded at the information before getting the Uzumaki Namikaze heir's attention. Naruto, said Blonde, turned to look at Tsunade, before walking over. I had planned on having you tested today, however given what I know and what I've just been told I think I'm going to have your test tomorrow. Naruto nodded his head. That's fine, I'm guessing since Kakashi is outside your window, that he is going to be the person who tests me. Sakura looked at Naruto in shock. How could he know if Kakashi was there? Sensing chakra was one of the hardest abilities if you were not a natural sensor type. Kakashi, having heard the blonde's words, stepped into the office and gave an eye smile, though a part of him wanted to have a heart attack when he saw Naruto. It was only his experience as a jonin that kept him from being shocked by his students' looks. It's quite impressive that you were able to sense me, Naruto. You seem to have grown quite a bit. I look forward to seeing how strong you've become. Naruto grinned. So am I, though it looks like we'll have to wait. Naruto stopped his speech for a moment as his eyes momentarily widened in remembrance. I almost forgot I have a present for you, sensei. Naruto reached into his pouch and pulled out a little red book and tossed it over to Kakashi. Said Cyclopean Ninja looked at it as if it was the holiest of grails. Thank Naruto, Kakashi said as he cuddled the newest edition of the Ichiraku collection to his chest, making Naruto sweat drop, while the two females glared. No problem, that one was actually mine, but I don't care for smut, so I never got to reading it. Naruto's statement caused the two women in the room to look at him with an almost newfound respect. However, one person did not like their art being insulted. Hey, watch what you're saying, brat. That's my art you're talking about, Jiraiya said to his student with a light glare. Naruto just grinned. Your art is crap, or have you forgotten that my book has sold 4 times more than all your books combined? While Jiraiya grumbled about blonde, disrespectful Gaki's getting all the luck, the other 3 in the room looked curious. What book did you write, Naruto? Asked Sakura. If it was porn or something similar, he was going to get a pounding hunk or not. Cha, show those perverts who's boss. Inner Sakura ranted as she made several punching motions. I'm glad you asked, Sakura, Naruto said as he pulled out a blue book, with the picture of a woman wearing blue clothes on it. The moment the two women saw what it was, they appeared right in front of Naruto, with their own copies of said book magically appearing in their hands. You wrote this? Sakura breathed as hearts appeared in her eyes. This is my absolute favorite book. Tsunade squealed as she held it out for Naruto to sign. Can you sign it for me? Mine too? Asked Sakura as she held hers out as well. Sure, Naruto said with a grin as he looked over at his sensei, who was currently crying anime tears. So tomorrow at Training Ground 7, I assume? Naruto asked after he handed both women their books. Yes, Tsunade answered as she cuddled her book to her chest, unknowingly imitating a certain Cyclops. It will be at 9 a.m., don't be late. She glared at Kakashi to let him know who she was talking about. The Cyclopean Jonin gulped and gave her a nod. Since everyone already knows about my heritage, can I live in my parents' house? Naruto asked. Jiraiya had told him that his parents' original house had been destroyed during the Kyuubi attack, but that the Sandaime had rebuilt it for when Naruto took up his clan name. Tsunade nodded since there was no point in denying Naruto what was his. Of course, I assume you know where the key is. In response to her question, Naruto walked over to the picture of his father. Taking the picture off, Naruto set it aside as he bit his thumb. He swiped his blood over the blank area, causing a seal to shimmer in existence. Soon both the seal and the wall faded out, revealing a small cupboard. Naruto reached his hand into it and pulled out a key. Thanks, Ba-chan, I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto said before he disappeared in a burst of lightning, shocking everyone around him. No pun intended. I can't believe that was Naruto, Sakura said with a blush as she thought about how hot he had become. And to think he's Yondaime-sama's son. Jiraiya snorted. I'm surprised you guys couldn't even figure it out until someone actually told you. Anyone with half a brain should have been able to see it. I mean, how many ninja do you know that have spiky golden blonde hair and blue eyes? Sakura looked down at the ground knowing that Jiraiya was right. She and all the other people of this village had been foolish for not being able to see the obvious. Now that that's over with, Tsunade said before turning on Jiraiya with a glare. Said man felt a shiver run down his spine, as the temperature began to drop nearly 60 degrees. What's this I hear about you making my godson star in your porn movie? She asked in a menacing voice as Jiraiya backed away. Sakura looked at the man in disgust, though a part of her could not deny that she wondered what it would be like to sleep with Naruto. A part of her was even thinking about seeing the movie, now that she had heard Naruto was in it. An image sprang into her mind of a naked Naruto, causing her to sway on her feet as a trickle of blood ran down her nose and her eyes glazed over. Meanwhile Kakashi had to hold in a giggle, lest he also incur the blonde Hokage's wrath. He had of course seen the movie she was talking about. While one part was jealous of the blonde, another part of him could not help but feel proud of Naruto. And now Suheim, let's be rational here. Jiraiya held out his hands and waved them in front of his face. He soon found himself backed into a wall. With nowhere to go, he did the only thing he could think of. Mercy, he squeaked. Sorry, all out of mercy, Tsunade replied as she sent a chakra-enhanced fist to Jiraiya's gonads. Boom! Naruto stopped his walk for a moment to look at the Hokage tower, where a rather loud explosion had just sounded. He chuckled when he saw his sensei fly off into the distance. I swear that man will never learn. He continued on his walk, which was farther away from Konoha's epicenter than any other place he had been to. Minato had built his family's house behind the Hokage monument, wanting to keep the secrets to his and Kushina's jutsu away from prying eyes. Naruto had heard from Jiraiya that the house had been a wedding gift to his mother, which had been a little while after his father's name had been given clan status. Naruto finally found the house, which was protected by a high wall and gate that he could not see over. Looking at the gate, Naruto recognized several seals that were on them as security seals. However, he knew instinctively that this was not his father's work. Aside from the fact that they were not very advanced, they were also a little sloppier than what he would expect from a seal master. He shrugged this off. It would just mean he would have to create his own security network. Walking up to the gate, Naruto took out the key. Biting his thumb, he swiped his blood on the key. As his wound healed with a slight hiss, the blonde put the key into the lock and turned it. There was a clicking noise as the key turned. Naruto pushed the gate open and could not hold in the whistle that escaped his lips. The house was as large as the Hyuga estate by any means, but it was definitely one of the larger houses Naruto had seen. It looked to be about 3 stories, and was made in a mixture of traditional Japanese and Western-style architecture. Naruto smiled as he made his way towards the house, using the same key that had opened the gate to open the front door. Stepping inside, Naruto looked around. He was currently in what seemed to be the living room. It was a fairly spacious room, with several comfortable-looking leather couches that were surrounding a coffee table. A little to the left and hanging on the wall was a very large flat-screen television. And situated around the room were several lamps, which were currently giving off a dim lighting. Naruto soon began to explore the rest of the house, with his first stop being the kitchen. The place was what Naruto would easily describe as a chef's wet dream. All the counters were made of stainless steel. The cabinets were made of mahogany, and while the kitchenware was not the most recent, it was still far superior to what most people had. The only problem Naruto could see was that he had no food in the cabinet or fridge. However, that was an easy problem to solve. Naruto created a cage bushin and ordered it go buy food. The next area to check was the second floor. This was where all of the smaller bedrooms were located. Though they were only small in comparison to the rest of the house, as each room was about 3 times the size of a standard apartment bedroom. Each one consisted of a queen-sized bed, 2 dressers and a walk-in closet. They also each came with their own bathroom, which had a shower-bath combo that could even act as a personal jacuzzi. There were 10 of these rooms in all, enough to hold a decently sized family. Walking up the stairs, Naruto reached the master bedroom. This room was not just located on the top floor, but was in fact the entire 3rd floor, and could in many ways be considered a house unto itself. In the left-hand corner near the entrance sat several leather chairs, which were arranged in front of another television. On the right-hand corner was a large king-sized bed, with red sheets and pillows, and had a dresser on either side. Opposite the bed was a large walk-in closet, which was easily twice the size of the ones downstairs. To the left and a little farther from the chairs was a door, which led to a bathroom that had the same setup as the one downstairs. The only difference being that this one had a double shower head. Naruto walked over to the bed and looked at the pictures which were arrayed on the dresser. There were pictures of his parents. Some of which were actually rather funny, like a picture which was obviously taken by his mom of his dad who had been eating ramen. Only it looked like he had sneezed and had ramen coming out of his nose. However, some were much more heartfelt. Naruto picked up one such picture as he gently pressed his fingers against the glass. It was one of both his parents. Kushina had both her hands on her belly, which was bulging and clearly showing when she was pregnant with him. Minato had one arm around her shoulder, while his right hand was on both of her hands. Both of them were smiling, looking for all the world like a young couple who was not about to suffer untold tragedy. Naruto wiped away the tear that threatened to fall from his eyes. The thought of having a family was nearly overwhelming to the blonde. However, he knew better than anyone that dwelling on the past got you nowhere. Better to look towards the future than to ask yourself what ifs and what could have been. Besides, Naruto thought with a small smile, he already had 4 amazing women who he planned on marrying. They had become his family now, and with luck he would eventually have children with them and finally have the large family he had always dreamed of. Sighing, Naruto put the picture down and left the room. There was only one more room to check out. The basement. Thanks to the seals his father had put up on the basement, it had been able to survive the Kyuubi attack intact. Or at least that was what Jiraiya told him. According to him, his father had taken extra precaution when designing the seals for the basement. Since the place was going to be where his father and mother studied seals, or sparred and practiced jutsu. However, Jiraiya was not sure of the state, since he was not able to actually enter the basement due to the seals keeping him and everyone else out. Naruto walked down the stairs and opened the door, before a large grin formed on his face. The basement was split into 4 different sectors, the first being the library, which was filled with what looked like thousands of scrolls, with all kinds of knowledge from jutsu to weapons forging and even some on civilian faculties like gardening. There was a large dojo that had an array of different weapons mounted on the wall, and Naruto noticed self-repairing seals on the floor, ceiling and wall. On the left was what looked like an office. Naruto could see that it was where his father had studied and come up with new seals and jutsu. The last area looked like it was where said jutsu were practiced. It was a gravelly area and had several training dummies to launch jutsu at. Naruto also noticed this area had self-repairing seals as well. He would so not be getting any sleep tonight. Without using hand signs, Naruto created around 500 cage bushins and had them head into the library to read. The next, Naruto awoke as the sunlight streamed in through his room. Sitting up in bed, he stretched himself out, listening in satisfaction as his bones and joints popped. He looked over at the clock on the dresser. It currently read 6 a.m. Despite only getting around 4 hours of sleep, Naruto felt completely refreshed. Benefits of being a Jinchuriki. Getting out of bed, Naruto walked into the closet and got dressed in his standard shinobi attire, before walking down the stairs and into the basement. He still had a few hours to go until the test, so he should be able to get in a good workout until then. At Training Ground 7, several people were waiting to see one Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, after Tsunade had let slip to them that said Blonde had returned. Yosh! Lee shouted as he looked at his teammates and sensei. I wonder how Naruto-kun has been doing. It will be most youthful to see him again. Rock Lee was one of Konoha's foremost taijutsu experts, with the only people being able to keep up with him being his sensei Maeda Guy and teammate Neji Hyuga. Lee had been one of the few people who had truly respected Naruto, having understood what it was like to be made fun of for being the dead last. Because he did not have the ability to use chakra for anything other than tree climbing and water walking, Lee had been picked on during his time at the academy, much like Naruto had for not being able to make a bushin. No doubt Naruto-san's flames of youth are burning even brighter than ever, Lee Guy said as he went into his nice guy pose, complete with sparkling teeth. As much as I dislike you analogy, Neji Hyuga, but I have to agree that he will definitely be much stronger than when we last saw him. Neji Hyuga was considered the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, due to his expert use of the Jukin Taijutsu and the sight of his Byakugan, which was said to be as powerful as the clan head Hiyashi Hyuga. Ever since his father had sacrificed his life to save his brothers, Neji had been embittered. coming onto the belief that fate ruled everything and that no one could escape it. That had changed after Neji had fought Naruto, when the blonde had beaten him during the final stage of the Chunin exams. While he was still a little stiff, Neji had grown into a powerful ninja and was much closer to his eccentric team. He'll definitely be much stronger than last time, Tenten agreed. I picked up a recent bingo book and Naruto has his own page in there. He's being called the Nidaime Kiroi Senku. I hear Iwa is even thinking of giving him a SS class ranking and several countries have a surrender on sight order if he catches them. Tenten Higurashi had never had as much interaction with Naruto that her other two teammates had. However, the blonde had earned her respect and gratitude after he had beaten Neji. That respect had only climbed when she had heard that Naruto was not only the son of the Yondaime, but also Kushina Uzumaki, who had been well known for her ninjutsu and kenjutsu. Ooh, to have such a youthful nickname, Lee shouted as he put a fist near his face, and his eyes seemed to light on fire. I must work hard so that I may get my own youthful nickname. And if I cannot do that, I will run around Konoha for 2 days on my thumbs. And if I cannot do that, I will. As Lee and Guy began to go off on one of the youthful rants, Tenten and Neji ignored them and made their own conversation. I wonder what Naruto's gonna be like now. Ino wondered as she looked at her two companions. With all the rumors going around, I'm sure that he's going to be much different from what we remember. Ino Yamanaka was the heir to the Yamanaka clan, a clan well known for their mind jutsu. During the academy days, she had been one of Naruto's many detractors, oftentimes making fun of him when he was unable to do something right. After Naruto's heritage had been announced, Ino had felt terrible for the things she had done and said to her fellow blonde. She had told herself that from now on she would not judge people, without getting to know them first. What do you think, forehead? Ino asked as she turned to Sakura. Sakura did not say anything, however at the mention of Naruto her face turned a bright red. I think he's going to be even more troublesome now than he ever was, even more than when we were at the academy, Shikimaru said from where he lay on the grass. Shikimaru Nara was the heir to the Nara clan. Like other people from said clan, Shikimaru was the definition of lazy genius. It was nearly impossible to get him to do anything. The only people who could make him stop his cloud watching were his mother, Ino, and Tsunade. Despite his lazy demeanor, Shikimaru was considered to be one of the most intelligent members to ever come out of the Nara clan. It had been that intellect that had allowed him to see that there was more to Naruto than met the eye. Unlike most people in the academy, Shikimaru had never really made fun of the blonde, whether because it was too troublesome or some other reason was hard to tell. However, unlike most, the Nara heir had seen the way people looked at Naruto, like he was the worst kind of scum alive, and had the whispers of monster and demon that accompanied him. However, it had not been until the Chunin exams, when Naruto used that red chakra, that Shikimaru had been able to place it all together. He was the only person within the Konoha 11 who knew that Naruto was the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi, having studied up on it after Naruto had used the red chakra during the final exams. It had been that knowledge more than anything, which had earned Shikimaru's respect. He may be stronger, but he's still Naruto, Choji said as he munched on his bag of premium potato chips. Choji could be considered one of the few friends Naruto had really had at the academy, or at least one of the few people who never made fun of him. Due to members of the Akamichi clan all having larger than average bodies for their jutsu, Choji had been teased for it. During one of those times, Naruto had happened to spot this, and despite not knowing, Choji stood up for him. While they had not done much after school, Naruto had occasionally joined him and Shikimaru a few times to do cloud watching. I bet you anything he'll be like his old man, Asuma said as he took a drag of his cigarette. Asuma Sarutobi was the son of Hiraishin Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage and professor. The cigarette-smoking Jonin had at one time been a member of the 12 Ninja Guardians, a group whose job was to protect the daimyo of Ki no Kuni. He had never really known much about Naruto, other than the pranks that the blonde used to pull and drive his old man insane with. However, he had been a Chunin under Minato's command, back when I was a Chunin. Man, I can't stand all this waiting, it's killing me. Kiba complained rather loudly as he stood with his team. Kiba Inuzuka was the clan heir of the Inuzuka clan, which were known for their using combination attacks with their ninja dogs and enhanced senses. Members of this clan were often joined by members of the Hyuga and Aburame clans, in order to form powerful tracking teams. Kiba had been one of those people who stood on both sides of the fence when it came to Naruto. On one hand, he had often made fun of the blonde for his inadequacies, yet on the other he respected Naruto for the pranks he had been able to pull off. Like most members of his clan, Kiba was very brash and often got himself into trouble for jumping into things head first. However, he was also very loyal, and had the same pack mentality that all members of his clan had. "What do you think, Hinata-san?" asked Shino in his monotone voice. Shino Aburame was the heir to the Aburame clan, a clan that was known for the Kokochu bugs that they carried inside of them and used in battle. Shino had been one of the few people who not only never made fun of Naruto during the academy, but also held some respect for the blonde shinobi. Unlike many of his peers, Shino had been observant enough to see how many people made fun of Naruto for some unknown reason that seemed illogical to him. Because of their bugs, the Aburame clan was often ostracized, much like Naruto himself was. And even if he did not know why Naruto was made fun of, he still respected the blonde for his perseverance and ability to never give up. "I think that Naruto-kun W will be much stronger," Hinata stuttered as she poked her fingers together. Hinata Hyuga was the heiress to the Hyuga clan. She was a very shy and soft-spoken girl. Most considered her to be the anti-Hyuga, as she was everything they were not, or as Kiba put it, she did not have a large stick up her ass. It had been well known that she had a Konoha-sized crush on Naruto. During their time at the academy, Hinata had memorized where the blonde would be and what times he would be there. She would often follow Naruto wherever he went, and was always watching him from the shadows. The past 4 years since Naruto had been gone, Hinata had made strides to change herself and grow stronger. Though she remained extremely soft-spoken, Kurenai Uehi looked over her students with a smile. The beautiful red-eyed woman was known throughout Konoha as the Genjutsu mistress for her powerful and inventive Genjutsu. Though she was even more renowned for her aversion to perverts, and the powerful and potentially deadly pervert-killing Genjutsu she had created. Unlike many of the other Jonin, she did not know all that much about Naruto, having never really interacted with him. Though she did remember the many pranks the blonde had pulled, and while she would not admit it, she had found a lot of them to be quite funny. A little ways away from the Konoha 11 stood 5 other figures: Iruka, Shizune, Kakashi, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Shizune was standing by Tsunade's side as always. She had been disappointed when she heard that Naruto had come back and she was not there to see him. Hopefully she would get to see her brother figure today and see how strong he had become. Iruka was standing near a tree, as he anxiously waited for Naruto to show up. Tsunade and Jiraiya were both standing next to each other, wearing surprisingly similar smirks, though they were for slightly varied reasons. Kakashi was as always reading his new book with a giggle, causing many of the women near him to cast glares his way. At 9 a.m. exactly, all those present spotted the figure emerging from the tree line on the opposite side. Shizune, Sakura, Ino and Tenten all found a rather large blush spreading across their faces as they stared at the blonde Adonis. Hinata, who had had her Byakugan on, spotted more of the blonde than the others and let out an "eep" before passing out from blood loss. Even Kurenai, who was currently dating Asuma, found it hard to keep the heat from rising to her cheeks. The blonde walked up to the group with a large foxy grin present on his face, causing the women in the group to feel even more heat rise to their face, and a few felt heat going to other areas. "Yo, I hope you guys have been doing good while I've been gone," Naruto said while the others stared at him. For a moment no one said anything, most wondering who this person it was. It was not until they saw the telltale whisker marks that they realized who they were staring at. Most could not believe that Naruto, who had been nothing more than a shrimp, was now what many women would consider a kami on Earth. Even knowing what he had done and his now famous reputation, did not change their shock at seeing such a dramatic physical change. The silence was broken when Lee appeared in front of Naruto, in his nice guy pose. "Yash, Naruto-kun, your youthful flames have truly grown stronger. I look forward to sparring you. And if I cannot beat, I will." Naruto stopped Lee's speech with a raised hand as he chuckled. It seemed that some people would never really change. "I look forward to sparring you as well. It will be interesting to see how our taijutsu styles compare." As if a dam had opened, the rest of the Konoha 11 rushed over to Naruto and began to bombard him with questions, barely even letting the blonde get a word in. Off to the side, Tsunade and Jiraiya smiled at seeing how all of Naruto's friends reacted, and how happy they were to see him. As well as how happy Naruto seemed to be, now that he was back in Konoha and with the friends he had made throughout the years. Tsunade gave them a little bit of time to talk, before deciding to get the test started. As much as I would love to let you all talk Naruto's ear off, we do have a test that needs to get started. Tsunade said as she made the Konoha 11 back off of Naruto, who gave her a grateful smile as he adjusted his haori. This test will be Kakashi Hatake vs Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze in a one-on-one battle. Naruto and Kakashi made their way out to the center of the training field, standing on opposite sides of each other next to the training posts. Brings back memories, eh sensei? Naruto asked with a smile as he looked at the middle training post, remembering when he had been tied to it when he and the other members of Team 7 had failed their genin test. It does, doesn't it? Kakashi said with an eye smile as he remembered his times on Team 7. Both those when he was a child under Minato, and again when he was the sensei of Team 7. Now then, remember to come at you with the intention to kill, Naruto finished with a smirk. If you want me to fight without restraint, then you're gonna want to reveal that eye of yours. Otherwise you might not actually live. You know, Kakashi said as he lifted up his Hidia 8, allowing his red Sharingan eye to show. Somehow I think you may be right. Are both fighters ready? Asked Tsunade, who received a nod from both of them. Then Hajime, Naruto and Kakashi kicked off the ground and launched themselves at each other, as they began a taijutsu battle. The two soon began trading blows as they attempted to land a hit on the other, Naruto using his father's style and Kakashi using a mixture of the Uchiha style and the Hatake style. For a while this went on with neither being able to really land a hit on the other. Naruto was faster than Kakashi and had far better reflexes. However, Kakashi had the Sharingan, which allowed him to keep track of Naruto's movements and predict where he would be next. On the sidelines, the Konoha 11 was watching the battle with shock. They knew Naruto had gotten strong. Given the rumors and news that had spread throughout the elemental nations, it was impossible not to. However, hearing of that strength is far different than actually seeing it. He's fast, Neji commented as he turned on his Byakugan. My eyes can't keep up with Naruto and he's not even going all out. Tenten turned to Neji in surprise. He's really that strong? Neji nodded. I also noticed several weights and seals on his persons, and I get the feeling this is not as fast as he can move with those weights on. While Tenten gaped at Neji, Lee was covering his eyes with an arm as he cried. To think Naruto-kun has gotten this strong, it is most youthful. He brought his hands up in the air, before bringing a fist in front of his face. I will increase my training and try to strive to fan my flames of youth just like Natuo-kun. If I cannot do that, then I will do 4,000 laps to Suna and back on my hands. That a boy, Lee, Guy said as he got into his nice guy pose. It's good to see you trying to stoke your youthful flames. I will help you, and if you cannot do 4,000 laps to Suna, I will do 7 million push-ups on my thumbs. Guy sensei. Oh Lee, Guy sensei. Lee, Guy sensei. Lee. The two were soon hugging, which caused a genjutsu complete with crashing waves and sunset backdrop to appear behind them. Everyone who was within range of this nightmarish sight were soon on the ground, screaming as they tried to claw their eyes out in an effort to rid themselves of the sight. Several ninja, including one Kurenai Yuihi, were trying and failing to dispel said illusion, much to her horror and confusion. Neji and Tenten, who were used to it, just sighed as they looked back at the battle. Naruto frowned as Kakashi blocked his kick, before moving in to counter-attack him with a thrust to the solar plexus. Naruto twisted his body to the side as he dodged the attack, before spinning on his feet and launching another kick at Kakashi. The two had been fighting for around 15 minutes now, which in the shinobi world a long time. Neither had gotten a good hit on each other. However, Naruto had not just been fighting with no plan. The entire time he had been analyzing his opponent's moves and reaction time given to Kakashi by the Sharingan, and decided it was time to take it up a notch. The battle began to play a different tune as Naruto switched styles, where before his moves were fast but predictable. Now his moves had turned into his namesake, coming at speeds that very few would ever be able to match and at angles that were impossible to predict. In other words, Naruto's attacks became a literal maelstrom. After Naruto had reviewed his battle with Sasuke and studied what he could find on the Sharingan, Naruto had realized that the Dujutsu had one major flaw. They were susceptible to attacks that had no style to them. Every fighting style always had a set of stances that one would attack from, the most obvious being the ready position for the Goken that Guy and Lee used. This is what allowed the Sharingan to predict an opponent's attacks, and make effective counter-attacks by showing them where the chakra was going to be next. But if there was no style of fighting used, then the attacks would be impossible to accurately predict, since not even the one they were fighting knew what they were going to do next. The style Naruto was now using could be considered more of a lack thereof. It was a style that he had created, with the help of Jiraiya. It was Naruto's counter to the Sharingan, though he had never used it on a Sharingan user before. Still, he figured now would be the best time to unveil this style, rather than wait until he ran into Sasuke or Madara and used it them, only to find out it didn't work. Naruto threw the Cyclopean Jonin a punch to the solar plexus. When Kakashi went to swat the hand away, however, Naruto changed tactics. Moving his hand under the Kakashi's, he grabbed it and pulled the Jonin into a knee. Kakashi was able to counter it, however he was not able to do anything when Naruto switched tactics again. Moving his leg up, then down and smashing a foot into Kakashi's stomach, bending the cycloptic Jonin over as he attempted to regain his breath. He got back up and was just in time to dodge another attack, only to get hit by a punch that suddenly came at him from under the other attack. Holy shit! Kiba shouted as he watched Naruto kick Kakashi's ass. When the hell did Naruto get so powerful? You do realize that Naruto is an S-rank ninja, right? Everyone turned their attention to Jiraiya, as good as Kakashi as he is still only a ranked. And while Kakashi has more experience, Naruto is quite simply better, and sometimes that's all one needs to win. Hell, even with all my experience I still only win half the time whenever we spar all out, even then that number is going down. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the white-haired Sennin. Going back to the battle, they all had to wonder just how powerful was Naruto. The taijutsu battle continued as Kakashi found himself completely on the defensive. He had not been able to even get in one counter-attack ever since Naruto had changed tactics. Even his Sharingan was working against him, showing him where Naruto was going to be, only to be proven false as Naruto switched attacks at the last second. Said blonde came at Kakashi with a knife's edge to the throat. The Cyclopean Jonin tilted his head to dodge. Only for Naruto to make a fist as he passed by Kakashi's head. Said Jonin was sent flying as a great amount of force smashed into his cheek. Kakashi managed to flip himself in the air before he landed on the ground, and skidded back about 20 feet. He winced as he felt the stinging on his cheek. Wiping his hand along his mouth, he looked at it and saw that he was bleeding. "How did you hit me?" Kakashi asked with a mixture of pride and curiosity in his voice. "I didn't," Naruto said with a smirk. Seeing his sensei's confusion, he decided to elaborate. "When you dodged my attack, I merely added my wind element and released it as my fist passed by your head. It made it seem as if I hit when in truth you dodged." That's ingenious." Asuma spoke as his cigarette dropped from his mouth in shock. Every turned to Asuma. "To use wind chakra in such a way, it's like the perfect counter to the Sharingan." "What do you mean?" asked Ino, who had seen what Naruto did, but was not exactly sure what it was she was supposed to be seeing. "He calls it wind fighting," Jiraiya answered for Asuma, making the Konoha 11 look at him. Naruto took the basics that he had heard about of Suheim's super strength technique. However, rather than put all his chakra into a single tenketsu point and releasing it at the point of impact, Naruto uses his wind chakra and continuously pumps it through his tenketsu to make a more wide-scale attack, without losing any of its power. Many people could not help but feel shocked as they looked at Naruto, who was currently smirking. "So that's lesson number 1, taijutsu," Naruto said with a smirk. Kakashi gave him an eye smile. "Then we'll be going on to lesson number 2, genjutsu." Kakashi went through a few hand seals before he and everyone else disappeared. Naruto looked around curiously as he wondered what was going to happen. Naruto? Naruto turned his head and, despite knowing this was a genjutsu, felt his heart lurch. Standing in front of him was Yugito. However, she was missing her left arm. One of her eyes was hanging out of her socket and she was pierced with a sword through the stomach. "Naruto, why couldn't you save me?" she asked with a set of accusing eyes. Before he could respond, another voice spoke up. "You betrayed me. Turning around, Naruto saw that it was Mei this time. She was lying on the ground with several scimitar-style swords pinning her to the ground. "You left me to die." She stared at him with a set of accusing eyes that bored into his soul. For a moment Naruto could not even think as he felt his heart stop. It was only years of training that allowed him to remember he was in a genjutsu. Acting quickly before he could see his other two loved ones, Naruto stopped the chakra to his coils before flooding it with an intense burst of power. The genjutsu shattered as Naruto came back to the real world. He looked over at his sensei and glared. "That was a cheap trick, sensei," Naruto stated in a dead tone. Despite feeling an intense shiver run down his spine, Kakashi spoke up. "Well, we are ninja, and we use whatever we can to win." Naruto grit his teeth for a moment before sighing. Kakashi was right after all. "I suppose, then allow me to introduce you to my favorite genjutsu." Naruto held out his hand and a set of seals began to glow along his arm and ring finger. Kangongyu no Jutsu. Bringer of Darkness. That's Naidame-sama's most powerful genjutsu. Kurenai said in shock. Naruto is supposed to be terrible at genjutsu, so how can he do this? Fuinjutsu, Jiraiya answered her question. Because Naruto is unable to do genjutsu, he tried to find a way around it. He did this by creating several seals, one that creates a specific set of hand seals for certain genjutsu he thought would be useful, and another that simulated perfect chakra control so that he could use the genjutsu. Everyone is shocked when they heard what Naruto had managed to do with seals. No one had known what they could do. Except the typical sealing scroll and exploding tags. That Naruto could get rid of one of his weaknesses by using seals was incredible. Kakashi looked around with something akin to fear as he tried to see out of the genjutsu. However, even his Sharingan could not penetrate the inky blackness that surrounded him. He quickly brought his hands up in the release seal and flooded his chakra coils. Kai. As he continued to do this with nothing happening, he became increasingly desperate and flooded as much chakra as he could into releasing the genjutsu. Kai. Finally the genjutsu shattered, except that what he saw made him wish he hadn't. Standing before him was none other than what could only be something out of his worst nightmare. He was in Konoha, except it was not the Konoha he knew. The entire place was burning, corpses laid strewn about the entire area. Worst off was he knew all the dead bodies before him. Minato was pinned to a wall by several of his own kunai, his sightless eyes staring at Kakashi with what looked almost like shame. Half of Obito's body was gone, having looked like he had been ripped in half with the muscles and other innards falling from his body. Rin was missing both arms and legs. Her eyes had been pulled out and were in her open mouth, giving her an utterly ghastly look. But the worst was his father, a man who had been admired as one of the strongest ninja in the village next to the Sandaime and Sennin in his time. Before he had sacrificed his mission in order to save his team, bringing shame on him and making him commit seppuku. He was just as Kakashi had found him, impaled on his own sword, with his sightless eyes staring at nothing. Though they held a look of sadness and shame, and the Cyclopean Jonin could not help but feel that they were that way because of him. Obito, Rin, Minato-sensei, father. Kakashi stared at the corpses wide-eyed. Were it not for years of experience, he would have broken down right there. As it was, his Sharingan was able to see through this illusion, despite its realism. Kai. The illusion shattered and Kakashi was back in the clearing with Naruto glaring at him. Not very nice when someone does that to you, is it, sensei? Kakashi winced knowing he deserved that. I'm sorry, he said. I guess I didn't think about what it might make you feel. It's fine, Naruto sighed as he took a deep breath. As long as you learn your lesson and don't do something like that in a spar again, we'll be cool. Anyway, I think we have one final lesson, don't we? Kakashi smiled, glad to see that while he could be vicious, Naruto had still kept his forgiving nature. You're right. Lesson 2 Genjutsu complete. Next up, Lesson 3, Ninjutsu. Kakashi began speeding through several hand seals faster than any of the Konoha 11 save Naruto could follow, before putting his hand to his mouth and calling out his jutsu. Kaden. Gokyaku no Jutsu. Fire release. Grand Fireball Jutsu. A large ball of fire shot out of Kakashi's mouth and barreled down towards Naruto, who had begun his own hand sealing. Sweden. Sujinheki. Moisture began to gather around Naruto as he used his chakra to pull it out of the air. Less than a second later, a giant wall of water had formed and blocked the fireball from going any further. The fireball crashed against the water wall with a hiss of steam before it dissipated. When it did, Naruto went through even more hand seals. Sweden. Saryuden no Jutsu. The water wall soon began swirl and formed the shape of a dragon with yellow eyes. The dragon gave a roar as it launched itself at Kakashi. Said Shinobi jumped out of the way, letting the dragon crash against the ground, drilling its way through the rock and creating a decent crater which was now filled with water. Unbelievable, Shizune said in awe. I thought only Naidame-sama was able to draw water molecules out of the air. No, anyone can do it if they have a high enough affinity, Jiraiya said. Water is one of Naruto's most powerful elements. Shizune looked at Jiraiya in surprise. You mean he has more than one? Jiraiya grinned. Naruto has 3, water, wind and lightning. Shizune, along with the people who had heard what the Sennin had said, felt their mouths hang open. Even most Jonin never reached getting a third element. Yet Naruto had gotten 3 within just 4 years. It would have shocked them even more if they had learned he mastered most of those elements within the first year. In retaliation for Naruto's jutsu, Kakashi went through several more hand seals before calling out his jutsu. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. Fire release. Phoenix flower jutsu. Several basketball-sized fireballs shot from Kakashi's mouth, forcing Naruto to go through several more hand signs. Sweden. Teppadama. Water release. Water bullets. Naruto launched several water balls which crashed against the fireballs and negated them. As they did, Naruto went through more hand seals. Hyaden. Kitsune Hisu no Jutsu. Ice release. Ice fox jutsu. The water began to coalesce in the air and take shape again, this time into 4 small foxes with red eyes. However, rather than just launch themselves at Kakashi, they froze over before attacking. Kakashi's eyes widened as he dodged the foxes. However, the ice creatures merely turned around and attacked again, forcing him to continue dodging. Hyaden, Shizune said in shock. How can he possibly do Hyaden jutsu? I thought only those from Yuki or those with bloodlines could use those. I think you'll find that Naruto is a man of many surprises, Jiraiya said with a grin. Sakura listened to the discussion going on around her and could not help but feel somewhat distressed. It was obvious Naruto had surpassed her. Hell, she was pretty sure that Naruto had surpassed everyone here. It made her wonder what she had been doing all these years. It felt as if her teammate had left her behind again, and she was still running to catch up. Getting tired of constantly dodging the foxes, which seemed to have an almost limitless energy and knew where he was even after using a Kuriwimi. Kakashi went through several hand seals, calling upon his only original jutsu, Reikuri. Lightning blade. Lightning formed on Kakashi's hand, and as the next fox came up to him, he sliced at it, breaking the fox into pieces. Kakashi continued this until he had destroyed the last one. He was just about to look for Naruto when he felt cold steel on his neck and froze. Looking down, he saw a tri-pronged kunai right next to his jugular. Looks like I win, sensei, Naruto said with a smirk. The cycloptic Jonin looked at his sensei's famous kunai in shock before he started chuckling. When did you mark me? Kakashi asked curiously, knowing that Naruto had not thrown the kunai since he had not seen it. During our taijutsu battle, Naruto answered, I marked you when I grabbed your arm. Kakashi looked at his sleeve and found that he did indeed have the Hiraishin seal on the sleeve of his shirt. Kakashi chuckled, looks like you really have grown, and you've already surpassed me. Naruto grinned as he pulled his kunai away and put it in his pouch, thanks sensei. The two walked back over to the stunned crowd, who was staring at Naruto like he had grown a second head. What? Naruto asked with a confused expression as he tilted his head to the side. All the girls there bit their lips in an attempt not to glomp the poor boy and shout, Kaiwai. Kiba snorted, what? He just kicks Kakashi's ass into next week and all he says what? Several others nod at this, however Naruto just rolls his eyes, hello S-class ninja here. Tsunade looks at Naruto as she starts speaking, you really have gotten better, I think it's safe to say Genin does not suit your skills anymore. Tsunade pauses for a moment, however due to the fact that we have yet to test you in the field with our Jonin I can only grant you the rank of Tokubetsu, special, Jonin. Though that should work until some of the other Jonin rate your skills. You're just giving me this rank so that I can suffer through council meetings, didn't you? Naruto deadpanned. Part of the prerequisite for being allowed a seat on the council if you were the last of your clan was to be at least of Tokubetsu Jonin rank. Tsunade smirked. Now why would you think that? You don't think I would do something so cruel to someone I consider a son, would you? Yes, I think you would, Ba-chan, Naruto answers. Great, this is just what I need. Having to sit through a bunch of meetings with greedy old bastards, who can't even shit without help. Everyone laughed at Naruto's description of the council, many feeling that it was slightly true of the civilian side. Think of it this way, Tsunade said, at least you're getting experience for when you become Hokage. That's right, Naruto groaned, when I'm Hokage I'm gonna have to deal with this shit even more. Maybe I should just not be Hokage. I'll let Konohamaru take the title when he is ready instead. Oh no you don't, Tsunade said. I have waited too long to retire. When you're ready you're gonna take that damn title off my hands so I can relax. Naruto pouted a bit before he gave her a mischievous grin. Well, I suppose I can do that. After all, you're getting too old for this job, Ba-chan. Everyone stepped away from Tsunade, who had gotten a tick mark on her head. Naruto however continued on as if oblivious to the woman's growing anger. I mean, who knows, you might even bite the dust before Konohamaru's ready. In fact, I think we should put you in a retirement home right now. Boom! Naruto jumped out of the way just in time to dodge one of Tsunade's punches. Careful, Ba-chan. Wouldn't want you getting cramps at your age, Naruto said with a laugh. God damn brat. Stand still and take your punishment like a man. Tsunade yelled as she tried to smash Naruto's face in. Naruto merely laughed at her as he continued to make fun of the enraged woman. Everyone else sweat dropped at seeing Tsunade trying to kill Naruto. Tsunade chugged down her saucer of sake before slamming it down onto the table. You're still an extremely heavy drinker, eh, Suheim? Jiraiya said with an amused smirk as he poured her another saucer. However, he was forced to hold up his hands when Tsunade glared at him. Can it pervert? The busty blonde said as she took another drink of the sake, this time sipping it and allowing the liquid to burn its way down her throat. Now why don't you tell me what this is about? And if you say it's a date, you can be sure I'm going to pound your ass into the dirt. I didn't know you liked it rough, Tsunade-chan. Jiraiya said with a lecherous grin, which soon turned into a look of fear when Tsunade's face turned red with anger. Alright, the Toad Sennin said defensively. I wanted to talk to you about Naruto. Jiraiya reached into his pouch and pulled out one of his apprentice's silencing seals, placing it under the table before speaking. What about Naruto? Tsunade asked, is something wrong? Jiraiya looked slightly uncomfortable, he's having a bit of trouble with his seal. He quickly held up his hands in a placating gesture when he saw Tsunade look like she was about to freak. Don't worry, the seal isn't breaking or anything, it's just loosened, he finished lamely. Loosened? What happened? Tsunade asked when she saw the slightly guilty expression. It's actually my fault it happened, I had used the key to loosen the seal. I had hoped it would allow Naruto to access more of Kyuubi's chakra. Flashback. Jiraiya groaned as he pushed himself on the ground. Looking up, he found himself petrified as he gazed at what had almost killed him. Or rather, who had almost killed him. Naruto was currently in a vicious battle against Yugito and B, who had pushed him out of the way, and the battle was not going in the favor of the other two Jinchuriki. The Kyuubi's chakra had completely covered Naruto's body, mixing itself in with his blood, and had burned off all of the boy's skin. Not that you could even see the skin, since the chakra was so thick it actually looked similar to the full transformation that Yugito and B could do. Outlining Naruto's form were what looked like fox bones, giving Naruto an even more menacing appearance. His eyes were a glowing white, and his teeth looked like large black fangs. Behind him were 7 fox tails which were currently swishing back and forth in an agitated manner. Jiraiya was not quite sure what had happened. One moment he was loosening the seal to allow Naruto better access to Kyuubi's chakra. The next moment all hell had broken loose, with the vile power exploding out of Naruto in an uncontrolled manner. B and Yugito were using a combination of teamwork and power to try and subdue the blonde, without hurting him too badly. However, it was hard since Naruto was not going easy on them, and the Kyuubi was the strongest of the 9. Naruto sent out his tails, forcing the 2 other Jinchuriki who were in full cloak mode to dodge and weave in between them. Yugito jumped back as B came at Naruto, using his 8 tails to hold down Naruto's 7. His last tail wrapped itself around Naruto himself, allowing B to lift the blonde into the air and toss him. Naruto was sent sailing, before he smacked onto a rock wall, sending dust and debris everywhere. A red light began to gather in the dust cloud, and the two were soon forced to dodge a giant cylinder of destruction. The beam tore a path through the landscape before exploding in the distance. At the same time, Naruto shot off the wall and engaged B in a battle. The Hachibi Jinchuriki was forced to dodge the vicious attacks of the blonde, however Naruto managed to catch him off guard and smacked him with his tail. B was soon sent flying to the same place he had sent Naruto to earlier. Yugito tried to use B's battle as a distraction to get up close, however Naruto seemed to have heard her as he looked over at her and roared. Launching himself at the woman, Naruto used his claws to try and swipe at her. Yugito did her best to dodge, while trying to get Naruto to come back to his senses. "Naruto-kun, you have to control yourself," Yugito yelled in her semi-demonic sounding voice. "Don't let all that power consume you." Naruto did not act as if he even heard Yugito, and just continued to attack. After a while he managed to catch the Nibi Jinchuriki off guard by sending a blast of compressed chakra at her. It smacked her dead on and sent the young woman into a rock face. Yugito coughed as the force of the impact created a large crater. She was just about to get back up when she let out a cry of pain, and felt a stinging sensation in her left shoulder. Looking up, she saw Naruto, who had just impaled her through the shoulder with one of his tails. "Please," Yugito said to Naruto in a soft voice, trying once more to get the blonde back to his senses. "This isn't you," she trailed off as Naruto tilted his head and looked at her, as if trying to solve a piece to a puzzle. Yugito tried again to bring back the person she had found herself falling for. "Please, come back to me." Naruto looked away as he grabbed his head, shaking it like he was trying to clear it or in pain. B and Jiraiya, who had been rushing towards them, stopped, not sure what was going on and knew better than to try something with Yugito currently at the blonde's mercy. Naruto continued shaking his head as he grit his fangs. He turned his head to look at Yugito. Why Yugito-chan?" The voice was distorted and sounded completely demonic, but the fact that Naruto could speak at all meant that he was still there. Before anything else could be said, Naruto pulled his tail out of Yugito. Throwing his head up, Naruto roared, sending out a stream of continuous red energy. B and Jiraiya, who saw this, realized what was happening. He's letting out all the energy into the sky, trying to drain Kyuubi's chakra dry. Jiraiya looked over at B. "Tell me, do you ever stop rapping?" Killer B just looked at him like he was stupid. "Why would I quit when my rap's a hit?" Jiraiya just shook his head before looking back at his apprentice. He was just in time to see Naruto turning back. The red chakra began to recede, first from his face and then continuing downwards. As it did, the Toad Sennin could not hold in a grimace. His apprentice looked like he had his skin peeled. The young teen's entire body was an angry red color. Blood was leaking out of many spots where the skin had been completely burned away. Some areas were so bad that Jiraiya could see Naruto's muscles and organs. It definitely looked painful, and judging by Naruto's hoarse screams, it was more than just that. Finally, Naruto was back to normal, or at least as normal could be when in such bad condition. The blonde dropped to the ground as exhaustion and pain took him. Thankfully, Yugito was right there and managed to catch him before he could hit the dirt. She sat down and gently placed Naruto's head in her lap, tears of worry running down her face as she stroked the blonde hair, which had started to grow back. Soon the rest of the boy's body began to heal. Normal and healthy-looking skin began forming on him, crawling up his body, making it almost seem alive, as steam began to sprout from the other wounds that were healing. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Yugito's tear-streaked face over him. Despite his hand feeling like a 200-ton weight, the blonde managed to lift it up. He placed it on Yugito's face and began to stroke her cheek with his thumb, making the blonde woman purr and lean into it. "Hey, are you okay, Yugi-chan?" asked Naruto in a voice that sounded as if it had not been used in years. "Bibaka," Yugito said as she grabbed Naruto's hand with her own. "I'm the one who should be asking that." Naruto smiled as his eyes began to close. "Sorry to worry you, I'll be fine, after some rest." The blonde shinobi's eyes closed as his hand became limp, making Yugito hold his hand a little tighter to her face as he fell asleep. Jiraiya breathed out the sigh of relief he had been holding in. He knew that they had been lucky. Had it not been for Naruto's incredible willpower and his feelings for Yugito, the Toad Sennin was sure that things would have ended much worse. He would have to make sure Naruto knew to be more careful when using Kyuubi's chakra from now on. Flashback end. That was extremely reckless of you, Jiraiya. Tsunade said as a scowl marred her features. I know, okay. Jiraiya said, I should have been more careful and checked the seal before messing with it. But I didn't think the repercussions would be that bad. I thought it would just allow Naruto to access more of Kyuubi's power. Tsunade sighed, is there any danger of something like that happening again? She had to be sure that Naruto would be alright, both for his sakes and whatever team he was on a mission with. It hasn't happened since that first time, Jiraiya said. Even when he does use Kyuubi's power, he does a pretty good job controlling it. Right now he can go up to 6 tails and still retain control, however each tail is twice as difficult to gain control over than the last one. Still, I wouldn't worry, he has to lose all forms of emotional control in order for him to go berserk, and that's a lot harder to do now that he has matured. Tsunade sighed, very well, but next time be more careful, okay? Don't worry, I won't be doing that again, Jiraiya said. The rest of the time the two teammates sipped their drinks in peace. Man, I love booze. Naruto rolled his eyes as Kiba walked around the Akamichi-owned restaurant with 2 bottles of sake in hand. The dog ninja was already drunk. Who would have thought that Kiba was a lightweight? Naruto snickered to himself as he looked around at the people there. The Konoha 11 had decided to come here and celebrate Naruto's return and recent promotion, allowing Naruto to talk with some of his friends. Over in the corner of the room, Naruto spotted Shikamaru, Shino and Neji, all of whom seemed to actually be sober. He made his way over to them. Yo. Shino, Shika, Neji, how are you guys doing? We are doing pretty well, Naruto-san? Shino said as he looked at the blonde through his goggles. At least that was what it looked like. It was hard to tell with Shino. I take it these last 4 years have been good then? Naruto asked as he took a small sip of his sake. Nothing too troublesome has happened if that's what you mean, Shikamaru said in his lazy drone. It has been pretty quiet without you in Konoha, Neji put in as he picked at his food. Yeah, well, not many people can liven a place up like I can, Naruto said with a small smirk. That's true, you seem to make trouble everywhere you go, Shikamaru said with a mumble of troublesome blonde. As the conversation continued, Naruto looked out over the small group of people. Lee was talking with Tenten as he made enthusiastic gestures. Naruto could not make out the entire conversation, but he had heard something about youthful parties in the discussion. Ino was currently talking with Sakura, who had managed to thankfully drag the platinum blonde away from Naruto a few minutes ago. Kiba was still running, stumbling around with alcohol in his hands. Choji was not surprisingly over by the food table, eating to his heart's content. In fact, the only person who seemed to be missing was Naruto-kun. Naruto paled as he turned around, to find a drunk Hinata trying to make her way towards him. Truth be told, Naruto was not quite sure what to make of the lavender-eyed girl. He had not really had much interaction with her other than her blushing and fainting whenever she was near him. It had taken spending time talking to various women and learning what he could about interacting with them, that he had realized the girl had a crush on him. However, there was a problem with this. The simple fact was Naruto did not have any romantic feelings for the girl. She was his friend and he would not deny she was physically attractive, however she was just not the kind of woman he looked for when looking for a relationship. The girl soon stumbled into him, forcing Naruto to wrap his arms around her so she would not fall. This, however, proved to be a mistake, as she pulled his head down so it was next to hers. Have I ever told you? How much, just as the girl looked like she was about to kiss him, when thankfully her head dropped and she fell unconscious. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief as he lifted the girl up. He looked over at Neji and gestured to Hinata. Hey Neji, do you think you could? Yes, I will take her back home, Neji replied as he took Hinata from the blonde. Neji shook his head. I wonder what Hiyashi-sama will think when his daughter comes home passed out from drinking. Probably something along the lines of picking up Tsunade's bad habits, Naruto said with a small chortle. She is learning from Hokage-sama, Shino said. Naruto perked up at this. Really, I thought Sakura was the only person she was teaching. No, Ino is learning from her too, Shikamaru said with a groan. She's picked up that troublesome woman's bad habits. Oh, she's started to drink and gamble as well? Naruto asked with a grin. Worse, Shikamaru faltered, shudder run down his spine. She seems to have picked up the habit on beating us men every chance she gets. Naruto laughed and was just about to say something when, "No, Lee, don't drink that." Naruto turned around just in time to see Lee drink some sake Kiba had offered him. There was one moment where it seemed like time stood still, right before Lee became a whirlwind of action and mass destruction. Naruto sighed as he threw off his clothes, before laying down in bed. It had taken nearly an hour to subdue Lee, and had required a combination of Shikamaru's Kage main no jutsu, Shadow Possession Jutsu, Choji's Baika no Jutsu, Partial Expansion Jutsu, and Naruto hitting several pressure points to knock the boy out. After that they had been forced to clean up the mess, while Tenten dragged Lee out as she apologized. Laying his head on the pillow, Naruto closed his eyes. Tomorrow was gonna be another big day. He was going to go to his first council meeting, so it would be best if he got some sleep. And that concludes part 2 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Namikaze's return, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to the Engulfing Silence, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.